everyone, and welcome to the most important Saturday showdown so far. It is the DN Automotive Freaks up against BNK DRX, both teams trying to stop a slide and get themselves in the win column. Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Degon. Joining me is Daniel Ox Harrison and the Valdanilus, Daniel Valdaniel.
Yeah, I want it to be Daniel. You know, you're Daniel Gonzalez, right? Daniel Degon Gonzalez, and then Daniel Ox Harrison, and then Daniel Valdez.
Valdez.
I just want to be included.
Yeah, you have to say the second Valdez.
Valdanilist?
No, because it's Daniel Valdez.
Ah, yeah, true. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Cast a name and then you say a name. You know, they're different.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
That's how today is going to go. Just letting you all know. Let's take a look at the matchup today as we have the DN Automotive Freaks still looking for their first LCK series win up against BNK DRX, who we put expectations on after a good showing and immediately crumbled against Nongshim earlier in the week.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's hype, though, that we have both teams, I would say, having massive performances from the AD carries and going head-to-head. It really feels like a lot of it's going to come down to who has the edge in this matchup.
It's a pretty big one. I think that Berserker has been the only guy. He is the new Nexus, as Teddy used to be, as, you know, many times felt like Teddy was the only guy. And now it's Berserker's the only guy, literally the only guy, it feels like, on the team that's doing something well, that's getting a lot of points, that's putting up some big numbers. Yeah, they just need to play better as a team, though. He can't do it all by himself.
Well, as much as the Sandstorm has been good this year, head-to-head against each other, pretty close together between the Freaks and the Foxes, as it is 4-4, split all the way through, and over the last couple, it's been just trading victories here.
I feel like if BNK DRX didn't get the power boost from the Saturday Showdown, they'd be losing this matchup pretty hard, but they've had a really good record in Saturday Showdowns, and as you can see, equal in matches, 1 game lead for the DN Freaks.
Yeah, also keep in mind that there have been a lot of different rosters among, you know, the last 2 or so years. So, you know, these are match results that we've had over the years. But in the current LCK, DN Freaks really struggling, and BNK, you know, even though they do have 1 match less, they should be the favorites here.
Yeah, but you do talk about it like roster changes will change the team, but then KT still exists, right?
BNK plays the same way.
No matter how much you change KT, there's still KT, and so there's always some truth to the team that sticks with them.
Well, so far, the DN Freaks have been trying to find an identity with this new roster, and the main player that we talk about consistently has been Berserker, his move from North America, now on over here, and Here's the angle. Here's the angle here. If Berserker does not die in the game, they're 2-0. But if he has 1+ death, just 1, they are 0-14.
Just don't die. It's that simple. I think, honestly, we've been maybe a little critical of Berserker's teammates, but based on this statistic, it's clear it's 100% on him. If he doesn't die, it's in the bag.
I'm glad we figured it out before this Saturday Showdown. You know, maybe Berserker can be playing very safe today. It's incredible. I look at some of the games, like 7-1-6. He lost
11-2-4. Clearly his fault. Clearly his fault.
Like,
those 2 deaths.
7-2-11 against Nongshim. Like, what does this guy have to do? I mean, he's not.
He has to die 0 times.
Oh, right. You're right. Okay, I should have known.
Yeah, this is an Oxfax, which is why it's called the new Nexox. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that one.
Thanks, Ox.
That was a good
welcome.
one. Here's some of the gameplay that the Freaks have had, but we just kind of want to talk about the team in general. They play through Berserker up to a point, and then all of a sudden, they look like they don't know each other, or maybe that the comms are off. They aren't on the same page. Target selection isn't quite there, and it is very weird to see here from a squad with this much experience.
It's confusing as well, because if I'm being honest, one of the easiest roles to play around in the late game is the AD carry. Like, having a fed AD carry, there's a lot of compositions. We've seen it, like, throughout League of Legends history. You have a fed AD carry, you set up for him, you have a good front line, and he just does damage. It's like been such a straightforward strategy for a long time, and yet, really, they just keep opting into these situations that backfire massively. It feels like the coordination isn't there, the communication seems off. It's really hard to describe how many things seem to go wrong. And again, you've seen some of the score lines. It's not that they don't have a fed AD carry. They're succeeding in areas that, you know, often you think would be more difficult. And then when it gets to these team fights where everything's in favor for them, it just backfires.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not the AD carry's job to, you know, put the team fight together. He has to have good positioning and do his job well, but he needs a team or the enemy team to put themselves in a certain position to enable him to do his job, which in this one, you know, a bit of going a bit too deep here for DK, but also Diablo has been fantastic. I think his mechanics have been great, his positioning has been awesome as well, and he really deserves a lot of the hype that he's been getting recently.
How about that for a quote from a rookie, a true rookie? Rather than the rookie award, I'm going for the all-pro first team. That's awesome.
Interestingly enough, you can actually get both. So you can get the rookie award and you can get all-pro first team. So he could, you know.
Why not both?
Why not both? I do think going for all-pro first team, a lofty ambition, but, you know, you got to respect the confidence, which Ryu, he's confident. He agrees with it.
But hopefully he doesn't get overconfident. I wonder if he said that before or after.
He looks pretty overconfident. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Ryu.
Would it be funny if he said that after or before? He's, you know, I think both ways around would be pretty funny.
Yeah, but his play has been very ambitious, provocative at times, but it's paid off. And to have a rookie come in and just not really know where the breaks are has been very fun to watch, because a lot of times we see rookies come in and, you know, they're good until they make the mistake. And once they make the mistake, they turn back into a show.
I think as well, you know, we can't really talk about Diablo without talking about Kellen, because that bot lane 2v2 has been insane. And I think that's really been inspiring to see that even against good teams, even against really strong teams, they haven't been afraid to challenge in the 2v2 and find kills.
Yeah, again, you know, it requires a good support to create space for yourself. It requires a good team to set up the fights really well. And it just feels like BNK has been doing that a lot better. And I feel bad for Berserker. I feel like if he had his team in front of him setting up plays, he would be so good, because he can't do it alone.
Yeah, Diablo and Kellen, though, solo kills against both T1 bot laners, they have been just on fire. However, if we take a look at the history between these two players and their path to pro, the debuts for LCK around the same time, right? This season. Both through
LCS.
Both through.
Yeah, all pro for an unknown region.
Yeah, I only know the LTA, you know?
But as you can see, Berserker, Worlds experience, one in summer and spring 2022, 2023 with Cloud9, all pro first team multiple times, MVP over in the LCS, the artist formerly known as the LCS, and Diablo, his story's still yet to be written.
Yeah, I think the thing is,
he's the league in solo kills.
For all of you new fans of Berserker, you might not know that he used to be part of T1, the T1 organization. I feel like T1 is one of the best at finding really top talent, and a lot of the top talent wants to go to T1 for somewhat obvious reasons, and he is really good, partially because he was scouted by T1, but also just because he grew up in that system. And, you know, going over to NA for a while, he had a lot of success, and now he tries his hand at Korea, and unfortunately he's on this team. So
yeah,
excited for him, but you know, the season has been rough.
I was gonna say he did end up slightly outside of T1 in North America. You know?
He won
a little bit outside.
He won CL.
A little bit.
Well, for the DN Freaks, this is their best opportunity to get a win, because, as we said earlier, BNK FearX had expectations in their series earlier this week against Nongshim, and they did not look great. They didn't look good at all, and so maybe the form that BNK FearX are coming in to is prime for an upset.
I think prior to this week, I wouldn't have even thought this series would be close, but I feel like BNK FearX, their form against Nongshim, who admittedly are a strong team, but their form was off. And we saw a level of play from them that was a fair bit lower than they'd had in their recent series, which kind of makes me a little concerned and also gives some good hopes to the DM Freaks. There were definitely moments where I think Diablo in particular was trying to make things happen, but the coordination did seem to be lacking compared to what we've seen from them before.
Yeah, I think the thing is, when you beat T1, you know, you're going to get a lot of hype, and obviously T1 has been struggling this season, but BNK come off of that win, and then they go into this one, and a lot of us were expecting them to at least create maybe an upset still up against Nongshim, as Nongshim, as you mentioned, is still a very strong team, but they got 2-0 instead. So this is prime opportunity for DNF to say, okay, now's our chance. Nobody beats us 8 times in a row and take down BNK. If BNK are continuing to play like this, I think maybe DNF have a decent shot.
I think as well, like looking at the clips, you know, in a lot of these situations, Jiwoo is not playing that well, if I'm going to be honest. He did not have a good series, and despite the fact that I would say he was the worst performing AD carry, his team won, which kind of cements the fact that, like, yes, Nongshim played well, but they weren't playing flawlessly. This wasn't like a flawless Nongshim performance that got them the win. This was a lot of mistakes from both sides, and this BNK FearX not showing up.
I think that's a great theme for both these squads here. You've got these solid AD carries that you can tell in isolation look great, but you have to surround it with supporting cast and a dominant voice that can organize the gameplay inside the match. You see the moments where teams look lost, and the better teams in the LCK have been able to take advantage of it. One way to do that are substitutions. Here at the DN Automotive Freaks, they are making a swap in the mid lane, moving away from Bulldog, and in comes Pungyan.
I like that Pungyan gets a chance to play up against not Chovy. I think he is a really good player. He is, I'd say, one of the top 3 in CL, in my opinion. I think he's got a good shot at the LCK if you give him enough time, but not up against Chovy, right? And he plays a lot of very meta champs very well. His Talia has been one of his best.
I'm going to be honest, game 2 against Chovy, he was actually kind of handling him pretty well in lane. Like, it was Ari into Silas, so it's one of these situations where you should have pressure, but we've seen so many times where, like, Chovy just takes a matchup like that and runs away with it. But he was actually keeping him at bay. Obviously, they lost horrifically and the game fell apart after that, but for that brief moment, like, he was playing well, and I think he does deserve credit for that when going up against the best mid laner in the league.
Kuro over in Challengers has this quote for us about Pungyan. He's a great player with great skill shots, laning, and fundamental mechanics, which holds up to what Ox said earlier. But he often gets caught and killed by ganks because he tries to force fights for maximum advantage instead of avoiding them.
So he's a Challengers.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. That's all it says is, like, CL player. Like, he used a lot of different words there for that.
Oh, and of course, shout out to the production team here at the LCK. Yundo, a member of our team, also, was it like, what's the word? Also does observing. I was going to say...
Observes?
Yeah, sure. Observes in Challengers.
He's a LCKCL observer.
Yeah, it does say
I know. I was going to say another word.
I do love a budding octagon.
A budding octagon.
That's
from
so
the
good.
Challengers League. Laning phases are strong and solid, but when it comes to team fighting and pushing side lanes, he oversteps time to time, lacking details and concentration heading into late games. Thank you to both of our Challengers reporters here to get on into it as we take a look at the coaches and what they think coming into this match.
Yeah, I think Rapid started talking a bit about how it is obviously a really tough time, but talking about a bit on scrim performance, and I think maybe that's part of it, not reflecting the performance they're having in scrims as they are on stage.
And Ryu's just like, well, Vikla slept well, so I guess we'll win. By the way, our dorm is really close as well for any up-and-coming players who might want to join our organization. I'm not really sure what he's getting at there, but... yeah, there's no reason for them to be in bad shape.
All I'm going to say,
like they were on Wednesday,
is after Faker won the 2023 World Finals, he posted his sleep from the night before, and he has a sleep tracker, and he said he had perfect sleep. So maybe it is a bigger factor than we're giving credit to.
I mean, Ryu, very successful mid laner in his own right as well, and so he knows what it takes to be a great player. And sleep condition, very important, which is why I'm going with the BNK FearX International Esports Club.
Yeah, I ended up going with BNK FearX mostly because Team Freaks haven't won a single series. So
that's very brave, Vox.
Yeah, I did a lot of analysis. I looked really in depth, and then I looked at the standings and went, yeah, I think it's look at BNK FearX favored.
Well, I said no. Yeah, I went for BNK. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like DM Freaks this season. I think it's just they have the ability, but they're just not showing it, right? And I think that's the frustration of Rapid Star and the frustration of the players, because when they get into those team fights, they just kind of fall apart. They need to be solid.
Ultimately, every single player on this roster, apart from Berserker, has had better performances on this and has played at a much higher level. So we know they could be capable of winning a matchup like this. We just haven't seen it yet.
As an organization, BNK FearX are 5-0 on the Saturday Showdown. Let's see if they make it into 6 today.
DNF 오늘은 첫승 신고하고 싶었을 텐데 다음 주로 미룰 수밖에 없게 됐습니다.
그러니까 이게 일단 이기면 분위기 반전이 어떻게 될지 모른다는 겁니다.
그렇습니다.
눈을 뜰 수가 없나요? 이게 돌격입니까? 폭풍이 부는 겁니까? 디아블 강점이 연타로 나오고 있습니다. 어떻게든 내가 살기 위해서 상대를 그 아래 심연으로 꺾어내려야 됩니다.
넥스 화이팅!
DNF릭스 화이팅!
교식 DNF릭스 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025 and the Saturday Showdown. This is a big one, and a lot of talk has already started around Berserker, him needing to step up as the Nexus. But I think that perhaps he has zoned in to his StarCraft 2 game as the wrong race. He needed to be Terran, because this guy's gonna have to be a planetary fortress, my friend. It cannot just be a Nexus.
Yeah, but the problem is planetary fortresses are stationary, Atlas.
No, they're not. They can fly around.
No, when you turn it into a fortress, it gets tied to the ground.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
It just turns into a cannon.
Yeah,
It
but
can't
you can
move.
fly it around first and then put
Yeah.
it where you want. But a Nexus
Hey.
definitely can't ever move. So
No.
I don't know where the analogy was really going. To be perfectly honest, neither did I at the beginning of it. Let's have a look at the standings here as BNK DRX suffering a loss against Nongshim that I think a lot of us were surprised about. I think the form of BNK was looking a whole lot better moving into this week, and that was a little bit of a roadblock. We'll see whether they can right the ship up against the DN Freaks, because one big issue that this team has often had is reading patch notes effectively, and we saw that bit them a lot at the beginning of the week.
As we take a look here, the matches that have already passed are not very heartening. Some might say disheartening. When you
Yes.
look at losses against teams like Brion, like DRX and KT, and what I'm really looking towards is the 2-0s in those two
Yeah.
series, because those games were not unwinnable. You know, Genji, who cares? They 2-0 you, it doesn't matter. And then you look at it Homa Life and you're just wondering what is happening in this team, and we still don't know. I do like that Pyongyang does not just get to be the sacrificial lamb, he actually
Yeah.
gets to play the game.
No more fodder. Pyongyang is going to see whether he has got it in him up against some difficult opposition, I guess, in Vikla, who has been stepping up, to be perfectly honest. I've actually had a lot of my expectations dashed by this guy. I wasn't really thinking we were going to get much out of him, but has definitely looked better than I was expecting.
Which is crazy, because
Yeah.
Vikla had a lot of hype around him way back, then the hype died pretty quickly, and
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who watched Vikla a lot when he was in North America.
It didn't help.
And they have continued to have the same mindset of him not necessarily being all that good. And to be honest, I don't think he's quite got there and proven us wrong yet. As my goodness, you guys on Twitter definitely favoring BNK DRX. And as we can see here, it is very similar on the Korean side as well. I think even worse, in fact. Yeah, Neva has the DN Freaks at 6% of the vote. You would not become president with a vote like that, I don't reckon.
I don't think there's any scenario where that low of a percentage is good.
Yeah, I don't care what your system is of government and things like that. And I was about to get into like how the electoral college works, and I don't even know how that works. I'm Australian.
Maybe it's back to StarCraft.
Yeah, maybe we should go back there. That would make more sense. Or maybe it's back to LoL Park as we are welcoming our two teams onto the stage. See whether Dudu is going to pull it together this time around, whether Clear is going to find yet again a good performance here, much like he was in previous weeks. Starting off with the fist bumps, and Pyongyang up against Vikla here was a little bit timid in the fist bump, which I'm a little bit worried about. But we'll just have to see whether he can follow that up with a more dominant performance here up against BNK FureX. I think this needs to be an immediate bounce back. Otherwise, it's just going to be the sandbox story again, where we come out of the gate swinging, and then it is a wet noodle for the rest of the year.
And you don't want to be a wet noodle.
No.
Except when you're Nongshim, because then I trust it's bathing in great soup. You know, they can get away with it.
Yeah.
In their case, it's fine. That's their comfort zone. No one else should
Or
be that.
Humble Life Esports, because they generally just get it together for playoffs, so they can do whatever they want during the regular season, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that tracks. I feel pretty decent about Diablo's damage percentage because he's been performing really, really well, and it's cool.
Yeah.
And then you look at Berserkers, and I know he's first, but that's not a great... He shouldn't be doing 30% of his team's damage.
Yeah, and first in kill participation as well. These stats are lies.
First in kill participation for his team.
Yeah.
As the AD carry.
Yeah, and they're not actually lies. It's just the way you interpret the information. That shouldn't be taken as positive.
No, that's not good. That's not a good thing.
This CS difference of 14, though, for Diablo is extraordinarily impressive because that is just 2v2 stats. That's him and Kellen just playing out their lane better than their opposition. And they have been unbelievable. Kellen's story is one of my favorites of the LCK.
I was obviously being like, you know, I think Diablo's going to be good. You know what was his team fighting. The fact that him and Kellen are one of the best 2v2 lanes in the LCK, gapped Ruler and Duro, gapped both iterations of the T1 bot lane. I don't get it, but you know what? I love it.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense, but it's great.
And Kellen picked up POM as well. I mean, when was the last time we'd seen him even pick up a POG? Back in the day, he was barely, like, he'd have a few Renata games here or there, right?
Like
where
2023.
Yeah, throws down a hostile takeover and wins them the game, like when he was on DK. But otherwise, it's been largely him as a passenger and the rest of his teammates doing the work. This time, it's just him and Diablo. So incredibly cool. But that's enough of singing the praises of BNK. We need to see more out of DNF. We need to see the DN freaks actually step up because it was already mentioned, of course, Ryu was a very famous mid laner here in Korea, but so was Rapid Star. Okay? This guy, CJ Frost, back in the day, and I know, you know, he's not facing off against CLGEU anymore, but this is still a mid laner's battle as far as our coaching staff is concerned, and I think that there's going to be a lot glued towards the coaching staff because that is where the DN freaks can strike. Because it seems like 25.08 has not been a patch that Ryu has quite managed to download just yet. The drafting in their first series against Nongshim, I thought was, lack of a better word, appalling.
Know what you want, ideally, and I do think that there is a very clear style that BNK has kind of tailored themselves towards for what feels like 7 years now. When did Sandbox join the league?
Same time as Griffin.
Yeah, 2018.
Yeah, 2019.
Coming up on 7 years of BNK.
Wait, no, it was 2018. You're right. Yeah,
playing basically exactly the same style. Doesn't matter. They're like KT but less tragic. You know, KT's tragedy. This is more of a, I don't know, your preferred genre, comedy.
Yeah, it's
action movie, of course. There you go.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because KT have been a tragedy forever, so you're not still sad. It's like a dull throb that never goes away.
It's also, you know, a tragedy in the classic sense, not in the, because they're also good.
Yeah.
It's more you can feel the inevitable bad ending will at some point approach. A feeling that any KT fan will be very familiar with, as thus far we are seeing some very clear targeting towards Diablo, which is warranted given how well he's been playing. A lot of really good picks still open. Jace?
The Jace and the Rumble. That is sort of the big ones when we're looking towards the top side of the map. Will be the Rumble taken away? I think Dudu has been great at the champion, but his Jace is also pretty strong. And banning away both Rumble and Gwen does make things a little bit more difficult. Of course, Jace kind of not too worried about either of those matchups in particular. And there are options you can take into it. Will it just be the clear Scion once again?
Or is it clear Nidalee?
Ooh.
Because I thought that matchup was a little closer than it was, and then I saw it, and I no longer think that. So we'll see if that is what brings an end to the terror that Jace has brought to the top lane for the entirety of LCK thus far. But Zinzao, best jungler on the patch that is allowed to be played. Vi is the actual best one, but she's not allowed to be played.
Nope.
As we have seen countless times. And Jace does get locked in. Jace is there. It doesn't tell you anything. It's just good.
It is. You can... I think taking the Azir away from Pyongyang is a good move. Vikla has also been gravitating towards this pick, so it makes a fair bit of sense there. The other option I would have looked at was something like a Sejuani that you could then use and then maybe go for some double melee type situations. But Vikla has lost every single game he's played on a melee champion so far here in the LCK, so understandable that they're going to keep him away from it as Pyongyang undefeated so far on this Taliyah, and they will be locking it in. Taliyah Zinzao also a lot of power in that mid lane as far as that 2v2.
Pyongyang going to be happy with that. Picks up the Taliyah. Has been a really, really solid pick thus far on the patch. And it's also one of the picks that's good enough to still get... I don't know about that. I don't like that. That matchup is very rough in the early laning phase. And for DN Freaks, I know the laning phase have actually been pretty decent. I don't think you should try and play from deficits when your biggest weakness is turning leads into anything. And your team fighting isn't great. But that's what they're going to do is... Diablo still somehow, despite all of this, gets his hands on Azrael, which is great into what the DN Freaks have. As long as he doesn't get tagged by a stray ultimate from Dudu, going to be in a prime position in this game. The poke, the range. BNK feeling great now. Tank jungler for Raptor. Some engage for Kellen.
Yep.
That's a good comp.
And you've got a fair few options as well. I think maybe you could ban away, I don't know, Skarner's Edge. They could do something like that just to try and limit the tank options that Raptor has and make sure that Kellen can't go on to a range support and really just ruin their day on that bottom side of the map. But I don't know whether that will even be enough necessarily, because there is a lot still left open. There's the Nautilus to be taken away here.
I would like a Poppy ban. Raptor going to Poppy, I think makes perfect sense here. You're playing it into Ambessa, you're playing it into Zinzao. Obviously not able to actually win the duels against the Zinzao, but just not allowing him to jump into your backline uncontested. And it's a great combo with that Azir. So that seems to me like a no-brainer ban. Skarner is annoying to play into, but I don't think he's quite as oppressive as a Poppy can be, but it's going to be the Skarner instead.
Damn it, they were listening to me, but I think that you were right.
And the Poppy here also can still be swapped to support.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful lock-in. It's so clean. If BNK do it, they're going to look for the button, and there it is. Imagine just having an R4 flex Poppy that can go into either role that you have still left up. You could even go jungle Jace if you feel like, put Poppy in the top lane. You can't do that, guys.
Okay, you can't.
That was...
I was... For I parsed it for a second, like,
yeah,
wait,
don't do that.
No.
Don't even allow that to happen.
Well,
Azir jungle on the other hand. That
there has been eras of BNK where they played Azir top. Okay, we all remember Dove.
Yeah.
As Berserker, Hover Jin was like, I need to play a hyper carry, and I'm with you. I'm with you, Berserker. You do need to play a hyper carry.
Yeah.
Lock it in. Gonna be Leona, Alistair.
That's a Rel. Doesn't feel great into Poppy, but instead it's going to be the Nico.
I don't love that.
Yeah, picking the Nico face up is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I would have liked hard engage with that composition as well.
Yeah.
Because it makes it a lot more consistent. I think they still have great ways to start fights with either Pioshik or Dudu throwing themselves into the enemy team, but yeah. So you have... You're on blue side. You have one winning lane, and that's the Taliyah, and that's not a hard... Like, Taliyah shouldn't really stomp lanes,
It's an even
right?
lane,
You should be able to get prio. You're not really threatened by the Azir either. I think the Taliyah... But you have both your side lanes, I think, are hard losing, and you're playing into Poppy.
And you also make walls for Poppy.
Yeah, I don't love what DN Freaks have set up here. They do have great ways to enable Berserker, which that's kind of the go-to when any DN Freaks draft comes through. It's like, does Berserker get to play the game? If he can get through the laning phase, which the laning phase should be very rough, and they're going up against, and I think we need to, if you haven't tuned into any LCK, this is a factual statement, one of the best 2v2 bot lanes we have in the league at the moment.
I know.
Which, that's the objective truth.
And they're playing Ezreal Karma, which is just a whole lot of shove. Like, I share your level of worry, but I am also adding some pride to it. I'm very proud of Ryu for turning around what was some abysmal drafting in their previous series.
Really called
it bothered me a lot. It bothered me a lot. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay, we can work through it on this first game.
That's what we're going to do, and already things looking good. That's looking like an A+ from me. And on the side of the DN Freaks, a little bit more rough. Still, only game number 1. Let's get into it. See how everything goes.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wow, that Karma skin is just doing a whole lot of stuff. Lots of butterflies going on there. You love to see it. As Kellen already dancing around towards that bottom side. It looks like we're just going to have a very defensive start for both teams. Can the DN Freaks show us that this is not actually 2 losing lanes on blue side? Can they show us that instead, Dudu is just incredibly good at Ambessa and it doesn't matter that Clear is on the Jace? Are they going to show us that in fact, Kai'Sa Neeko can do some crazy things here in this bottom lane and not just get poked to death and die?
I want to defend DN Freaks a little bit, because the Ambessa in particular, and I argue the Neeko as well, to me feel like you're the coach, right? And your player is just like, Dudu has had actually a decent performance. It's like, I need Ambessa, I want to carry. I know the matchup is bad, I can get through it early, but I need to be on something with agency that I feel comfortable on. Because they've been losing so much, they are completely lacking confidence. Is that worth it? But that's not the mantra one though. So could have been worse. See when Kellen chooses to use that. That's where a lot of the damage is going to come from. There it is. Ooh.
Owie. Okay.
That for me explains the Ambessa. The Neeko though, I'm not so sure about. Obviously, it could have been an engage support and then they counterpick with like a Braum or they swap the Poppy. I still feel like that's not as bad because you get more guaranteed value. If this was a dive come from BNK, I think the Neeko makes sense. But it's Jace, Ezreal, and Azir. And Karma, like that.
There's a fair few disengage options.
There's a lot of disengage.
As the Blooming Bursts are at least doing a fair bit of work here, as my goodness, the poor little minion getting obliterated. Of course, Light Health Bar is actually not doing too badly. Kellen just continuing to be as frustrating as possible. His range support play has always been sort of the better in his wheelhouse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And so feeling pretty comfortable on the Karma right now, as we can see. Him and Diablo just continuing their reign of terror on bottom lanes throughout the LCK. This game so far not different at all. 300 gold is already the advantage that BNK FearX have actually put together. And as we watch this lane play out, you can understand why. Elsewhere, it is very even though, so it's just an advantage that's being picked up over here. Oh my goodness.
That's not going to get better. Like that's...
Yeah, we already kind of, we set the stage for this. The question, I guess, is, what's the payoff for putting up with it, you know?
The payoff for the Neeko. The Kai'Sa, to me, makes a lot more sense given how the team has played, right? Berserker is the one player on this team that's looked good. Kai'Sa has great carry potential. It's a good matchup into Ezreal once you get out of lane. I get that. Let's keep going back to this Ambessa and this Neeko.
Well, BNK are looking to try and kill Dudu here. Doesn't manage to get the heroic charge, and so Raptor is just going to book it out of there. Will allow him to escape. No flash burnt for Dudu, but you can see Clear still with teleport up and available. Doesn't have to sacrifice all too much, as he will be able to head back to this lane pretty immediately. You can see Ambessa hasn't been doing a whole lot of winning, but the teams that Ambessa has been played by have also not been doing very much winning, and I don't know whether it's necessarily been Ambessa's fault.
We've seen Mbessa really fall out of what was the first 3 weeks where it was every first game was Gwen Jace if neither or either were banned. And then the second one would be Mbessa Rumble or any combination of those. But the Mbessa has not looked very convincing. And I believe it's because her laning phase is not nearly as impressive as many of those other ones, right? Gwen, ever since her changes, is just an all-around beast. Doesn't really matter at what point in the game. Jace is really strong at any point in the game. Doesn't really matter what. And Rumble, just as it's Rumble. Yeah, he provides a lot of teamfight value. I do think his laning has gotten so much less oppressive. He's not really picked for that anymore. It's just the guaranteed teamfight win button if you get some good setup. Is Pungyan gonna see Kellen? He obviously is the only one that I think is feeling great about his matchup. He's just having a good time playing the Talia, trying to scale. And again, I think that Bulldog, unfortunately, like many players on the DN Freaks, has not been able to hold up to his own level that he set, the standard he set for himself in 2023, where he had weak moments, sure, but he also consistently had great moments, which we haven't seen any of this season.
No.
And I'm just happy, as Valdas also highlighted, we'll keep going back to this, that Pungyan gets to play an actual game and not play against the best mid laner in the world. That's nice. Now, that's a big win. It's not Chovy again.
Exactly. And Dudu's going to have his back interrupted, which is just annoying. You can see a demolished proc, so that might even just be 2 plates eradicated here. No cannon in this wave, so that one is just gone. And so this is what Raptor's been afforded, right? The bottom lane, a whole lot of pressure that Diablo and Kellen have been putting on, very even in mid, and it just means that he can kind of babysit clear and make sure that Dudu has no way of getting anywhere near this an advantage in this lane. That's going to spell some grubs here at the same time as BNK might lose a dragon for it. We shall see. Raptor already moving down, and it looks like Pioshik not going to be able to get in there as Pungyan in a little bit of trouble, but so is Vikla. He's going to have to go back home here. Win becomes lightning, and Pioshik going to be able to bully them away, but you can see Kellen fight. Well, they can definitely see Kellen. Just spotted on that Scryer's Bloom. There's Diablo moving back down towards the bottom lane, and it looks like we are just going to have this dragon ignored for the minute.
And neither team really wants to risk going too aggressive in on the Baron and getting punished. Pungyan did make sure that Vikla couldn't roam. Both of them not having the TP available. Pungyan with a slight lead should also be able to get this wave shot, and as Pioshik helps him with the reset. And Pungyan having his wall available does mean that he can a lot more easily join some of these fights, as looks like it's just a 2-for-1 grub exchange in the long run.
Yep. And no one being able to pick up an objective feat of strength just yet, as Diablo playing very aggressively. Actually throws down the barrier in that trade. Blooming Burst going to miss though. That does mean that at least BNK are going to win out in the damage trade.
He is really a believer in the school of Atlas. Just use the skill.
Oh yeah, as long as it's ticking, like the CD's ticking down, you're getting value.
Right there. That ult didn't hit anything, doesn't matter. It's a cooldown now. And with your passive, blast through that in seconds.
What if it had have hit though, you know, like...
Even more infinite value.
Exactly. Well, right now, it is very close to a Tangle Barbs. Not quite working out there as Kellen. So much value with the Mantra Q, as now Dudu having to try and get away from clear here, as the public execution isn't great. He's going to need another shot. Finds an auto. Needs another one though. There it is. And it's a first blood solo kill here on the top side of the map, as Pioshik's coming in, looking to try and see whether he can get a follow-up kill. That hammer boop's going to have to be necessary here, as level 6 has been claimed. Starts off with the ulti, pushes clear into the wall, and there's the boop away. Flash forward here from Pioshik, almost gets out. Pioshik is able to finish it off in the end. Sad for Dudu that there is not enough to get him an assist in that trade as well. Waited too long. And so it is still just kind of doomed for the top laner of DNF.
That's nice for Pioshik. It's a necessity to not make this game feel really, really sad for DN Freaks. But it's still not great. Clear's just going to be able to TP back. I want to see what the setup is here, because this must be a bait based on how insanely... Like, because we know Pioshik is towards the top of the map, but Dudu, why are you going in that early? It's Jay sitting on a serrated Dirk. You don't win this matchup early.
Yeah. It's the woes of Dudu in 2025, man. This guy, we know, has been so good in the past.
I just got it. After Keen has left, for all of his struggles, he has placed a curse on this position.
Oh no, it's defense against the dark arts.
It's everyone, because Keen, he somehow maintained his form. We never really thought about how he was able to do that. After all those years.
It doesn't get better here for Dudu, apparently. As Clear is going to grab yet another kill. Raptor very comfortably comes on over, finds the heroic charge this time around. And Pyongyang going to look to try and answer here as he throws the wall down, but I think he's just hoping that this experience goes to at least someone.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't Mbessa. I don't think the gameplay has helped, but we do...
They hovered Sion.
We do have to keep going back. At least with Sion, you get the waves.
And dying's a good thing on Sion.
Yeah.
I learned that in Europe.
It's true.
Yeah.
You can get away with a lot on Sion. Provide guaranteed value.
Okay, now Clear. Possibly under fire is going to spot Pyoshik as he makes his way over. Pyongyang not going to be able to get in there though, and there is nothing here to help tank this one up. As Clear is going to have to go back to base. But he's going to be able to trade positions here with Vikla, who just comes up to catch the wave. And now Kellen, looking to go aggressive here towards his bottom side of the map, has the Inspire movement speed, but he is just zoning. And Life now finds himself in a whole bunch of trouble. Voidseeker comes in, and there is the flash forward. Raptor already getting out of there, because cool guys, they do not look at explosions. They are often yordles with hammers. And that is more plates going on over to BNK DRX. Berserker at least gets down here to try and grab the wave, but oh dear, this is not great news. Look at Diablo still going forward, even with Pyoshik in the area. And Pyoshik, yeah, just kind of walking around in circles saying, I'm here to help, but he's not really able to.
Oh, Atlas, 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 Atlas. This is the feeling that you get when you watch your buddy tilt Q and you're like, you should have stopped 3 games ago.
Yeah.
Like all of this, right? The fact that Dudu's getting dove and Raptor making a consistent impact on the map. The fact that we see Berserker flash just to desperately stay alive as the Poppy is running towards him and then has to ult defensively just to not get murdered by Diablo on the PTA reel. The item spikes are done. Clear, by the way, who went for a Serpent's Fang first.
Huh. We're trading flashes for ult. That's probably good for DN Freaks.
Yeah, it's a good win. That's something.
Yeah, that was a whole lot of weird buttons being pressed.
It's a start, Atlas. I need more. Come on, DN Freaks.
Well, Voidseeker is at least going to hit that minion. Berserker is making money. He's very, very close as far as the farm is concerned, but you can see 500 gold in the lead is Diablo, and that is largely to do with the amount of crockery he has collected from that turret. And yeah, this does not get better, does it? And the Eclipse gets built, and then first item Serpent's Fang, like you were talking about, that feels terrible.
Yeah, and Bessa's already relying on her shield to get good trades. A part of this is Dudu. Part of this is also Raptor, and we get a, unfortunately for Pyoshik, we have not seen the Xin Zhao pay off. Maybe towards top now he can make something happen, but
see, may not have had that ultimate up and available if he hadn't have used it earlier.
Right. Has he used what, 2 ults since? Doesn't matter.
There we go.
Timing. Think back to the repercussions of that earlier play.
And you might say, well, he missed the first one. Yeah, but like he at least got to throw it.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
Diablo knows this.
And if it's there, up and available, then the cooldown could be like 400 years, and it wouldn't matter. You gotta put it on cooldown to make that one work. As heroic charge, and where did she go? All right, Keeper's Verdict is in, and it says that Nico is out, as is the rest of the DN Freaks. First turret will go down here as BNK grab themselves some feats of strength. They already had all of the kills, and they are able to lock down the turret as well. And this game is very quickly becoming
Atlas
impossible.
Life flashed.
Before your eyes?
No, I wish, but life flashed as he died there. I assume he tried to flash.
Yeah, he tried to flash to not get heroically charged, and then still got heroically charged.
And then the flash went off, and now he doesn't have flash for a re-engage.
But now it's at least ticking down, Because now if he doesn't need to flash for the next few minutes, then, he's still getting value of the flash.
But he didn't get value, though! Big in value, Atlas.
Whoa, public execution as Dudu looking to try and go for it here. Just gets a hammer as Voidseeker is not going to find. And Kellen in position here. So yeah, nothing really going to...
They were looking, I imagine, for a Berserker play because he had his ultimate available and they were pathing up top. They had Plasma stacked on him. But then they realized that Dudu doesn't do damage and Clear took basically no damage. And I think if Berserker ulted in, that would have been very bad news.
Well, now it's 5 grubs to 1 as well. BNK were also able to grab the 2 dragons as we continue on our obscene amount of Chemtech Drakes, Chemtech Souls that we've had here in the LCK.
You know,
4 minutes until that one.
Might be the only upside of this game if it continues the way that it has. Because there's been 1 kill, we don't have to have the perfect game discussion again, Atlas.
And it's the 1 grub situation.
Well, that's my point.
Well,
otherwise, you know that's what we would have gone to.
I know.
We can't let it rest.
Yep. Thankfully, there was that 1 kill. So it's not a perfect game, but it's pretty close. Definitely pretty close.
Yeah.
Perfect game.
BNK and the org as a whole has been a team that definitely we have given a lot of criticism over the years for playing fast and loose with their leads. They played fast and loose from behind as well.
BNK doing the let's make multiple plays at the same time thing. Vikla gonna have to flash. Get out of the way of that one. DN Freaks planning on defending the mid lane instead of top, and that means that Clear is able to come on over and take solo turret gold.
Pumyon is really trying. By the way, so many of these
Talia is really good, as that was a late steadfast presence here. Good knock up here from Goshik as well, as Raptor just flashes over the wall. He's able to get himself out, and I guess it's fine.
Runs it off. He has Hex Flash, actually enabling.
There we go.
Oh, and then they get...
Yeah, and they lose out of turret in mid for it. And top lane.
And also they're going to lose Herald.
Sometimes you make a play and everything goes wrong. And this is one of those times. DN Freaks now down about 4,000 gold as we tick towards 17 minutes in this game.
Yeah, in this first game of the Saturday show, it feels more like the Morning Massacre. Atlas, this
the Saturday Smackdown.
It's not good. It's not even like the BNK comp skills poorly. The only thing you could argue is that their engage can be a little iffy, right? If Raptor doesn't have flash, can be a bit telegraphed. But they have so much range. And DN Freaks, they lose the range battle. I don't think their engage is good, which with this comp can work if you are in control of the map. Because if you're in control of the map, you know, it's really easy for Ambassador to flank angles. You can deny vision. They have to walk into the traps of Nico and Talia. But they're down almost 5k gold.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Let's not exaggerate. It's 4.2.
There we go.
Yeah.
That sounds better. Doesn't feel much better. If we have a look at the results, because so far we are looking for another dragon. That'd be Soul Point going over to BNK, unless Kyoshik can get something done. Does manage to lock down the Raptor camp, and we know that Raptor does like Raptors. Now Dudu looking for an opportunity, doesn't find the ultimate though, unfortunately, as Clear still could be in trouble. Punyan coming on over, there's a Pop Blossom onto 2 Seismic Shove there at the same time. They have only just managed to take down the Jace. And the fight will continue. Diablo finding some autos onto Punyan here, as this is a very aggressive position for the Ezreal. Finally, Vikla makes his way forward. The rocks are on the ground, and he was still just biding his time. Up goes the Sun Disc. And BNK, they just lose their Jace, but still a good trade for DN Freaks.
I'll take it. That's a sign of life. They got Clear. Did have to invest a decent amount. Life's Flash, I do think, is very valuable for DN Freaks, so I'm not happy about that investment. But they're doing stuff. That's all we can ask for.
Yep.
They made a proactive play, went onto Clear, got his flash and took him down. So Clear, still his movement speed, able to sidestep the initial ult there, but then nice wall here. And again, Pumyon, he's trying. Drops the wall in time as well for Life to easily make his way over. Just nicely done there. And then follows up off the flick back, or the stun rather, with his flick back. I still think they lose Drake. The game is still not in a much better state, but we got to hold on to what we have.
Signs of life. Signs of life are important and definitely something that we want to see. No pun intended, of course. It's hard when life's in the game. As, yeah, Raptor and Diablo getting to work here on Soul Point. And that is one of the issues in going for a fight like that, using a lot of resources, because then you don't have those resources for when Soul Point is up and available. So now BNK with a whole lot of extra power, as Vikla almost able to grab that cannon. He didn't care about locking down Dudu. Now he's angry because he missed a cannon, as Kellen not going to be able to find the Q. And you're right, there is no turret. And he just puts the Ambassador on a leash. Raptor looking to find his way into the fight. But with some defense by the DN Freaks bottom lane, they're able to get the Poppy out of there. So
good escort.
Yeah, kind of all right.
Escort mission successful. Dudu does make it out.
Oh, Life finding the Tangle Barbs. He throws down the ulti. Pop Blossom's good, but Vikla just gets over the wall. That was a bit of a journey that he went on there. Like to see it. As Clear was in the meantime taking down an inner turret. Owie. Shock Blast would have hurt. Didn't actually land, so it's going to be fine. Kellen now in trouble as the wall comes on through. Flashes, still dies. Think that was definitely going to happen as Keeper's Verdict gets rid of one. Berserker has to flash to get out of the heroic charge, but now Pureshik is all alone in front of 4 people. He's going to have to flash himself, and now it's Clear that's in an awkward spot. This is a very strange scenario as there's a public execution, finds Diablo in the backline as the Sun Disc goes up and the seismic shove does go wide. BNK showing some cracks in the armor here in the mid game.
A little bit of funneling there by BNK.
Yeah.
In 1-by-1.
Not emphasis on the fun as well.
Well, it's fun for DN Freaks.
True.
Which is big, as they do in fact fight. This setup here looks a bit dicey, but thanks to the ultimate, Raptor is able to at least open the way to Berserker. Yes, Berserker flashes, which otherwise would have definitely meant the end to that fight. And then here, I imagine Clear's like, I'm dead anyway, so I might as well try to do damage, which I think is fine. The issue is that then the rest of his team also gets baited in, which ends up giving up Diablo's flash.
Yeah.
Which is a big win.
Every heroic charge was avoided, by the way.
Yeah.
Really, really nicely. Dudu able to dash out of it. The flash out from Berserker was great to start the fight. So the DN Freaks able to mitigate the value of this Poppy.
Guess what?
What's up?
Berserker hasn't died yet. The Nexus is still intact.
Oh, okay.
He's still here.
100% win rate. That's, I guess, why BNK were like beelining for him. They're like, we only need to kill him once, and then we definitely win the game.
They definitely knew about that stat.
Oh, 100%. And they cared about it as well. Our teams always do. As Diablo able to push this wave through, and it looks like Otacon is going to be the consideration.
That's a lot of pings, DN Freaks. I don't know about that.
Raptor's got a cool knapsack as well.
Well, Clear is on the other end of the map, and Clear doesn't have TP, whereas Punyan does.
Well, DN Freaks on vision here. As Pureshik looking to clear some of that out. But with Diablo setting up in mid, will mean that the DN Freaks going to have to answer this wave that is going to march on down.
Oh, Raptor went Trailblazer. That's kind of cute.
Pureshik going to get pushed back here by Vikla, but maybe Vikla didn't like that decision. Pop Blossom is on to 2. The wall coming through as well, but the Nico is already dead. Just a little too early is now Punyan having to deal with Diablo. The flash has to come out, but once again, Dudu is surgical with this public execution. Still, Diablo is going to survive. Oh my god, the Raptors almost killed him. Raptor, you have to be so careful. Okay.
He should know! His name is Raptor!
Exactly! Maybe he was like, well, I'm a Raptor. I can talk to the Raptors. They will not mess with my friend.
He did the Chris Pratt movie, you know? He's like holding up the hands. Whoa, calm down, And then...
Jurassic World, that documentary was fantastic. I loved it.
I know, riveting stuff. And it worked.
You know, there's a new one. There's a new one coming out, narrated by David Attenborough. It's going to be fantastic. The next season of the Dinosaurs documentary, it's very, very
You're
cool.
completely losing me, Atlas. I've only watched the one, Jurassic World movie. The rest, I don't know if they're worth it.
No, this is an actual documentary.
Okay,
let's have a look at the replay.
Losing me. The fact that Diablo stays alive here is painful for the DN Freaks, but doesn't really change the fight, even if he ends up going down. The damage was already done before that. And whereas that engage from Life was very good, there was no follow-up. So then the question becomes, was it a good engage if there's no one there?
Yeah, it would have been a good, like, a practice tool engage, you know? And then the feedback would be, oh, now it'd be great if you found the right time to go for it.
Yeah, I can really relate to that.
Yeah.
I've played a bit of support, and I'm like, oh, I'm going in, and then I hit the hook, and I'm like, hell yeah, and then I look, and there's no one near, and they definitely
It's like playing Hekara. You know, you find the sweet onslaught of shadows, and then you notice the rest of your team is actually 7 screens
they turn
away.
on you and 2-tap you because you're a hacker. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, I got a 5-man. It's heroic charge, but Raptor is now having to deal with everyone. He runs really fast, so he's able to get out.
Speedy.
Yeah, the knapsack and the phase rush really helping him out here. As Pioshik's on vision, starts up the dragon here for BNK. This is Soul, remember?
It's kind of doable, but Pioshik is low.
Oh, Pangyan, we're looking for the wall. And he throws it down. It's in an odd position. He wants to lock down Kellen, but he has flash. As the keeper's verdict is just going to be thrown. Raptor, can he keep him out? No, he can! Oh my god, somehow it's Viklo that locks down the dragon. Not sure how that really worked here as Dudu gets over the wall, just trying to escape other DN Freaks. His life once again. That's a great ultimate, buddy, but it's just not going to help you at all.
I was half expecting Diablo to flash over that wall the way he's been playing, but instead...
How did the Drake stay alive with like 3 health for so long? That was so stressful.
I don't know. Apparently, Diablo lived with 2 health in the previous Raptor play. I think the Drake hits the same. So here, the call from DN Freak is we're going to turn on Kellen. We don't think we can get the Drake
and health.
Yeah, as it is picked up by Vikla somehow.
Well, it was because Pioshik was kept out. The steadfast presence timing was really good by Raptor.
Yeah, which was Raptor also whiffed his ult, but then kind of clutched it afterwards, which was an interesting sequence of events. But then this is where we're really starting to see the very deep-rooted issues for DN Freaks, because why are Dudu and Pioshik not in the same comms as the rest of the team? Like, this keeps happening.
Yeah.
We have Pungyan and Berserker who are very clearly wanting to be a part of the fight, and they just don't. They don't find an angle. They're not given an angle. Now you're playing into a Chemtech sold up poke comp with Karma.
Ooh, speaking of Karma, Glass Cone is going to come on through. Great knock up there from Pioshik to try and interrupt it, but still Mega Cone is going to get enough distance. Merca's almost just dead as Diablo walks out of the seismic shove. He only E's forward, man. I've only seen him E towards stuff he wants to hurt. That is how this guy plays, and I am absolutely loving it. So is he. 1.2k, the gold advantage just between the 80 carries. True Shot Barrage. Oh,
come on.
Really tempted to just go straight back home. Remember, Ruinous Archon is up and available. BNK FureX have 4 Drakes. And so it would be a lot of power if they were to lock that one down. I kind of just want to see the extra statistics they're able to put together. Instead, they're going to go for this inner turret. Pungyan comes on over, but it's not really going to help them. It goes down once again. The E forward, obviously. Heroic charge finds an angle onto Pioshik. He does have the ulti, but they all get into the circle. Diablo just able to take him out, and the seismic shove does nothing. It's another kill for the Ezreal as we zoom in on a possible teleport ward. But you've got 2 dead. You're just not going to really make anything happen.
Did life die off screen? That was just Pioshik, right?
Was that we were zooming in on a corpse? I thought we were just zooming in on a ward that someone could teleport to.
There's too much happening, and none of it is good for DN Freaks.
Oh, did life actually transform into a ward and then died, and then it's the corpse of a ward that we saw?
I don't know, but I do.
We're going to have a look at it one more time.
There you go, yeah.
Aha. So this was just life sandwiched. Yeah, so we weren't looking at the ward. I should have looked at the lady in a chameleon suit. Makes more sense.
Not much to say. BNK are monstrously far ahead, so they just go in. Look at Diablo here as well, by the way. Like, the fact he's just in forward into that circle to kill him, then sweet little sidestep there.
Yep.
To make sure.
He's been frontlining all game.
Wait, even if he gets flicked back there, like he has flash, he's barrier, and he has a Karma with heal, so he would never die. The fact he doesn't get hit by it, I respect that.
Pop Blossom comes through. Raptor's now in potentially a bit of trouble as Clear dives on top of Berserker. He knows exactly what his target is. The Q is on the floor and he gets a double! What the hell, Raptor? That was obscene! And now it's Diablo's turn, chasing after Pioshik here. He's got a red buff. It is ticking, and I don't think that this Xin Zhao is going anywhere. Yeah, he's just going to stand still because he knows that he'll just have absolutely no way to do anything. This could just be game, set, and match as Vikla diving on to Dudu, throws away the ulti because, yeah, you may as well. Some Conquering Sands coming down, but he doesn't really need to conquer the Sands. They're looking to take down the Nexus, and that will be taken out. Pungyan, unfortunately, going to suffer a loss on his Talia, but not before killing Diablo, and possibly keeping this game alive.
They can hold.
All right, never mind. Winnable.
No, it's not. Because you know who just died? Berserker.
Huh.
Is the one death.
Oh no!
It's GG.
Oh, I didn't even realize that was his first
That
death.
was the first death.
Oh, that is catastrophic.
I get why DN Freaks try to do this, and I would pose. I don't think Jace that builds full of fatalities should be this tanky. That seems like that should not be a
Look
thing.
at that second proc of the Q.
The Q,
from Raptor.
yeah, it was juicy. He's you know, Sunlit Sky, a decent amount of damage. He's good levels.
Yeah.
But yeah, Claire,
Oh,
not the best target.
Being all sneaky here as DNF going for that desperation Baron. You'll
I
also
respect
see
it.
True Shot Barrage just used to check the Otacon. The rest of the team going to be here.
The
Piotrek
minion
goes in. All right, yeah, Life looking for that angle. Does find the double Pop Blossom here as Raptor. He's pretty tanky, but he's not quite tanky enough. Vicla's like done with this game almost entirely. Is a public execution going to be used onto Diablo? They're just trying to buy time though. Diablo wanting to take down whoever he can, whichever straggler they can find. Pungyon will get on over here though, as now Vikla needs to work out what he wants to do. Is it going to be kill the Talia? And the answer is yes. And now with one extra super minion here in the mid lane, Life, you're not going to survive that, buddy. And one after the other, they are diving forward. Oh, the Void Seeker would have been the end of him. Duke does find the angle though. And once again, you're exactly right, Chronicler. They can indeed hold.
We might have given up on DN Freaks. Baron and Elder are up.
I'm looking at my hands. I just can't see the game on them, you know?
But
it's still going. But it hasn't appeared on my hands yet.
I think it might. After this replay.
Would you say that we do have a game on our hands?
Well, if they get Elder and or Baron, yes.
All right, let's have a look.
B&K clearly think that this game is over, which is understandable given how a lot of these have played out. Is Berserker gets the ult there. I feel like we could have just backed off when Raptor was taken and played a little slower. Also, the fact that no one is there to cancel the backs is actually a really big mistake here for B&K. Like, imagine if you have just Karma canceling those backs. Like, they can end.
Yeah.
Because if Berserker doesn't make it back, there's no shot. Okay, so they didn't get either of the objectives. I take it back.
There are three that are still up.
There is still no game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I didn't see it on the hands.
I was kind of fake because they were pinging that they were actually going to make it.
They were pinging that there was game on their hands.
If they got one, there would be game.
Well, they're gonna look for an Elder. It's gonna be an honest 5v5 though.
Nexus.
They
have an open Nexus. Not the Soul! Not the Elder for Nexus!
I mean, Clear is already in. He's like, all right, well, that's going to be a Mega Cone as he flashes in, but it's still Piotrek that's able to lock down the Dragon. Heroic Charge just to buy a bit of space. But you can see... The turret! Yep, the turret is going to respawn. The teleport going to be used to get on top of it, and both inhibitors are back up. They are completely trolled. It's like Death at Worlds, ladies and gentlemen, as are the stakes here in this Saturday showdown.
There's game!
It's blurry, but it's there. It is definitely there.
They get Elder. They get Nash.
And Otacon for all of that
they
great
get Elder,
value.
Nash, and Otacon.
Oh my God.
Is maybe this is how it needs to be for the DN Freaks run to Worlds. You know, this is going to be the turning
This is
point.
the start. Oh my God. The fact that Clear, like it's respawning, there it is. And now he just can't even hit it anymore. Oh, this is so obscene. Okay, in picture, now in live, we have the Baron being taken down. The DN Freaks, that is going to spell a gold lead, baby! As soon as this turret is taken down. This should not be happening. That's all I got. Look at the fancy disco lights around the DN Freaks right now as they've got Elder and Baron. 1 more minute with both of the buffs. Gold is even, but I think that as far as mentality is concerned, B&K are on the ropes.
So the funniest part to me is that I still think B&K's comp is very good, and they might still win this game.
You know how teams here
But-
at the LCK often try to emulate T1? Do you think maybe they studied Game 3 of yesterday a little bit too hard?
Could be. I'm trying to think of the right phrasing. I'm trying to think of the right analogy of like what is.
I feel like that's been a whole job this game.
What is happening this game exactly? What is transpiring? What are we witnessing? And I think it.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? You know how sometimes in the morning you wake up.
Yeah.
And you're having.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Some mornings I don't.
Some mornings you get woken up by one thing or another. It can be a cat, can be a pigeon living on your balcony. Many different things that can wake you up in the morning.
Life is not very good at walking with the rest of them. I think hasn't watched Star Wars, doesn't know that Sand people do tend to walk single file to hide their numbers.
And you spill your glass of
yes.
coffee, or your drink of choice, so tea, water, milk, I don't know what you have in the morning, and you spill it, and you're like, well, it's annoying, but I'm not gonna let this ruin my day.
Yeah. Then everything else tries to ruin your day.
And like you start getting more and more frustrated with it because you're like, I said this wasn't going to ruin my day, but guess what? It has. It has ruined your day. It's about to ruin your game.
Well, now you've got Clear, who's continuing to try and split push. That is going to be the game plan here, as B&K not going to be able to defend their bottom inhibitor turret. And Clear realizes that he's going to have some buddies heading on over. And now Elder has worn off. We got 40 seconds left on the Baron. 5.6k Red Bull Baron power play. That is 4,000 gold in the lead for the DN Freaks. But when this buff wears off, it is still Chemtech Soul. It is still feats of strength. It's still all of that cool stuff that B&K has that does put them in an advantage as far as the money is concerned, or the stats are concerned.
Their comp is also still good.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like they don't have scaling power. But you know
the mental damage.
What makes all this worse is if you just hadn't kicked over your glass.
Yeah.
It
comes back to the spilling the
fault.
Yeah.
And B&K, they spilled their drink. They had a lot of opportunities to play it out cleaner, and they didn't. Right? You're talking about maybe the third try of going objective for Nexus.
Yeah.
Might not have been necessary, but that's the game we're in. And now, DN Freaks. I'm not gonna lie, I need them to win this game now. If they lose this one, I think it's just
I don't know what my waters are necessarily saying about this series in general, but definitely about this game. I don't even really know who's in prime position.
I don't want to know. I just need DN Freaks. If they lose after all this, that's just it. That's too much. I can't handle that. You know, I'm a very sensitive guy. That's going to be too much for me.
Well, they're going to look for the Otacon, and that will likely just be theirs. It's not the most valuable. They will be able to get a whole bunch of petals from it. That's going to help them out. 4 items now completed for Dudu as well. I mean, Clear he's about to finish his last one, but still, this game, it will continue. 40 seconds, it's another Elder. We need second Elder, and that will decide this game. And so Pyoshik just needs to do it again. He just needs to find the smite angle.
Okay, he is playing into Poppy, so that it shouldn't be a 50-50. And B&K have set up in the pit. They're at the ready, but they need to beat DN Freaks in the straight-up fight. But this is what you want to do with this comp. You have the range advantage. Just sit there, slowly prod. Deny any engage. Diablo, we need you to chill just a little bit. No E-ing in.
Oh dear, well, Voidseeker is going to find the Ezreal. Pongyon going in, not sure about that one. Flash out from Kellen, not wanting to tempt fate there. As he eats the honey fruit, my goodness, gets all of his health back. As now, minion waves being taken out on both sides of the rift.
Pongyon!
Oh yeah, Diablo taking a lot of damage, and you can see Pongyon really doing a lot of damage at this point in time. DN Freaks.
They've reversed positions?
They have?
Okay, do not try to end the game again, B&K. Okay, there's no wave, they're not going to.
Yep.
The poke from Berserker actually starting to...
Oh dear, there's a heroic charge, but no follow-up on the Dudu. True Shot Barrage also going wide here As Berserker makes his way over, teleport in. That's going to bring Punyon back into the fight once again, but Dudu is in a lot of trouble. And there is a Pop Blossom, but it's not going to find Diablo life. He went for the Hail Mary as there is the public execution, but it's onto Diablo in the back line, and there's no one following up. Empress Divide onto 2. The stopwatches are being broken all over the place as Life takes down Vickler, and somehow Punyon finds the shove to possibly win them the game. The flash over from Pyoshik, the seismic shove once again onto Clear, but Berserker's in trouble, and Raptor finds him. Look at the base! It's another one, and Punyon may have just won DN Freaks this game 1.
적을 처치했습니다.
They've done it! They're winning a game!
Look, there is game everywhere, all over these hands, and it's all coming up DN Freaks. I don't know whether I like it. I don't know whether this is the kind of game that we want here in the LCK, but it is damn entertaining, and the DN Freaks, they deserve it.
As it turns out, all Punyon needed was not to play against Chovy. Who could have known? Who could have known, Atlas?
Yeah, they
But that
also
was the
needed
problem.
about 17 different throws in the mid game. Chronicler, that certainly helped out as well. Oh dear. This is one of those times where as a commentator, you really just want to focus on the winning team. That's the best way to go about it. You just think to yourself, wow, DN Freaks, so tenacious. You know, they stayed in it. They did their very best to make sure that any opportunity that there was to come back into the game, they were able to utilize it. And as we pan over BNK FearX, I would just prefer not to comment.
Stop comment.
Stop comment. Oh, what a time to be alive.
I think it's very warranted that DN Freaks was like, wait, what? We won? They're looking kind of shell-shocked.
Yeah?
That's a gold graph.
That's a beautiful gold graph. DN Freaks with 5,000 gold in the lead, but they were down 8K in that game. This was one of the most colossal throws that we have seen ever
Thus
in the
far,
LCK.
Today.
Yeah.
There might be more.
What will the next game bring, Chronicler? That is such a good question. We're likely going to have a side switch, but beyond that, we have absolutely no idea. Time for us to now take a short break. When we come back, the space is going to break that game down. Good luck, guys. We'll see you for game 2.
형들
너 거기 또 괜찮냐? 나 이거
걸렸다.
나 이거 퍼피 괜찮아 괜찮아 퍼피 높을 퍼피 높을
나걸 거다 이거 우리
나걸 거야 나 걸 거야 나 걸 거다
아지도 봐도 된다.
나 괜찮아 나 괜찮아
이거 이제요. 이제 높을 하나 높을. 갈수 있냐 갈수 있어.
이제 높을 이제 높을 거의 너무 빨리긴 해.
아 2초. 얘들아 이거 아지 높을 있거든. 높을 아지 높을 붙을게.
나 2초 올게.
많이 잤어. 앞에 천천히 봐줘. 맞아. 제트 맞.
레이스 높을 레이스 높을
걸어야 돼. 나 높을이야.
레이스 맞아야 돼 레이스 높이 높을이야 둘 다 높을
오케이.
둘 다 높을이야 둘 다 높을 맞아 죽지 마 둘 다 높을이야 둘 다 높을 얘들아 직관을 올라가
What happens when a stoppable force meets a movable object? Well, you get a Nexus trade fail, an Elder Dragon into an Elder Dragon bait, 2 Barons, and a couple of failed pushes, and a DNF win. This is not the first time they've won Game 1, so job not done, but what a job it was.
It's great to see 2 teams cooperating so well. You know, DN Freaks doing their best to try and win, BNK4X doing their best to try and lose. You know, it took a shared effort from these 2 teams.
It's very nicely done. BNK, they had multiple times where they could end the game and just group up or not get caught out, but instead, they gave DNF a chance. And I think that gave us a really great game here for Game 1. It was kind of like what we saw yesterday from T1 and DK, except just a couple rungs down, you know. But it was still fun. It was still a fun game. Not for BNK.
Let's get into it with the draft. You guys wanted to highlight the Ambessa and the Poppy here, Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, I don't care that the DNF Freaks won. The DNF Freaks, wow. The DN Freaks won. I don't think that Ambessa's a good pick here. Chronicler talked about it. It loses lane to Jace. It doesn't nearly have as much power, and I think that Dudu's been leaning on this a lot, and he leaned out in again, and they were going to lose, and he did lose his lane. It happens, but they did end up with the win. I just don't think it's a good pick into Jace specifically, and right now.
I thought the Poppy pick here was so good because it functions as a flex, and you know they end up going the Kai'Sa, but normally you want to pair Kai'Sa with a melee engage support. There are lots of options available, like the Rakan, like the Alistar, but you can't really pick them into the potential Poppy support. So they go Nico, and then we get Karma Ezreal, which hard destroys Kai'Sa Nico in lane. It's a really favorable matchup. I'm not a big fan of the Nico paired with the Kai'Sa, so you ended up with a really good bot lane matchup. You put the Poppy in the jungle, which is completely fine. Everything seemed to be going great, and also the Nico like finished the game 2-8-6. Like, it was not a great game for the Nico. I feel like, you know, I was ready to come out and say, yeah, BNK4X got a big draft advantage. We already felt like they were the favored team. This one's in the bag. It was in the bag, but the bag ripped to the bottom, fell all over the floor.
Well, one thing that they did not know, as we brought up a lot of stats earlier today, Pungyan. Let's take a look at it. Boom! 8-0, 100% on Taliyah. A little bit of research would have gone a long way. They were, I think, on the cast, Chronicler said, yep, taking away that Azir, pretty good. No, they gave him the secret weapon, which obviously got us to this 32-minute Elder for Nexus trade that we've seen multiple times go to failure.
Yeah, this certainly was a decision of all time. So trying to go for the smite steal in this situation and losing, and now obviously you're in a terrible position to fight, especially since your Fed Jace isn't here. And what did the Fed Jace get up to?
These things respawn now, by the way.
Yeah, didn't read the patch notes at the start of the year, and he's like, oh, okay, I can't end the game actually, and this Taliyah has Elder, and I'm just dead. So they were definitely like more than strong enough just to play for the Elder. Like they were definitely capable of doing that. This was, you know, before, like, things had been messy, but you know, they were more than comfortable to be able to take the Elder, but instead they try to go for the backdoor attempt, don't respect the respawn timings, and this was the beginning of the end for their chances in this game.
They had a fed tanky Jace with Chemtech Soul. Okay? They were not killing him even before the Chemtech Soul. After the Chemtech Soul, they were never killing them. I do agree with Ox. I think that BNK should have just fought for the Elder and not gone for the weird and wonky plays because they were still in this game, and I think they kind of lost the plot on this one.
And here's the final fight. It's a mess all over the place. I kept my eyes on Berserker, even though he had already died once already. We flew the stat 0-14 when he died once here. Able to escape, and the team cleaned up the fight here. It was awesome to watch.
And the difference was the previous clip, they were really far behind, but they're actually equalized, even overtaken in gold by this one. You know, we don't see huge value from the Nico ult. The Ambessa catches on to the right target, and we see it getting very scrappy, but it just feels like the backline from BNK4X not really getting the damage down to the right members. You see Pungyan just over the wall, firing cooldowns again and again and again, gets that huge shove that really clutches his fight.
Yeah, I mean, he takes out Diablo, right? And that's kind of where they win it, essentially. And he didn't stop there. He got another shove, another great amount of damage. His positioning was perfect. You know, you might expect Challenger League players to just kind of run their face into it, but this guy knows and understands how to play Taliyah, and it was very obvious in that fight. He was always at the perfect range, always safe the entire time, even throughout the entire scrap. So he's my POM
I mean, these games are going to be great to VOD review, I think, in practice. But to try and recompose on both sides for game number 2 and potentially game number 3 if you're BNK FearX has got to be so, so tough. One more stat for you. Boom. 0-14 at the beginning of the day. Now 1-14. Pow!
Yeah.
Look at that update. Great job, Yundizi.
Huge.
6.67% here for Berserker, and more importantly, a 1-game winning streak for the DN Automotive Freaks.
Wow.
Not done yet, though.
Is it a streak if it's just one game?
Yes. If you go look up on stats websites, what does it say?
1-game winning streak.
1 W.
It does say that, yeah.
It does
says
say
that for us as
1W.
well when they get 1 win or 1
Stats are never wrong.
They're
Stats
always right.
Are never wrong, which is why the score is 1-0. So I will, for sure, send it back to Atlas and Chronicler for game 2.
Did you have to? Like, you could have kept it, I reckon. I'm down for, like, why don't we just, they can do it. Maybe.
They cost.
This was too stressful.
Atlas, are you
It
okay?
was too stressful, Chronicler. That game, should have been BNK being clean and just winning, and then they didn't. And now I don't know how to feel about things anymore.
Well, I would say we can talk about it.
Look at this guy. So many tickets. Just really desperate for a DNF win. And maybe, just maybe.
One
it's
day.
today.
One day has to be the first day.
Yeah. His sign said, don't give up. And you know what? I reckon he's further from giving up now than he was before the last game. All right, let's jump into the draft here for game number 2. BNK FearX now have themselves a blue side. It didn't stop them from getting a phenomenal draft advantage in game number 1. So I don't know even whether it's going to be an advantage
What do you
moving
mean?
into the second game.
They lost the game. Better
Yeah.
if you win the game, you have the better draft.
Yep, your Nexus is still explodable, however, if you have a better draft.
No, no, I mean DNF had the better draft.
Are you
'cause they won the
talking
game.
about outcome-focused assessment?
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
So
my
we were-
friend Daniel Orks Harrison taught me about that.
Because we were criticizing DNF, and clearly we were wrong because they won the game, so the draft was fine.
Yeah.
So I think you need to chill, Atlas.
I do need to hold my horses, as it were.
You know that your waters are getting notoriously dangerous. Whenever the Atlas waters are mentioned, people are like, oh God, we're about to be in a situation. I don't know what situation, but there will be a situation.
Yeah. Maybe a game on the hands situation. That's what we got into in the last one, and we'll see whether that is going to continue. As the Gwen has still not been banned, it's probably going to be banned here, though, isn't it? Yep. Gwen, and then first pick Callista in to lose the game could be the option for the BNK FearX team.
But Poppy and Talia are already gone.
True.
So that does, I do really think that makes it. No, what is also gone is Nico. So you're basically now forced as DN Freaks to go like what? Ash Renata?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to pick Ash, but I do think you have to pick Renata. And picking Renata blind, I don't think feels good. But trying to go up into Callista with no Talia, no Nico, and no Poppy is not something that I think you'd want to do.
I think you do have to pick the Ash. Because otherwise you can play the Callista Ash lane. Like that's still possible.
I guess they could. Yeah, I don't think they would though. I don't. If Callan plays Ash, I think you're fine. I think that's okay. I think you can deal with that.
Well, Skarner is going to be the lock-in here for Pyoshik. And we'll see. There's not, like, that's the 2 premier tank junglers now taken away. The Poppy was played in the last game as well as, I mean, I think we kind of knew this was possible. Whether it's a good thing or not is still definitely up for debate.
It's gonna happen because this is, as you're saying, Atlas, it is a no-brainer. But
Yeah.
is Callan playing Ash support?
Or it's Kellen playing Callista support.
I'd rather have Callan on Ash support. I'm very confident in that. You know, I'd rather have Callan on, yes, than on Callista support.
I didn't have any feelings. They're gone. They were used up in the last game. Rise is going to be locked in.
Atlas,
Don't know why.
You can have more. You could have more feelings.
Nope.
No,
They're gone. My feelings left.
They're all gone.
They've left. They've gone.
All right. Clearly, you are in denial right now. We'll delve into that when we get to the actual game. That's okay.
My therapy session doesn't start until we're on the Rift with Dr. Chronicler.
Oh my God.
We are Dravenardering Okay, well, that's going to be a difficult lane to play out for BNK FureX.
I don't think you feel good about the Ashe Kalista, seeing as how it's panned out.
Unless...
And I think Rapid Star is also like, oh, that's not great. Unless
you just win.
Okay. But you could have an actual thought.
No, there's no actual thought. Actual thought need not apply to this series. Real analysis, things like predictions about things that should happen. No.
We're outside the realm of...
not apply.
All right. I'll follow you on that one. I don't know why we're blinding Rise.
Realm Warp lets you move around the map.
I need to focus on this draft. There are so many. We keep getting sidetracked. What do you mean? I know what the ability does.
Yeah, that's why they picked it. They want to warp around the realm.
Well, clearly they do. You also saw the Ashe support coming. So Nara gets locked in here, or gets banned here.
It all makes sense to me,
which
chronically.
I wonder if they want to... Are they going to blind top here? I really hope they don't, because you can just pick against the Rise, which you know where it's going. There's a flex potential where the Rise could obviously go top, but I don't think it's likely.
Pyongyang has played a whole bunch of stuff in Challenger thus far. The Jax is going to be the ban away here up against Dudu. That is an Ari consideration. It doesn't make me feel all that excited seeing Ari Skarner locked in.
Ari Skarner, not so much. Ari, Draven, Renata, though.
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
That feels
feels all right.
I like that a lot.
Okay, what is the rounding out of this composition for BNK FureX? I want Viego and Camille. I think that is the optimal... this makes me feel less good, because double magic damage in the 2v2 in mid-jungle doesn't feel fantastic, but I guess you're against Ari Skarner, so...
yesterday was fine. Yep. Ended up working out, and we did also...
more for the matchup rather than the comp.
Yeah, it's also Owner having one of the best Lilia games I've ever seen.
It was probably one of the best sleeps we have ever seen in the LCK.
Yeah. I think that one sleep mattered a lot, as it's going to be clear on his Renekton. And then
this is what Doran did yesterday as well.
I know. No, Dusante, no. Not even Keen plays this champion
this is
anymore.
a don't Sante. This is
it's
not a do.
It's a don't Sante. No. I don't think that matchup is great. You're playing into a good amount of percentage of... And the buffs. Think of the buffs.
They need more early game damage. That's what they need. Just play all for the first cash in on the Draven. This feels not great.
You know what this comp... Now, this comp is legitimately Berserker.
Yeah.
Please. Berserker, please. Please, Berserker. Please carry us. Please. Pretty please. We have...
Is that what's written down in Rapid Star's notebook right now?
We have two frontliners. Okay. We have someone whose entire job is trying to get you your money. Okay.
Yep.
And then we have Renata to make sure that even if they engage on you, they can't kill you. You're going to be okay. Please, Berserker. We need you to carry us again.
Berserker, please, please, please. Berserker, please, please, please.
That's the comp.
Wow. It's a long-winded title, but it is one that really does get the point across.
It's like the light novel titles, you know, the manhwas that are just 15 lines. Like,
the light novel is in fact the title.
I went from the LTA back to the LCK, and now I'm stuck in 10th place, and I need to get out of there.
So I'm going to play Draven, and I am going to get a cash out at 10 minutes, and then I am going to win us the game with a full item in advantage.
6 seasons, 500 episodes, banger.
Yeah. No filler in that one either. It is
no filler.
No filler. It's all just poignant conversations and incredible action. We're going to see that. We're going to get a bit of a taster. I still think BNK have a great draft. I think that if the Draven doesn't pop off, then it's doomed for the DN Freaks. But what I think does not matter in the slightest for this series. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go on a journey together, shall we? It is time to delve into, once again, the twist-laden narrative of BNK FureX taking on the DN Freaks. Take it away, Chronicler.
Oh no. The line "take it away, Chronicler" has never been uttered after anything good happening.
No, it's often when I just don't really want to talk about it anymore.
So, drafts. We have a very strong top 2v2 for BNK. I think Vikla, even though Merc value obviously going to be good, on the side of DN Freaks, it's not the end of the world.
By the way, you got
with
someone
the
in
amount of
Twitch
AD.
chat saying that you've absolutely nailed it with the light novel titles.
It's almost as if I am a big weep. Really, what I'm looking for is an opportunity to talk about the current weep game that I'm playing. That's exceptional.
Oh, which one's this one?
Okay,
Because I was watching you play it. It seems kind of
it is, and it's gone because I pre-ordered it because I love both artists, like the writers that have done it. But it's from the Danganronpa people. Pongyan?
that one. Pongyan? Yeah, he might just be. Watch out! Eep,
He's
eep,
just
eep,
dead.
eep. Okay, yeah, that's First Blood. As you were saying.
As I was saying. So it's a strategy RPG visual novel mashup by the guys from Danganronpa and 999, which is, if you like escape room games, like dark, twisted narratives.
Ooh, that's kind of
cool. It is very cool. Very weepy.
Okay. Berserker is there's a lot of sticks. A lot of sticks in there. As I read on my piece of paper here, Draven good into Callista.
Well, not level 1.
That's
you need
what
some levels.
But it's level 2. Oh, whoa, that's a flag. Okay, yeah. Life also agrees. What happened?
He flashed over the wall! He did. They knew where the ward was. Diablo isn't a flash. He just flashed over the wall. He's crazy.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, well, Kellen is going to be collected. And he knows he's dead. There goes the Ash, and that is the first kill for the DN Freaks. Raptor is up here towards the top side, but I think we'll be able to try and go for a 3-buff.
Oh, baby.
Man, it is like we were struggling to see the game, but now it's like I put my specs on, you know, and it was here the whole time.
This is such disgustingly good pathing from Raptor, by the way. I want to highlight it, but first here, so they have the lane very far pushed up. Pioshik knows exactly. I think, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't have died. Like, he just flashes right outside of the range to completely circumvent it, gets the timing on the gank. So Raptor started enemy Raptors, and then has, I think, also was able to, after he, so then get the kill mid, which a level 2 Lilia gank is someone that absolutely no one will see coming. And I think he also, maybe naive with the camp timers, I don't think he also got to the Raptor, or to the red buff. Will now spot Pioshik, who is still level 3.
Yeah, gets the spin around here as well. Gives him a bowling ball.
But he
to clear out this, never mind.
So set up an early lead for himself, very far ahead in farm, picked up an early kill. And he also gets a second spawn, which is the biggest deal. The downside is obviously that the Draven got a kill, and even though he didn't have a lot of stacks, he now did get a serrated Dirk on his first phase.
Yeah. Pungyan now in perhaps a bit of trouble. As you can see, Vikla trading quite nicely on this Rise, and maybe that is a reason why BNK locked down the Rise so early on in the draft, just to give Vikla as much comfort as possible. As Kellen and Diablo, well and truly on the back foot now, as the lane was in a completely doomed state after Kellen died on that bot side as well, so that led to this being a much larger advantage, as Raptor is really just hoovering up his jungle.
This will be a really interesting game, because it's going to come down to the question, who carries harder? Fat Berserker on Draven, or Fat Raptor on Lilia? Well, and I don't know. If it was just a 1v1, I think Berserker's been having such a great performance thus far. I believe it. But even with DN Freaks having an entire Berserker please win for us comp, I hope that they actually play towards that, because I'm not super confident.
Well, I'm looking at the red and blue numbers at the bottom of the screen, and I'm seeing a Berserker comp. I think it's pretty obvious, as now Pungyan's flashing, but so is Vikla, and Pungyan's just dead. Again.
This was a counter pick.
It was.
And Rise was only sitting on tier.
I just want to remind everyone that the only reason the DN Freaks were able to win game 1 was because Pungyan was so incredibly good. So stop being mean if you are. If you're not being mean, totally fine. Totally fine. He's also he's young, he's new player here, struggling a little bit here in this this matchup.
Yeah, the first gank, I don't think you can really hold against him because it did come kind of out of nowhere, and this is just, a really big mistake, right? This isn't really excusable. The first one, the level 2 Lilia gank, if you get cheesed by that, it happens. That's fine. That can happen. Walking into cancel a back, face check into Rise and die while using your flash, not that one.
And all information was presented as well. It wasn't like he got outplayed. It was just that was what was going to happen. I thought he was going to miss that. That was just absolutely terrible.
The sidestep as well, as Raptor gets his Raptor.
Yes. Well, Charm is going to miss, and Vikla is going to continue his reign of terror of this mid lane. Raptor is so incredibly strong. Ladies and gentlemen, he is just going to head over and take whatever he would like. I imagine that the idea is to maybe go for a bit of a trade. Pioshik wanting to collect himself a Raptor camp here.
No, Raptor. But
Raptor. As Pioshik is able to run himself away. But this is like mid-priority, something we've spoken about many, many times. And BNK, they have it a lot. As, oh, thank goodness, there is a Raptor actually in our teleprompter now as well. We have the Avian Raptors, which are the ones that we can see in the camps here in-game. But then there's also, obviously, the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park, which I only recently found out were actual dinosaurs. I thought they were just made for the TV show, for the movie. But they're not. They're actually real. As, all right, Pangyan, he's going in, does find himself a really nice charm, and Kellen will be taken down. He's just putting the stacks into Berserker, and then walks back to lane, and things are all still awful. But look at that, he knows where his bread's buttered.
He's just Kellen, and unfortunately, he's just dead. Caught off guard there, understandably. Pongyan, the laning phase in this one has not been great, but as mentioned, he knows his job. And his job, get Berserker fed. And guess what? He gets it done. Life also flashing in. They are doing literally everything they can just to ensure Berserker stays fine. And now even if, like, Berserker's fine, but even if he would have died, doesn't matter. He cashed in. He's a 1.3k gold lead.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive. He's got 350, so that's basically just an extra kill, which is pretty impressive for 8.5 minutes in the game. That charm going to connect. As Pangyan going for the higher damage build, we still saw a fair few of these Rod of Ages Leandri's builds from the Ahri, but the burst damage certainly on this patch feels a bit better.
He also needs to, because he is one of the 2 damage sources. And I can guarantee you, BNK, they also know what the comp for DNFreaks is. Soul Berserker. Yeah, that's it.
So far, Berserker sitting on 0 deaths. So there we go. Dudu going to have his back interrupted. Clear, we kind of knew that was going to happen. Having, also getting these, sorry to cut you off there a little bit, but getting the buffs on the Dominus here for the Renekton, pretty good for a player like Clear, because in Challenger, like, Renekton, one of his favorite champions, he dominated top lanes over and over again with his champion. Good to see it back in the meta. Yeah. It gives Clear a lot more late game threat as well with how much damage that ulti now does. Owie. A little bit.
I actually really like the position that DNFreaks is in. Because on the opposite end, we have 5 short-range characters that are playing into Cassante, Skarner, and Renata. And the DNFreaks comp lacks damage if Draven is not in a good position.
I think he's in a pretty good position.
He's in a pretty good position, Atlas. Yeah, funny how that works. Yeah. So now BNK, after yesterday, I will never doubt a Lilia to her ability to somehow get on top of a target and win fights, but I think BNK got to be feeling, or DNF rather, got to be feeling pretty good about the early position they found themselves in.
I don't think that BNK are necessarily too worried, but I agree with you that they probably should be. And the problem is the fact that everything went wrong in the last game, right, that has still got to be wearing on you.
Of course.
As Berserker going for a bit of a Draven flank angle here into the mid lane, as Pioshik is driving out of there. So never you mind. Brambleback going to be consumed here by the Lilia, and the Raptors lose interest in Raptor. It's confusing.
Always is.
So back to that that comment about Jurassic. What do you mean they're real?
Yeah, so I thought the Velociraptors weren't actually real dinosaurs. From, you know, like, back in the day.
The animatronics.
Yeah, no, not that they were actually real in the movie. I mean that they were represented a dinosaur that did exist in prehistoric times.
Oh, that makes so
I thought that they
much more sense.
invented the dinosaur, as in, like, the dinosaur was never actually a thing.
I thought you were just setting up for a bit, you know? It's like, oh,
no, they weren't like real dinosaurs.
Okay.
Although the ones in Jurassic World, they were real, because Chris Pratt, like, they were actually his dinosaurs that he had, which was really, really cool. And that's why he got to use those hand movements so
very
effectively.
Convenient.
Yeah. That's all right. Kellen is doing his very best here to just volley him down. And it's going to be 6 scrubs over to BNK. That's a good news story for them.
Yeah, I'm not actually going to comment on who I think likely wins this game because I'm following your guidelines of earlier, which is that we don't know. And trying to discern what's going to happen in a game like this is a waste of our time.
If I had have told you that I did think that there were real dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, like, what would you have done? It's live on broadcast. You'd have to break it to me.
So, well, that depends. Because if it was a bit, at some point you would start... I would take you serious initially, and then you would start smirking, and then I'd be like, you fell for it again.
What if it wasn't a bit, though? What if I just believed that they were real?
If you actually believed in dinosaurs...
I mean, obviously I believe in dinosaurs, but I just don't believe that they're still around. Outside of a crocodile.
Yeah, which apex predator.
An actual dinosaur.
Actual dinosaur. Yeah, no, I think the closest thing we have now is birds.
Yep.
And some birds,
and
I
turtles.
Get it. Yeah, some birds I get it. Yeah, but like to the kind of the velociraptor type.
Yeah.
I think birds are.
What about a cassowary? That's one of my favorite dinosaur birds.
Well, they actually, that's the thing. They're scary.
I saw one actually in the wild, and I freaked out, man.
Aren't they like notoriously
they're
dangerous?
They're incredibly ruthless
and really aggressive for no reason. They're so mean.
And they've got a giant bone horn thing on their head for some reason.
A dinosaur.
Yeah, they are actually a dinosaur.
Okay, so if you would have said that dinosaurs were real, I actually don't know. It's like
would have been a weird situation.
Yeah, it would have been a weird situation. I probably would have just been like, ha, yeah, you know, wouldn't that be cool? And try to move on.
Oh, I'm gonna have to flash. As Diablo, and I don't know whether you win this one, Diablo, as he's going to stick some sticks in there and see what happens. Whirling Death, not quite enough to net yet another kill. Diablo could have just thrown the entire game off the back of that. I think 3 cash-ins in a row, probably not a winnable game state.
I'm telling you, if Berserker hadn't had 2 cash-ins already, he would have flashed. Because you could flash for the redirect on your
yeah, true.
Could have killed him. I think he
By the
shouldn't.
way, we had another question, and that was, is Clear's Renekton a dinosaur or a crocodile? And I would say both.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I would, yeah. But that was a question that we had in Twitch chat, and when a series has gone this far off the rails, and so far this game, I mean, there has been a lot of action, there's been a lot to keep track of, but we have been somewhat distracted because our brains were kind of addled since the last...
Yeah, normally Atlas and I are notoriously very game-minded individuals.
Oh, yeah.
I've actually...
Eyes on the prize, baby.
Pyo shit.
All right, not quite able to get the crash here as the flash out of the Impale is good from Raptor. Still they're going to need a bit more, and Berserker is a raid boss. He is so scary. Kellen takes a quarter of his health bar just off of one as there's the flash jump. Pungyung's found it again, but Raptor this time able to throw out at least a Q to try and get something back. Good bailout, and Berserker is able to get the kill as well. Clear wanting to get on top of him, but the charm to misdirect. This Pungyung guy outside of lane is so incredibly good. And Vikla also going to be lying on the floor. The Dusante able to grab that kill. Oh dear. BNK DRX, I think it might be over.
I think it might be boom. It starts off with Pioshik doing some very ill-advised drifting. Everyone, please do not take drifting lessons from this man. I wouldn't trust him. It was not great scarnering, but then, Atlas, as you're saying, there's one man that truly understands his assignment. As it doesn't hit the wall, whiffs the ultimate, or rather gets the ultimate flashed, and then knowing that Raptor doesn't have his flash. Watch this, no banana burst control, Pungyung dashes in, flash charm. And even though Berserker gets low, has the bailout. Great ultimate there as well from Life to keep the backline fighting one another and then clear even with the extra
얘들아, 이거
amount
릴리아
of
본다.
damage
야, 릴리아 본다, 릴리아
on his
본다.
ult, it doesn't matter as
It was the charm.
야, 릴리아 잡았어.
he went 0-2 in lane. I actually this is something that I think is actually a really big deal. Is a player that comes in from challengers in a team that is completely in shambles, goes out down 0-2 in lane, and has now gotten this Draven 2 kill. Like both those kills were just him.
Yep. That is called an incredible mental. That's what it is. This guy, like, that is a huge test as well. Some of these young players, you know, the ego can be certainly a bit of a thing. You know, if that gets bruised, things can become a problem. We're seeing a bit of that on the other side of the rift, but not for Pungyan. This guy looking fantastic in the fights. In the lane, no, it was terrible.
It was again.
Yeah, it was just a face check, trying to pull the wave.
The face check was a really big mistake.
Yeah.
You know.
By the way, this game is nowhere near over.
Oh, not even a little bit. But I do think DN Freaks are feeling great because Berserker is up 2.5k gold.
Yeah.
Or close to.
Still hasn't died. Diablo dashing over walls, things like this, as he likes to do.
They got Herald.
Be able to find any angles. You're exactly right. Herald is consumed. And Dudu managed to get a kill in that last fight as well. So he's got his Thornmail complete. It's going to be harder and harder for Clear to get through him. Does have first item Black Cleaver, obviously fantastic into rushing a whole bunch of armor items that Dudu does do in this case.
Dudu does do that. Yeah, no, I heard that.
Dudu.
Yeah. And I don't know, again, this is one of those topics I feel like we shouldn't actually comment on because we don't have enough knowledge, but that a lot of dinosaurs actually did have feathers.
Well, that's the argument, isn't it?
Right? Yeah.
Because we don't really know. Yeah, because they don't fossilize as well.
Yeah, because they're feathers.
Yeah.
That's work.
Very, very tough. They need to be like preserved perfectly in amber or something like that in order for you to get any real idea of it.
Coincidentally is also what we need for Jurassic Park.
Exactly. I mean, that's what they found out in the documentary called Jurassic Park, is that, you know, if you just make them again, they come back but they don't have feathers.
No, Atlas. It's Jurassic World that was the documentary. We've been
oh, yeah, sorry. Jurassic Park, yeah, wasn't the real one.
That was robots.
It's so confusing when one of them's the Jurassic documentary and the other one isn't. People might actually start thinking that I'm being serious about this, but maybe I'm just okay with it. That's right. Bowling ball flying on through. It's constant misdirection. All right. Or direction. You never really know. Pungyan looking to try and make things dark here as he approaches, and I think I can understand why BNK is standing. Never mind, they're not back. They're actually going to throw out a arrow. Berserker was tanking up that turret and does get Fate's Call. Goes into the Herald. He looked like he got Fate's Call. He didn't. Watch out, Eve. Berserker might be just going down. 600 gold over to Raptor. Oh my goodness, and now it's Clear's turn to run amok in this fight. That's the power of dinosaurs. Ladies and gentlemen, he is not done yet. And look at this dominance. The Rune Prison comes down. And you don't want to be stuck in a prison with a croc that's that big. There goes the turret in response. BNK a little bit closer to winning a game in this series. What? What? It's insane. What? Let's have a look at it again.
Okay.
This is right when I was saying BNK don't look like they want to fight. And then they immediately wanted to fight.
So Berserker takes way too much damage, then takes the Herald. And then Berserker drives into the wall!
Yeah.
And he's the one guy that can't die. Also...
Oh no, he can.
Well, he did die, but he shouldn't die.
Ah, that's what you
because their whole comp revolves around him. I don't want to go in too hard on Berserker because I feel like it makes sense that his back is a little achy after everything that's happened.
Yeah.
But you do need to be very carefully positioned. I don't think he had to be that far up.
Speaking of being far up, Clear.
That's fine. He's a big crocodile. He's a very scary diamond. There's 4 people coming. He might be dead. I take it back.
He might be indeed dead. He is still going to flash as the arrow's very cute. That was cute, wasn't it? The arrow? It sort of flew by.
Yeah. Endearing.
Yeah, it was nice. Atakan is available. He is a bit voracious. And Kellen is going to realize that he is an Ashe and be a little bit scared. Does have Fate's Call in a few seconds' time. Pungyan going to come down towards the bottom side. We'll clear out this turret. Very nicely done, DN Freaks. They do have the feats of strength.
Oh god, if they get mountain, if BNK start stacking mountains,
Dragons aren't real. They don't matter.
No, I know they did in the last game, but I want to remind you, what is the one weakness of the DN Freaks comp? They have 2 damage dealers, neither of which have great shred. And you're playing into possible mountain angle.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul would make things more difficult for them.
It would be bad. It would be bad.
However, if they do get it, think about that. Like Asante and Skana with Mountain Soul, my god, you're never killing them.
Yeah, that's kind of extra shield for Berserker as well.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't really catch what happened with Life in that last fight. Like, what happened to the bailout?
I didn't really catch what happened to almost anything in that last fight.
Yeah, that fight was a mess. But I
think I said that, like, Berserker Fate's cold.
I know, that was so...
Because that's what it looked like.
It's the same animation.
Yeah, and there is at least a Callista in the game. Unfortunately, they're on the other team.
Because I get it, because it's Renata Ashe.
Yeah, right.
Callista Sport with Draven.
Yeah,
makes perfect sense.
I was all sorts of confused. As I think I'm allowed to be a bit confused in a game like this, as the Whirling Death is going to spot that the Voracious Otacon has been started. Pyoshik might get a little tired here, as the bowling ball dot doing a fair bit of work here. Clear is taken down to 50% though, and Dudu is not a target that they want to try and go for, as he does at least eat a bit of this CC, 50% of his health bar. That's what you get. BNK don't overextend, but they do press a lot of buttons.
What does it mean?
I'm not sure. But my ability to identify what anything means has become more and more difficult throughout this series.
I thought you were going to say in life. I'm like, are you okay, Atlas?
Well, I mean, kind of. But this has been an existential crisis in a Saturday showdown.
This series?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were like, wow, this is not necessarily on paper the most dramatic Saturday showdown. Little did we know this was going to be one of the most heart-wrenching series that we've seen. It's completely ridiculous. LCK just always delivers. Somehow the LCK script writers, they always know where the bangers are going to come from. And this one is brewing, right? This game, I mean, already the series already is, but
it's not brewing, it's just brewing.
Oh yeah, it's just a brewing. And look at the face check on Pyoshik there. He's going to have to flash away. Not going to get sleepy, he's just going to drive his way out. But driving tired is not a very good idea, as he's now going to look for a bit of a back angle as, my goodness, Raptor is so strong. 2 items now done for the Lilia. Pangyan moves on over, prepares a minion for his Draven, which we do like to see. All right, they do just back away. So it's close to a 4,000 gold lead for BNK FureX. 2 items are now done for Diablo. You've got 2.5 here for Vikler as well. He's trying to work out what he wants to build. And Clear waiting in this top lane. 5 spots in, but this outer turret is still up, as Berserker is just going to hit the Otacon. He can do that. He's pretty tanky with his Bloodthirster, but these resistances are going to get shredded. And Berserker obviously knows that he is the main character. There's no one else that can really get too much done here, as Clear immediately just going to stop Dudu in his tracks. The Otacon is still the focus. Handshake going to miss. The Realm Warp to get Vikler in so deep. Looks for Berserker off to the back end of the fight as Dudu just goes all out. Clear though, he goes all in, and he manages to stun up Berserker. The bailout is going to be there as he flashes away, but it's just not going to be enough. A double for Raptor, 1 for the Croc, and Pangyan's going to try and flash away, but the Dominus, it's looking for him. Another one is going to be required as far as the slices and dices, but looks like Otacon is just going to go over to BNK. And that game that we had written all over our hands, it's starting to read a little bit yellow and black, my friend.
The Sandstorm,
it approaches. Which Sandstorm is it? From which famous movie? Like the one that Paul Atreides goes into with his mom?
You know I'm going for Doom.
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
But what about the one in like Mad Max Fury Road? Because that's a dope Sandstorm as well.
That's okay. That's a lot. I need to think on that. At the beginning of this series, or this game rather, we posed a question: what would you rather have? Fat Raptor on Lilia or Fat Berserker on Drake? we now have our answer.
Well, we have the other argument. That's what we definitely have.
Which is
Raptor.
It's Raptor, yeah.
He's also 50 CS ahead. It's feeling a bit better, isn't it?
Back to the Sandstorms. I would actually say Mad Max. I like Dune more as a franchise, as a setting, as a, you know, what
Fury Road was just such a good
Fury Road
film.
is probably my favorite action movie of all time.
It's very, very
I watched it like, because I was in Korea. I was on my exchange the first time.
I
saw it like 3 times in cinemas. I just keep going back because like, it's Fury Road.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So incredibly good. All right, well, DM Freaks now on the defensive, exactly where they wanted to be, ladies and gentlemen. As Berserker and Dudu going for a bit of a flank angle on to Clear. Remember, he does have the ability to be withdrawn, and he manages to get the turret. Wanting to set up for a decent slice angle, gets a good old shield, and it looks like he might be dead. There he goes. So not dead, just all of his health is gone, and he spends some time back home for a few moments. They'll trade that, though, for an inner turret on the bottom side of the map as well. And remember, Clear got his job done. What he wanted to do was take down the turret, and did indeed manage to do that. There's now Raptor. Oh, God. Is this... Okay, we've got 4.5 minutes until the next Dragon. So they did manage to get Soul Point off the back end of that fight and that play. And the amount of things that are saying DN Freaks are not going to win this game are starting to pile up. And when do they hit that critical point where DN Freaks just win the game because they are so far behind?
Might have hit that already.
Whoa. That's big.
How
are they going to find their angle?
We're on that track. It's too obvious now that BNK is going to win.
Yeah.
And guess what? Fate has other... No, actually, Fate is...
Unlosable.
Are you trying to Vel this?
Unlosable, baby.
I'm with you. I think this one is in the bag for BNK.
All right, Pungyeon, he's going to find himself a charm as the handshake brings him even closer. Fate's call from Diablo just gets Kellen out of there, and there goes the Renata. Unlosable, baby. That might actually be the case, as I was trying to cast a Curse because Curse seemed very strong yesterday. Just doesn't seem quite as powerful here today. First inhibitor going to go down. DN Freaks, without their mid laner, without their support, trying to put up a defense. There is at least a frontline. Berserker is still alive, but Dudu, he's getting down lower and lower. Pyoshi gets a crash into the wall. That is a really nice impale, but Vikla uses it just to gap close onto the Draven. And this time, Diablo is not diving any fountains. This time, BNK FearX mean business, and the Sandstorm will eliminate the Nexus here in this series. BNK FearX not down and out after throwing away game 1, and this could be our first 3-0 of the regular season.
As the Crocodile does his job. Carry masterclass there, particularly from Clear and Raptor. They're the ones I'm going to be looking at here. This was one of the rare games where it felt like Diablo was more of an afterthought. I don't think he had the matchup to really go crazy. Obviously was caught off guard early on.
But it just allowed Kellen to be bait the entire game. And so he walked way too far forward, and then the Fate's call was always there. And so they press too many buttons, overextend, and then it's Crocodile and Bambi, and they get in, they destroy.
It's a very, very charitable interpretation of what happened in this game, Atlas. I do appreciate that.
I learned a lot about sandstorms and dinosaurs, though. I had a really good time.
Yeah, we had a great time. Vikla somehow did the most damage in the game, which is pretty impressive.
Somewhat surprising. I was thinking that this might be
It'd be Raptor, right?
Yeah,
given the damage profile. But actually a good game from Vikla. Had a couple of solo bowlers as well. We'll see. We still have no idea who's going to win this series.
Nope.
Do we? Because it kind of did feel like BNK 2-0. But it didn't.
Nope. They looked like the better team in Game 2, and DN Freaks punished them in Game 1. What's going to happen in Game 3? We don't know. Space going to break down Game 2 right after the break, and then we will find out.
오긴 해.
이거 드건 풀은 한테 좀 앞으로
드건 풀 없어. 드건 풀 없어.
카노 궁은?
카노 궁 있어.
나 드건 프리터 볼게 이거.
넓게 잡아. 넓게 잡아.
넓게 잡아 넓게 잡아.
내가 풀터 먼저 할게.
나도 있어. 나다 그냥
앞라인 쳐. 앞라인 쳐.
상태부터. 앞라인 찍어 해봐. 그냥 있어. 나 그냥 있어. 나 드건 봐. 드건 봐. 타워 쳐.
드건 볼게.
나 카노 안 잡아도 돼. 타워 쳐.
잡았어.
내봐.
지지. 데자뷰 날 뻔.
일명 끝나. 얘네 아래 5초. 아래 6초. 내 말만 듣다 이거. 해줄게.
그래, 제일 정상인인 것 같긴 하다, 어진이가 지금.
순간 이동 순간 붙었어요.
사일러스 일단 넘어오긴
슬로 웃었어요. 그리고 나필이 돌진.
피넛
야 이런 거 연속 차단 좋아요.
네.
잠시만요.
길게가 뭐나?
네 소영돌이.
Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
不过的下路的 Hero 可能要遭殃了。鬼灵之握直接拍 ，Hero 有操作的机会吗？身上是有急行的，先利用铁令扛住第一波的爆发，猎斩打在 Levi 身上，但这再吃到一个兵线被扒到手腕，没有拉到
，Q 没中啊，
那反而是闪现往后拉。
对 ，A6
Hero 的急行还没有开，往下抓，抓到的是 Artemis， 再利用了血路两段回刮到塔下，还有铁令的护盾 ，Artemis 在扛塔，扛到死变僵尸了。Artemis 倒了 ，Hero 火了，而且往前 A6 也被换掉，安琪加猎斩，又是一波的血路配汪洋四域 ，PSW 零换3。
哇 ，Taki 这个跑线太聪明了，他的玩法太聪明。
Yeah, Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck.
But the charm on to rise, but now Jojo. I mean, it's a stolen ulti from Naknako. Jojo Bjorn under the tower. Naknako's tanking up. He's got Rod of Ages. Goes back in. Abscond of Duck. Cheeky! Naknako fights his tailland. This guy's out behind. Jojo with the outplay, but Naknako. That guy is crazy.
他在为自己的队友争取时间，苦龙魂要掉了，苦龙魂掉了的一瞬间要开团了，山东过来直接锁的是脸上的永恒，打五个，
俊伟，那后面的团直接飞进来，感觉很有机会啊，感觉要直接打走战场了，再踢个脚2踢脚，血手被触发 ，BB 嘎怎么办？哇，这波团战直接一瞬间就融化了，
不是哥们儿，这么能有镜头啊！
Monday night we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck.
쉽지 않겠지만 DM박스 쉽지 않겠지만 상대 주요 딜러 전멸 없을 때 그 토스각이든 표식이 물든 하긴 해야 돼.
예. 아니면 상대가 또 보이면 안 됩니다. 일단 물었어요. 물게 물었어요.
녹여! 일단 녹였어요!
어떻게 먹었는데요? 하면서 어차피 두분 있는 거고 어쩔 수 없습니다.
또 들어갈 수 있나요? 데미지가!
여기. 버드라켓 버티는
다음
帮忙守线，闪现撞，没撞到，但是要推塔了，点塔的速度非常快呀！一个魅惑 ，Rookie 还在尽力，有干锅解了魅惑，点基地就拿下了，节闪现过去敲，还想守，牛头来了，能不能守住？复活甲站起来，1000块，加里奥也倒了，所有人都倒了，守住了，顺带还能击杀 BC 也倒了，我们恭喜IG。
Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
always knew this one was going all 3 games here as BNK FearX are able to battle back against the DN Automotive Freaks and tie it up 1-1. You know, we got excited. We saw the Draven. We saw early Callista. It was going to be explosive between the 2 key players in this one. But it wasn't just those 2 that wrote the story here.
Yeah, is getting an early lead a bait? You know, is it a mistake? Should you just fall behind on purpose? You know, I feel like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this series. A lot of throws.
Yeah, don't listen to Coach Ox. I don't think that's a good idea. I do think that DNF, they do once again prove that even with a bit of a lead and even with things going well for them in the early game, they just can't put the nail in the coffin, and their team fighting just looks all over the place. And I think BNK were able to hunker down, realize we're about to lose a Saturday Showdown for the first time, and they said no.
Yes. We have a very good clip here of how DN Automotive Freaks were able to get the win. And here at the LCK, you know, we love all theme parks. We love all things. But did you know that we actually had Mickey Mouse casting with us? Take a listen.
But level 2. Oh, whoa, that's a flag. Okay, yeah. Life also agrees. What happened?
He flashed over the wall! they knew where the wall was! Diablo's in a flash. He just flashed over the wall! He's crazy!
He said it again.
Oh, God. Okay, what? But level 2. Oh, whoa, that's a flag.
One more
okay,
time,
yeah.
just in case you missed the Mickey Mouse.
What happened?
He flashed over the wall! they knew where the wall was! Diablo's in a flash. He just flashed over the wall.
I love Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse, everyone. Can we get the claps in the chat? Claps? Yep. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So after that play, Pioshik amazingly flashes over the wall. Is able to get the kill. Oh, no, Cronny is so good. He flashed over the wall, gets the early kill on the Draven, accelerates the lead. But then in the mid game, this is where things get a little wonky, and it has to do with the Herald.
Yeah, we see a situation with the Draven kind of stepping forwards, taking a tower hit, taking a lot of damage, then using the Herald to buy time, even though you have the bailout on you. The thing is with this composition as well, you only have 2 threats, and meanwhile the Draven jumps out the Herald into the middle of the team. The Ahri just got CC'd as well and has a Renekton on top of her, and at basically the same time, both your carries die, and then you're left with 2 tanks and a Renata. And I think ultimately with this composition, you really need to snowball, because if the Draven's not ahead, and I mean he even was here, and the Ahri's not ahead, you're going to run out of damage. But if they make a mistake in a fight, it's just tanks and Renata. You're never going to be able to fight through with that.
At some point before that fight, Berserker was like 2,300 gold ahead, and he had 3 kills, an assist. Like, just play around your Draven, don't take the Rift Herald, right? It's just more woes for DNF. Like, that team fight was a mess, and it got BNK back in the game.
Yes, it did. And then you could feel the pressure starting to mount for the DN Automotive Freaks. They know they've got this very, very fed weapon in the bottom side of the map. So they try to force this Otacon fight here. And we've seen the teams that start Otacon, unless they're sure they're going to get it, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, getting debuffed, getting your resistance is shred. And the thing is, you know, I just talked about the lack of damage. There's so many bulky targets or huge threats on the other side. So they're essentially playing a 5v6 right now with the Otacon also there. But then I love this angle from Vikla. Going on the flank with the Realm Warp, gets the root onto the Draven and just immediately gets him to half HP, putting that pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this just comes down to the setup of the Otacon. They put themselves in a rough spot. There were ults flying everywhere, and yeah, Vikla getting on in there. He had a wonderful laning phase. There was like a couple of plays that Pungyan did well afterwards, but, you know, only got them that lead that they then threw in Highlight 1. And yeah, I mean, at this point, it was like 7,000 gold to lead, I think, BNK had after that one, so they just were able to close it out from there.
Also, it was a Rod of Ages Eternity diff. It was almost I think it was almost 3 level lead for Vikla in the mid lane after the Eternity popped. Just very, very difficult to play on into. We've seen 2 games here, Dan. Where do you think this is going in terms of the DN Automotive Freaks? You're looking for your first win.
Look, I think...
Stop, Brendan.
I think ultimately, we've seen from this series so far that these teams are struggling a little bit to close out with their leads. So I think the coaches obviously will have a lot of words to say about that, but also giving yourself a composition that's a lot more rock steady in the later stages of the game. You go up against a team like Gen G and you lose early, the game is over. That's not the case in this series. So I think, you know, the Draven Ahri with the tanks behind them, not really working. just play around your AD carries, have a strong 5v5 teamfight composition. Even if you fall 3, 4, 5,000 gold behind, apparently it just doesn't matter if you just teamfight well enough.
All right, here we go. 1-1. One of these squads will get themselves the victory. The DN Automotive Freaks trying to get themselves on the board for the first time in the LCK regular season. BFX trying to prove they can beat the teams they're supposed to beat and climb their way up top. Let's send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, Digon. And I just want to say, I've really enjoyed the space today so far. I really do like the 3 Dans. The Dan combo of Daniel Gonzalez, Daniel Harrison, and Brendan Valdez. It's just brilliant. Tri-Dans. Tri-Dans is one of my favorite spaces that we've ever had.
That's good. I like that a lot.
Tri-Dans.
I'm going to make sure that I speak extra low to reinforce my masculinity after the Mickey Mouse
need
incident.
that one, Mickey Mouse. I think it's okay to be a bit Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse actually, that's peak.
Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse.
That's so good. I like it.
I feel like I was about to sing Wild Wild West by Will Smith for a moment there, but I held back. I held back.
I do not know that song.
What?
No. Not familiar.
Jay West? Desperado? Rough Rider? Oh, you know one another?
I don't.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, it's cooked. Maybe the Tri-Dans know. The Tri-Dans probably know. Let's dive into the draft here. As Yundo's also losing his mind.
No, it's not. It's both Yundo and G-Sun.
Yeah.
Maybe I do know when I hear it. I don't know.
You haven't watched Wild Wild West, one of the greatest Will Smith films of all time? That was like back in the MIB days.
I don't
where he'd like make a sick rap song after every movie he did. Oh God, it was so good.
I watched other great kids movies, okay? I was in the Netherlands. This is well established.
Aha. Well, you could definitely go and watch those movies. I think they hold up. As okay. Having a look, we've had no real changes. Varus and Sejuani banned in a different order this time, but still going to be banned. And the Vi and the Gwen. Once again, change up of the order. Gwen was the final ban. This time going to remain on the list. So Neferi is up. Rumble is up. Quite a few things still left up and available.
Should be those two getting banned as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's as high prio that is still in the game as... Oh, yeah, of course. How could I forget? The Viego.
Mm-hmm. And we're going straight to the Rumble ban. There we go. Neferi is therefore left up and available. Did that get... Did you get...
What?
Did that just tweak your memory a little bit? No? Okay.
No. But I think this is great. I think Pioshik playing Neferi is a win for BNK. I have unfortunately not been the biggest fan of Pioshik's play thus far today. That Skarner game did not do a lot to convince me, and Neferi is a champion that, as we have seen, when performed by some of our best junglers, I'm looking at Owner, I'm looking at Lucid. That pick looks super broken. I get it from a pick-away perspective, because Raptor is like one of the other guys that it's looked good on, but I'm not really on board with this one, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm not super psyched about it. Let's see how they round it out. I think that maybe it's swings and roundabouts here, as the Misfortune is locked in. One of the champions that hasn't necessarily done so well as Punyan.
That's Bulldog's music.
It's feeling like it, as instead it's the Orianna that's going to be locked away. And as far as Wombo Combo is concerned, the shock time, we'll work on that. Bullet Wave? Bullet Wave probably.
Bullet Wave is a...
Yeah, that actually sounds good.
That sounds great.
Shock time.
Shock time is bad, Atlas.
It's not good.
It's gonna be real with you. That's not the one.
It's not the winner. But sometimes you've got to take a shot.
You gotta break eggs to make an omelet.
That was the analogy I was looking for.
I got you.
That's why we pay you the big bucks. It's all right. Rumble going to be Aatrox's going to be banned away next to the Rumble.
We have the Jax coming through here for clear. What Aatrox Gragas, I would say. You might ban Gnar. Maybe against Dudu you ban Gnar instead.
Maybe. I still think the Gragas ban actually sounds pretty good. They've got a lot of physical damage already with Neferi and Misfortune.
Also, you have Victor and Pantheon. I actually think the Gragas will go so hard here. I really hope they ban that. I think they're going to ban Gnar, but I hope they ban Gragas. I think the Gragas angle here is kind of out of this world.
instead. wanting to ban away just the very traditional front-to-back style of composition, and so many teams really like having a true tank in the top lane if they have Nefiri. They've really sort of indexed very heavily into getting tankiness on the top side to, you know, spare the doggo from having a very squishy team.
It's never happening. Well, you know, go really hard here. What? Top Maokai.
Ooh. Oh man, bit of a 2014 throwback.
Yeah, well, no, we had it in 2022.
That's true, actually. There was
at that Worlds in New York.
Yep.
I remember seeing a good amount of it. Especially not into Rakan. Imagine, or with Rakan rather. Imagine like being Dudu throwing down a note, and then the bullet wave comes through.
Oh, and the quickness all over the top.
Quick bullet wave. What's the Nefiri ult name? I don't.
No idea.
Okay, we
gotta immediately find out.
We gotta work that in. Yeah, right? we gotta get that.
The call of the pack. It is the Gragas.
He's doing it. That's amazing. Love that.
I mean, it is counter synergy with the bullet wave.
Yeah, you can finagle it. It's fine. We can make it work.
The explosive bullet wave.
So we are looking at
the pack.
Call of the pack. Explosive bullet wave of the pack. That sounds like.
Yeah.
That sounds.
The call of the explosive bullet wave. Ness. If the Rakan is indeed. There it is. Locked in. Okay. The quickness of the bullet wave.
Quick call of the bullet wave.
Quick call of the bullet wave. I love
quick call of the explosive bullet wave.
Yeah, quick call of the explosive bullet wave. But boom! The problem is if Gragas uses his ultimate, he could ruin everything. Diablo, going back to one of his favorites. Back in Challenger, he was playing this all the time. When Gumayushi did this yesterday, I was upset because it was Braum and the Lucian that time around. Doesn't feel great. This also to me doesn't feel great.
I'm willing to.
He does more stuff with tanks now than he used to, but it's still.
Yeah, I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt because I do think you want an AD carry that has self-peel. Kalista, Ezreal, one of the more notorious AD carries that do have great dashes, already gone. This gives him agency. I think you're still going to be stuck playing Lucian into a composition that is going to violently try to murder you in your short range.
Oh.
Acknowledge that that is a big and difficult task, but I do think Diablo is kind of essential for this team to function, is what I would have said if not for last game, where it was all clear on Raptor. I also think that game number 1 was I wouldn't say a fluke, but it was definitely a unique game, the circumstances of which I think will not be repeated.
By the way, the combination of Gragas' ult and Rakan's ultimate actually spell out a function you can utilize within League of Legends, which is pretty cool. Quick cast.
Oh my god.
Let's get onto the rift for game number 3.
시간사의 학교가 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Why would you do that to me? We still have another series.
I know, it makes it so much better.
That was so bad. And you don't even give me the opportunity to then talk about it because the fan
I
chants
know.
come in. I can't talk for the fan chants.
I know. That's the best part. You have to stew on it the entirety of the time.
And I heard your little giggle during the fan chants as well. That was the
Sorry
worst.
about that, everyone. I was trying. I just couldn't. I couldn't hold it in. Couldn't hold it in.
미니언들이 상승했습니다.
The quick cast shock time of the pack, baby. That's what we're looking for on the DNF side of things. BNK FearX. I don't mind it, the draft, but I just don't feel like the Lucian. It doesn't spark joy for me.
No, I'm not convinced, but I'm willing to see the line, if that makes sense. Sometimes I'm like, oh, that's great. I don't really feel that way here, but I understand why we'd pick it, because you want something that is able to fight back in lane, because it's Diablo. Yeah. Diablo's never going to be like, oh, it's MF, pick me Jinx, and no, that's not what he does. Right, so I don't think that there's that much left. I think the Lucian does make sense, but I do think it's a really hard game to play out. I just want to highlight, Dudu, Tank Gragas just doesn't have the same level of power. I hope that this is like he goes Grasp.
Yeah, Grasp, Rod of Ages.
That'd be, you know, like kind of the hybrid. That'd be okay. I just hope he doesn't actually go tank. I think that build is not good. And also into Jack specifically, the reason why it's such a winning matchup is because with AP, you just out-trade him permanently. But maybe he goes Grasp and then goes for a defensive build, which is completely fine.
He has gone Gragas Esquire, which is just so good.
I just love Phase Rush on Gragas because it's so uninteractive. It's so annoying.
True. Often we do see the Comet. I feel less good about that. I feel like going full damage feels less good as Pioshik looking for an early gank here as Vikla may actually have to flash, and he does, as the doggos as well with this bleed. It's a bit scary, but he's drank a potion, so I need to calm down. Pangyan. Not going to be able to stop that back. Early teleport, though, and no flash now available for Vikla. No flash is invested on the side of DN Freaks as well. A much better start for the mid lane of the DN Freaks.
Just a great level 6 window. I don't know how much it's going to matter beforehand, as Vikla obviously can farm safely from range. I'm also... Oh my god.
How is Misfortune doing this well?
Well, she did have a really... She had... Basically, she was, what, 7 and 11? And then she went on a 7-game winning streak.
Huh.
Yeah. 3 of those wins, by the way, are aiming, who I think is the only truly good MF that we have. I think there were a couple of other games in there that were like a little... Didn't Ruder have a game where he went MF, and then he just kind of got carried to a...
Yeah, it sort of existed, and then they won the game,
Yeah.
There's been a few of those. As Hepa Pole onto Berserker here on the bottom side of the map as the Ignite pretty late on in this one. But there's no cleanse to worry about. So
yeah, that's why Diablo won at Lucian.
Yeah, that trade worked out relatively well.
It did. It's well set up by Kellen.
Yep.
He's just Kellen, but sometimes that's all you need. Kellen. Well, Kellen's Alistair, is that the greatest redemption story in League of Legends? I'm not even joking.
Do you know the worst part is? During the year, his Alistair was fantastic.
I know.
And he just had that horrific game.
We both, and then he had the game at Worlds.
Yep.
Because we watched him be good at the champion. For a year.
Yep. And then he sort of, like, it just didn't work for a really long time.
It was like a year and a half up until this season.
But now, everything's great. Honestly, Kellen, just one of the best success stories that we have seen develop so far in the LCK for 2025. As Clear was thinking about going for a bit of a face check, but Dudu would have been fine with that one. You can see Dudu ahead a little bit as far as farm, but you could imagine that Clear is just happy to farm things out, get himself into that split push Jax position. And we've got a Ruby Crystal done so far, so I'm hoping that turns into a Catalyst. That's the vibe.
Catalyst, Fimbulwinter maybe?
Ooh.
I hope it's Seraph's again, but we'll have to see as
I think because you can go Seraph's Rod of Ages and you still feel pretty tanky with that build. Like it's
build's good. I like that a lot. We do have the swap come through here from DN Freak, says Clear, optimistic, but he is Jack, so he can just counter-strike, and Kellen's there.
Yeah, and they know that Kellen's there, so Clear is just going to be welcomed.
Nice timing, Bad Life.
Yeah.
Well done. I don't mind this trade. I don't mind that we're just going to take Dragon. Swap's a little early, right? You might even be able to still contest for a single Grubby.
Yep, 20 seconds still left on the Grubs like you were talking about. And this Drake is just about dead. Diablo able to get a shove in as well due to no teleport. And so if Diablo just wanders up towards that top side, helps with the Dragon in the meantime, could certainly get themselves into a position to fight for these Grubs. Maybe they don't want to. Maybe they would prefer just to go for a bit of a reset. Vikla is struggling a little in this lane, as we can see. Behind by about a wave. Oh dear, Raptor looking to move in. There's a gravity field. Not going to quite find a stun or anything like that, as Kellen just wandered his way over. And Raptor has dove in. Pioshik in position right now as the death ray comes on down, and Raptor gonna have to flash to get himself out of there, but Pioshik immediately follows him. Hepa Pole right on top of Pangyan, so he's gonna go down. But First Blood already went over to the DN Freaks. 1 for 1 as now Pioshik finds himself in an awkward spot. Kellen really needs to find himself a pole, but he does not have it off cooldown. And so the BNK Furex just gonna have to back away, and the Grubs just go ignored for now.
Bit optimistic from Raptor. It's obvious that they wanted to go for a contesto and at least get a single Grub, because Raptor didn't smite the Dragon. As it looks like Great trade there for Dudu as Vikla just walks it off, like not actually going to get anything out of that.
That's Boots 2 value, baby. Really nicely purchased there from Vikla. Able to use the walk strat.
Best strat in League of Legends.
Movement speed.
So good. Diablo actually sticking around. Should hit 6 soon, and maybe BNK can get both objectives. Once they see, though, the Raptor is here towards top side, I wouldn't be surprised if Diablo is to play very respectful. And we're going to set up for the dive, though. Kind of. Yeah, there you go. I was about to say. I wish they did, but he can... Oh,
yeah, he's just at that. He does flash, but... Oh, Pyosik missing the daggers is suboptimal. And now Pyosik could... Never mind. He just goes untargetable because he's in the Fury, so he's fine. Thought maybe that was on cooldown. It was not. And so that is just a pick onto Diablo. That should be all of the grubs going over to Raptor, so there is that.
With Sums, though, that's not a bad trade. There was a really, really small timing window because Diablo, as the wave hit 6, so if it was earlier, he could have just ulted the wave, would have been fine, particularly with the execution being a little spotty there. So we take a look here. Raptor going just too early, and going for the play makes sense because his top side is prio on this roam. But he takes way too much damage. Pyosik actually does a good job, but they do invest the shockwave to kill him, which means that Pungyan does not have that to keep himself. And he's 6 here, so Dudu plays it cleanly. Pyosik does not, which makes it look close, but then we remember Teferi is basically Elise.
Yeah.
He's completely fine.
Just can't really do anything about that. So, DN Freaks with about an 800 gold lead.
Does it mean anything?
No, probably not. I would say. I would hazard a guess. It's clear, wandering towards Dudu. One thing I do think, though, about this game is that the DN Freaks have themselves a very easy-to-play teamfight composition. And I think that bodes exceptionally well for their chances in this game. Keep it simple, stupid is a beautiful philosophy.
There is keep it simple, stupid. There is it does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
There is classic front to back. Don't overcomplicate it. What else do we got? Cost your euphemisms for just play the easiest comp you can.
Yeah, please.
Just point and click it.
Yeah.
Right, what else do we got?
Allow you to do your buttons.
Okay.
Something surmountable. That's a cask as Dudu is really putting in work here against Clear. And Leap Strike comes on down. Clear able to get himself out and holds the flash. How did he hold the flash? That's absurd. Only invested the Grandmaster's Might, which I don't think he's too worried about at all. I feel like that was way more exciting, and then the result was nothing. He had to go home.
Felt like it was more cool.
Yeah.
It was going to be more cool than it ended up being. Yeah, I'm with you. Pyosik, so far, early lead on the Fury. Pantheon jungle still just not seeming that great. We'll see if they can make a play here.
Yeah, that is going to be Raptor being able to pick up the crab, but is Kellen just going to die for it? Diablo says no, as in goes Pyosik, now untargetable, but the culling is going to follow him, and there goes the doggo. Shockwave onto 3, the bullet time! It was the shock time, Chronicler! It happened! Just doesn't do any damage yet.
Didn't do anything! Pyosik?
You were just complimenting him too.
Why? Curses aren't real. Why are we going in on the Pantheon? That's the one guy. Alistar also another great target. The Pantheon with E up, he's just never dying. It's not happening.
Oh, Chaos Storm? Oh no, that's not Chaos Storm. That skin confuses me after the rework. Chaos Storm and Gravity Well look the same. Gravity Field, sorry.
So we take another look. Start of this fight. Why are we holding on to Raptor with E? If you just have to live a little longer, just a little bit. Just do a little more damage.
Man, the bullet wave looked really cool though. I can't wait for that to do damage.
So that was the bullet wave. We didn't have.
No, that was shock time. That was
shock time.
That was only tasers, you know. Ain't no lethal force in that
So if
change.
If it fails, it's dependent on the outcome. If it fails, it's shock time.
Yeah, shock time if it fails.
Here in
bullet wave if it does stuff. Yeah.
Or you're gonna do like the deep guttural bullet wave.
Bullet wave. Yeah, that's my plan. I didn't really want to give it away. All right, there's the alley-oop to himself here for Dudu, and Clear does the same thing again, where he presses Leap Strike and is K.
Doesn't have TP this time. There's a...
Oh, God. Really? Ox? Were they once again like quizzing him on American states instead of him being able to focus on the game?
That's such a classic triple Dan.
That's what the Tridans were doing last time. Oh, you.
I won. When we have the space, I want a three-pronged approach as to how this is not happening again.
Three-hand approach.
Exactly. Well, how are we avoiding these Chemtech souls? It's happening too much.
We'll do that. We'll sort that out in the retro. Don't
For one, I'm sick of ignoring it and pretending it's not happening.
Like,
I'm not
just like Caster Curses.
Which are
I'm sick of you pretending that they don't exist.
They are not real.
When you have been the main issue.
They are our brain tricking us. Oh!
All right. That's a play. Raptor is just going to dive on top of Pungyan.
He's dead.
And Shockwave hits onto 2. And unfortunately, there is no time. He's just dead. That is a kill going over to Clear as well. I don't think you could have really put the money in a better spot.
No time? No shock?
No.
It was really funny because
there's just a wave goodbye.
Imagine being Pioshik and you're seeing this Pantheon ult in front of you. You're like, I can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Good luck, I guess.
I can make him a bit bleedy on his way over there.
Yeah.
Well, bullet time going to come on through. Headbutt pole. Okay, Kellen. As Berserker gets a lot of value out of his flash, but will not be able to keep his plates intact here in this mid lane. And there is under a minute left on the plate timer as well.
What is this lane assignment? Why are both Vikla and Diablo mid? Why are we just dropping full waves?
Well,
I guess
Pungyan died and they didn't plan for that. And now Pungyan doesn't have flash. And
I'm talking about BNK. Like, I guess they are making the read they can't have anyone near the bot side turret, but
maybe they just wanted to trade.
Oh, but they're not trading though. Top side turret is fine. I guess it will go down on this wave. But they're going to lose the trade.
Well, the cannon will stay alive, I guess. Maybe that's the thinking. I don't know. Look, they know better than I guess. Dude are going to be able to clear out the wave and clear. Be able to pick it up before it crashes pretty comfortably. Done here, as the outer on the top side of the map is also going to go down. Gold entirely even.
Oh, did I mention, by the way? I hadn't actually, because we were talking about the Weep game I was playing.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot to mention the coolest part.
What's the coolest part?
It has 100 different endings.
That is so many different endings.
And they're supposedly, they're all flashed out as well. It's not like, you get like a joke ending. Early on, you do something silly as, oh, Pungyan, not again. Not again!
Oh, he's getting ganked by a Lucian. I don't know about that one. Teleport is going to come on in there as Raptor flashes for the stun and just takes away the kill, because he may as well. Yoshik able to dash his way out, but that's not really the response that they wanted. Clear is just going to destroy this turret as well. The amount of jaxing this guy's doing is pretty high.
Dudu went Sunfire, Atlas.
Oh no. Okay, that's not what I wanted the Ruby Crystal to be doing.
No.
The Ruby Crystal is indeed still there, so there's hope, but it's not. There isn't really anymore. Okay, well, I mean, that's probably what the thinking was, right? They wanted a tank, and so I'll just play tank Gragas. We'll have best of both worlds, right?
It's
the early laning phase is going to be the same, but then you can't answer the Jax all late.
Yeah, that's my main issue, is that normally you get to outtrade the Jax, and he doesn't really get to get free prior of the wave. Obviously, you never have kill threat as Jax into the Gragas, but I do think that without damage, you can't really get prio. And Sunfire will help if they're standing in the wave. Setup is still good, but I just like, as you're saying, I think you can go for the tanky AP build. I'm not expecting him to go full, crazy full AP glass cannon Gragas. I get that is not what's going to happen.
This Jax skin has a lot going on, by the way. Serious amount of stuff happening. It's all right. Let's kill Vikla is the game plan here as the quickness comes in first. Doggos are going to close the gap as the flash. Raptor is in position. Shockwave going to pull him out of the stun as well. Nicely done. Is now Kellen able to be here to assist Raptor. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be enough. His life is possibly going to die. The Ignite's still ticking, but not going to be enough there. Pungyan also going to be able to stay alive, as is Life, who gets into the alcove of safety. And Diablo is chasing down Berserker and goes back.
I had no vision. Didn't know where Berserker was. While all of this is going on, Clear is unbothered in his lane, pushing.
Yeah. Dudu going to do the same thing here. So the gold sort of ping-ponging around a little bit will end up as being pretty even between the two top lanes. But this is a good play from DNF.
It also is a lesson. Don't try to salvage a lost play. Just accept. It's fine. Viklas's dead. Don't waste your flash. Because especially without the flash available, Raptor is just never going to get out of here. As you highlight, really nicely done there as well by Pungyeon. Staying alive initially, then cancelling the stun and dash. Then the shield onto life as well. By the way, without that shield, Rakan dies.
Yeah.
So very cleanly played here.
I feel like as soon as Pungyeon gets out of lane, he's a god. Really gets stuff
It's the
done.
laning phase that's the issue.
Yeah.
Which reminds me of another player that used to play for DN Freaks. We haven't seen him in a while, but his name was Bulldog.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Steal?
All right, Kellen is going to interrupt life here, and that is going to be the first Chemtech Drake. Raptor now just going to die. Nothing he can do about this one. They take their time, but I just don't think he's going to have anywhere that he can go. Kyoshik is able to get the daggers in. There we go. Clear is, I mean, this is the most split pushy Jax that we've seen in a really long time. He is just staying in a side lane the entirety of this game, and I respect it, absolutely. Rift Herald is going to be thrown down in mid though, and the amount of pressure DN Freaks are putting on to answer this is very, very high. They'll get a charge, they won't be able to get the turret, but that is a lot of damage done to the mid outer.
If it wasn't Chemtech, I feel like BNK would be in a really good position, but it is Chemtech. And this is not one of the games where I think we can really cope about Chemtech being good.
Yeah, something Chemtech angle. Alistair kind of likes it.
Exactly, Atlas. That's, you hear yourself? You're sounding like me. That's
if
not...
you get the shield up at a good time, then Pantheon kind of likes it. I don't know.
No, because his shield is like, it's full.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Not.
It doesn't work. I'm looking for the cope, and I can't really get it. There's that Fimbulwinter you were talking about.
It's a good item on Gragas because you can proc the shield very consistently. I was a little disappointed.
Honestly, if he was playing TFT, these would be really good Gragas items.
I don't know anything about TFT.
No, Gragas in TFT is largely just like a tank.
Like in this game?
Yeah. So there you go.
Nice. Thematic consistency. I always appreciate that. It's very cool.
He's in the strongest comp in the game as well at this point in time. I just can't win with it though, for some reason.
I'm sure that's a game problem, not a you problem.
Oh, it is. It is definitely the game's fault, as per usual. DN Freaks now looking to get some position towards this bottom side, but I don't know whether there's necessarily very much to fight for outside of Articon. That is going to be coming up in about 17 seconds time. So I take it all back. That's exactly why they're here, because both of these teams have been pretty adamant about fighting for it. Diablo with an Infinity Edge completion, though, is big for this next fight, as well as Zeke's Convergence done for Kellen at the same time.
Well, it's telling that Clear actually upgrades his boots. That is not the most efficient use of gold, but this is a really important fight, so you just want to eke out the max amount of value that he can get, as neither team should be starting Articon. Want to be very clear. We know what the debuff does, okay? All of us do. We're all aware, and it turns you into paper.
Yeah, Kyoshik was not very tanky anyway. My god, Life of Kyoshik just taking so much damage from just Raptor, as I believe the buff was still on.
Actually, it wasn't. I was looking at Life's resistances, or at least maybe they just didn't have that many stacks. I think Raptor just got a 5-stack Q. It was very scary.
A lot of damage, yeah.
It was, yeah. Kind of caught me off guard as well. Okay, they're not doing Articon. Great. This is wonderful. It's exactly what... Sometimes we just get what we want.
Yeah. 1 minute.
So what are you...
45 seconds.
What are you playing right now, Atlas?
Been playing a fair bit of Slay the Spire.
In preparation for...
The new Diablo season? No, yes. Slay the Spire 2, I just don't believe it's real until it's going to be real.
Until it's actually on your
console. Even the devs are like messing with people, saying like, oh no, this is what the release date is. This is what it is. Aha, it might come out in this year. I don't know. They just really don't care about reaching a deadline. They just want the game to be done, and I actually love that.
At least you're not a Hollow Knight fan. You know, you could have had it much worse.
Yeah, very, very true. Now I've been playing a fair bit of World of Warcraft Season of Discovery. I've been really enjoying.
Is being a Hollow Knight fan the equivalent of being a KT fan?
Oh no. I mean, sort of,
right? I feel like that's very accurate.
Yeah. Because you go back and you watch like the 2018 finals. That's like going back and playing Hollow Knight. You know? And it's just they haven't quite got there for the rest of it.
And then they're like, oh, Silksong's definitely coming out. And then you have like the 2023 KT season.
Yeah. Hey, I saw the direct, you know, like it is actually happening, right?
Sure it will.
Teehee?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. Do you know what's also coming out? A team fight, I think, as
Any
Pyoshik
second
does
now.
flip over the wall. Kellen trying to keep himself healthy. Pyoshik's on target ability is now on cooldown, but the quickness going to be employed here by Life. Pyoshik dives in, but man, he is like paper. Pongyeon also just going to be taken out, and I don't think that we're going to get Shocky Wave. It's not happening in this one.
No
They've
Shocky
already
Wave?
tried to use it, and the wave hasn't been used.
No Vanilla Wave? No Strawberry? No Choco Mint?
Oh, Shocky Wave. Delicious.
None of that!
You know what's also delicious? A Chemtech Soul that I think BNK Furex can just take without too much of a response. I say that,
what about,
as I do, there is a response.
All right, what about Cookies and Cream? Surely they can do that.
Well,
come on, DN Freaks!
See whether they can find it, because they don't have a lot of buttons left up and available. This is still a really important one to go for, as Kellen just trying to deal with Dudu. And this was beautifully played. Make sure they pick this one up. There's the flash in from Clear. I don't know about that one, but Raptor was there to follow up. Life going to be stabbed and obliterated. And this guy is just a tank. He's an absolute monster. Clear on this. Jax just walks into 3 people and cleans it up. I'll take an Otacon as well. BNK Furex. I love how game number 1 was one of the most horrendous throws we've ever seen. But this, the last 2 games, they kept their heads on their shoulders. They played it out and they locked in.
They locked in. That's all they did. You know, that a lesser team might have had that initial game happen to them, just immediate boom. As Pyoshik, you are the Fed member on your team. You can play these fights slow. Use your W.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
What are we doing?
Diving onto Vikla. That's what he was doing, and then flashes out. But unfortunately, a disjointed fight is something that this team will never be able to win, right? They have a beautiful wombo combo team fight composition.
And then here, Clear. Oh my god, flashes over, gets the 3-man counter-strike. Knows he has the Raptor back up. He also has the Chemtech Soul, by the way. So even if he dies, it will take forever to kill him. Even just a second E would be enough to stall for seemingly an infinite amount of time. And Atlas, I'm starting to be worried that for the DN Freaks, today might not be the day that the...
I'm going to need you to say it first. I'm going to need you to say it first. Well, what is the level of losability?
I'm not going to say
BNK Furex. Can you please tell me that it's unlosable? Can you just please throw that one out for me?
No, because if I think that, I will say that. I don't think it's unlosable.
No, but Caster Curses aren't real, you know. So just say it, and then.
No. I don't think Caster Curses are real.
Oh, you just don't think this is unlosable?
I just don't think it's unlosable yet, because the team fight is strong enough. If I think it's unlosable, I will tell you.
Okay. I'd be okay with it even if you were using it just as an exaggeration. I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah, but then what would be the point?
The point would be so you can curse this game back into a winnable position. It's not hairbet time. No. The gold lead's like 1,000.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's not happening. Yeah, but I do like that our producers are just...
They're ready.
Poking and prodding.
All right, Life down to 50%, just looking for flank angles as, oh my god, the blender has occurred. But maybe it is time. The cask is going to be utilized here, but Berserker, he is already dead. The bullets or the time, they are not going to be able to be utilized in the next upcoming battle. And Clear has made sure that no one has a health bar. Dudu almost just dead as an Empower, I think, would have just taken him out. Thankfully, he gets over his wall. Still, inner turret going to fall, and BNK just kind of feels like they can do no wrong. And even when they go down to low health, Chemtech Soul, baby, keeping them up and healthy here.
A small moment of hope as the cask comes through. Looks like the setup might be enough, but it just isn't the damage right now. Berserker ends up going down almost immediately, and Clear, what a Titanic performance on this Jax.
He is an absolute monster.
The Renekton in the last game was already kind of crazy, but then add this on top of it. Really, if he can keep this up, because I think he's already been a lot better than he was at LCK Cup, right, over the last couple of weeks. I think he's slowly leveling up. If he keeps this up, maybe it's time to finally herald the call of 2022 DRX clear. He's finally here!
Oh, yes. I'm hoping, because we were so excited about this player when he was playing in Challenger, him and Thanatos.
Oh my god,
Those matchups were so sick.
Ilma.
As that sidestep on the cask, absolutely beautiful here by Diablo, and Dudu has absolutely nowhere he can go. Clear also offering so much damage. Pioshik getting in there would have been an absolute mistake. And so the base not broken yet.
All right.
But there's not looking like, it's not looking very winnable.
I'm ready to say it.
Yeah?
Unlosable.
Oh, there it is. There, you heard it here first, chat. Okay.
I think BNK have it in the bag. They have a 18 fight themselves. They're going to get Baron. They're going to march down the base. Yeah. They can't contest because Dudu's dead.
So right after you say that, that's when like Pioshik's supposed to come in and steal Baron. And
He's on the other end of the map.
And yeah, it's like his smite range is not that high.
I feel confident in my statement, Atlas. I'm not making it for content.
The losability is not high. Okay, well, DN Freaks, we thought the game one was unlosable for being as well. Is this just a face check?
So, I think the read here is, oh god, that cask. The read here, which I actually like from Dudu, is he's trying to look for a flank, right? Because they're playing heavily towards top side. It's just that BNK rather is one step ahead of them. So you already have Clear guarding the entrance, because it makes sense for Greg if you want to try and maybe knock the backline into your team. There is an Elder Flip possibility, which I had not considered, and I'm a little worried about. And
what
BNK,
was that? You said unlosable?
Yeah, BNK also did a little bit of trolling in game one, but I don't think they're going to repeat it. I think they learned. I think they became smarter and better players.
Oh, keep it coming.
Through that through that failure.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Clear has also decided that team fighting is not something he cares about. Raptor is going to W out of Pioshik for the moment. Berserker and Pungyan moving on over. But there is not a lot of ability for DN Freaks to actually get into their own jungle. 4 seconds on the Elder.
What about losability?
Losability is pretty low for BNK FearX, but the lower it goes, the higher it goes.
Oh, it's like it goes full circle.
Yeah. Works 60% of the time, every time. Okay, we've got the Grand Starfall as Raptor comes in. They're not going for a flip, but still the bullet time is decent. Shockwave, though, not doing too much of anything at all. Down goes Pungyan, and the stun onto Pioshik is pretty targetable here, ladies and gentlemen. Clear, which just wanders over to watch him die, but it's actually going to be the double picked up by Raptor. And BNK FearX, I don't think they even really care about an Elder Drake. They're looking to break open the base right now, and maybe they're going to siege themselves a victory instead of going for any sort of flips or silly stuff like that. Still, there are 3 left alive, one of them being Berserker, who does have some wave clear. Problem is, not a lot of AoE, and there's the flash forward from Raptor. They don't have Berserker anymore. I told a lie. And the counter-strike from Clear comes on through to spell the end of life. Dudu, he's a Tankragus. He's not going to be killing anyone. He can distract them for a little bit, but instead it's a triple kill for Clear. 6-0-5 on this Jax. Do not get this man a real weapon. He will be way too deadly. BNK FearX, they turn it around and win in game 3.
Some might say, the Atlas actually did say that today we were going to get a 3-0, a best of 3. And after seeing this game, kind of feels that way. But we jest. It's painful for DNF. But I'd like to see only positives here. Outside of that, obviously a terrible decision-making in game 1.
Yep.
For BNK, didn't tilt. They are the better team. That much is obvious. They were able to bounce back. Actually saw really cute interactions as well between Claire and Callan as they were coming back, and they were just like, we got this, it's okay, I'm sorry,
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And I do also think that DNF today look a lot better. I know it's not enough, it didn't get them the winner today. They were also reliant, but the performance of Dudu, the performance of Pungyan, the performance of Life all went up. I think Pioshik is still lagging behind, unfortunately. That's a problem they're gonna have to solve.
Yeah.
But Pungyan seems like he's did bring new life into this team. And that's really more than I was expecting, and hopefully a sign for the DN Freaks that things are looking up.
Yep, Callan continuing on his decent form here as well. And I think that like game 1, it was a pretty spectacular throw. It was a bit weird, but these things happen, and I think that they did manage to really address that in a really good way. And there are a lot of teams where something like that could happen and they would 100% lose the series. You know, there are some teams that can let things get to them. KT. Sorry, there's something caught in my throat.
DK.
Super weird, KT.
Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
But BNK, they didn't do that. Stuck with it, stuck to the plan, and got it done.
It also speaks to that, to their strength that today was not the Diablo show. It was the top side that was actually
it was the
playing
clear show. Yeah.
really well, which is being able to win from multiple different avenues is one of the biggest indicators that we have for a team being meta resilient and being a lot easier or be a lot harder at it to shut down. So I think that's a good sign for BNK. Again, everything besides the decision making in game 1, I think today for them has been looking up.
Yeah, I would agree. Putting on there with a great interrupt with his Shockwave. Fortunately, not a whole lot of other great things to say. I think Raptor also having a brilliant day with his Lilia performance being absolutely brilliant. And this Pantheon performance there to back up his Jax every single time. But look at this guy, he's a freight train. His Jax, like the Skell skin as well. What it kind of looks like to me from Xenoblade Chronicles X or Xenoblade X. Is it Chronicles as well?
It's Chronicles, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. As Pioshik diving on forward, I should really know that.
You have
like my favorite game series of all time. Yeah,
200 hours of the game.
I'm a moron.
As we do eventually see the big combo.
Yeah,
but we never saw the bullet wave.
It was shock time.
It was only
every
shock
time.
Yeah. Pioshik still not finding his form. It's rough. He's a player.
It's early in the season, Chronically. He doesn't necessarily need to find it.
But
maybe he finds it in the Rise group.
I don't know, Atlas. Even at his worst in the past, Pioshik had the moments. We're not seeing the moments.
If we don't love him at his worst, then we don't deserve him at his 2022 World Champion, okay? And maybe that's all right.
I just don't want another Rascal situation.
Oh, true.
Because Rascal, man, and he's here today, right?
Yep, he is.
And that man in 2022 was universally agreed upon to be the best top laner.
He had the most solo kills in the league for like 3 years
on a team that was like 8 or 7. It was disgusting. He didn't make playoffs.
Yep.
We'll see.
Wow, that was a bit of a drop-off towards the end of that game, as we can see in the goal graph. Some big damage numbers as Berserker did basically nothing. And I think, honestly, if I was Berserker, I would also have not a lot left in the tank. As this guy, he definitely did. They did a whole lot of weird stuff in game 1, and Clear turned around and he was like, never again, and just decided to be immortal for the rest of the series.
Even in game 1, let's not forget that Clear, again...
yeah, his chase was amazing.
He stomped the lane. Just a really, really good day for Clear today. If we get some Raptor votes, I think that's warranted. That will make a ton of sense as well.
Yep, I'm okay with like Kellen getting some. Oh, we got Diablo joining the Tridans, and it's almost, oh man, it was almost a Dan kind of name as well. It needs to be Dianbal.
Yeah.
We could ask Diablo whether maybe he could become Dianbal just for the Quadradans that we could then get on the
4 Dans?
That's so many Dans. Maybe that is a few too many Dans.
Is there such a thing as too many Dans? It's like too many.
Yes. Yeah, it's almost already
it's
too
free
many Dans.
actually already.
We're outnumbered by Dans at the moment, Chronicler. Like, have you considered this? Yeah.
It's us.
I know. We're the Mars. The Mars versus the Dans today. And the Mars are losing. The Mars are definitely losing. But do you know who isn't losing? It's Clear, who picks up POG, and now it is time for the interview. Throw it over to Dia.
Thank
you very much, Max. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation. We are here joined by Clear on the side of BNK Fear X. Congratulations. How do you feel? It's been a while since I got a win and also got the POM to do an interview, so I'm a little shaky, a little nervous, but I will do my best. Everyone, please give it up for Clear. I mean, BNK FearX is undefeatable in the Saturday Showdown matches. When the stakes are high, you guys are getting stronger. What are your thoughts on the record on the Saturday Showdowns? I mean, I did not really participate in all of the Saturday Showdown matches, so I thought it was irrelevant to me, but now that I have, picked up a couple of wins in the Saturday Showdown as well, I feel like I have been doing some work for the team. Well, game number 1, you had a huge lead on the top lane. The team was having an 8k gold lead as well, but DNF turned the game around. What kind of feedback happened after that game? I mean, we were not really that vocal about the game, but I could tell that everyone is a little bit, losing their mental fortitude. So we wanted to make sure that we can pick ourselves up together for the upcoming potential 2 games. And then game 3, you blind picked Jax, and the opponent locked in Gragas as a counter. Tell us about the mind game behind the drafting. Jax is a very decent blind pickable champion on the top lane, so I wanted to give it a go. Well, you were actually not playing a game against Gragas, you just let him farm as much as he wants to, and you were always ganking Orianna. Was that the winning plan? Yeah, for sure, because looking at the entire game comp, I thought denying the scaling of Orianna would be more important than denying Gragas. And we have a lot of rookies on the side of BNK FearX, and the young players are getting so much spotlight, Raptor, Diablo. So, any message for your teammates? You guys are doing a great job, but still, please stop messing around, okay? Don't pick on me. They're a little cheeky. And BNK FearX's final opponent of the first round will be Hana Life Esports. What is your mindset? Hana Life, a very strong team ahead of us, and their top lane, so good. But still, we were actually preparing for the Hana Life match throughout the season, so I hope we can put up a good fight. And this is going to be the end of the interview with Clear on the side of BNK FearX, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you for that great translation, as it is a victory for BNK FearX on the Saturday Showdown. They keep it undefeated.
Yeah.
Brendan Valdez, you're here.
Why am I here?
You're really close.
Something wrong with me?
Yeah.
Is there a problem?
Yeah.
You need to talk about this off camera.
Look at all that space there. Ooh.
What could we be setting up for? I wonder.
Yeah, we'll be having Diablo join us here in the desk in just a little bit. We wanted to point out one moment here by the DN Automotive Freaks in our one highlight of this series. Over at the Drake Pit, things are going okay, and then it just kind of falls apart here again.
Yeah, so the thing is, the game is basically even at this point. Yes, a lot of Drakes were going over to BNK, but they just send it in a very weird kind of fight here in the river that's not even a real fight. Like, Pyosik jumps in, the Orianna gets caught, and the game is essentially over from this pot because, they double down, right? They're looking for this Drake, they gotta deny the Chemtech soul, and then eventually DNF just throw it in here. I feel like this is a perfect highlight just to show some of their struggles that they've had throughout the season. This is just another one of these team fights where the game was basically even, and then they just double down and it gets even worse.
Yeah, and you end up with a situation where Clay gets onto this trio here, and it's all auto-attack damage, and it's Jax. So yeah, they can't really do anything to him. And it's situations like this where you're even though in the whole 5v5, like Orianna and Gragas can do well against a Jax, if you end up isolating the auto-attackers, they're just cooked.
Yeah. Tough stuff here for the DN Automotive Freaks. Had a crazy game number 1 comeback, a setup for game number 2 here in 3, just still trying to find a way to win. Let's take a look at the POM comments, though, for the victorious BNK FearX, as it was Clear getting this one. And votes all over. Everyone except Kellen. Sorry, Kellen. Not getting that one. Korean analyst splitting the votes here. Van Cast joining them in the jungle, as there it is, Ox.
Yeah, is this? It's actually a reference to
I get the reference.
Jax from League of Legends.
Oh, he is? It is?
Yeah, and he actually he played Jax in game 3, and Jax actually doesn't use a real weapon to limit his power. So I'm like, imagine if Clear, that was the line I was trying to draw between them.
It's very clever, Ox.
Yeah, very witty, very thoughtful. You know.
It's a good one.
Ox Templar over here. What do you have
here? I think someone else also mentioned that on the cast. Crazy clear consistency. His Jace was great. Wasn't his fault that they lost. He dominated the lane, as he should. And this Renekton, also great. He didn't quite dominate in that game, but he was good. He was consistent. And then here in game 3,
are you
consistent again?
Are you using, like, when you use clear
alliteration?
No, when you use clear, using like clear as name or clear as in like the function of the word, you know?
Function of the word, yeah. The literal.
So it's just a coincidence that clear is playing. So
yeah, no, it has nothing to do with clear at all.
You could have said this about any other consistent player.
Yeah.
It just happens to be his name is clear.
Yeah, I definitely didn't do that on purpose. I would never do that.
That'd be really smart if
I wouldn't use alliteration like
Let's look at Mickey Mouse comment. That's my challenger, boy!
You're not going to do the voice? That's my challenger, boy!
That was pretty good. That was good.
That sounded just like him.
Mickey Mouse.
This is such a great dance. That's great. Let's see what they had on the Korean broadcast side with some of the votes they had on the analyst desk. They did split it, or on the cast they did split it. Raptor, no, you were just like a
Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, come on, Digon. What?
Cephalosaurus?
Okay.
Pachycephalosaurus.
Helios has a very high level knowledge of dinosaurs, or did he look this up beforehand?
I'm gonna go with he has a very high level of dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think
definitely did not look up.
Didn't
ask ChatGPT.
You know when kids are small and they're like, I want to be a dinosaur, and when I'm older they know all about them. That was Helios.
We did have a lot of dinosaur talk on the global cast, so the fact that the Korean side was also in the same mindset, we were just vibing here. Vikla recovers his memories. Rascal rolling with that one. He remembered winning in the mid lane. That's what we needed.
He did play Ryze. Like, his Ryze game was good. I actually considered it for a moment. I was like, his Ryze was good. It was actually great. He actually punished Pungyan very well in the lane, but
I think a reference to his former times in the LCK,
Solid.
Yeah.
Rock solid.
Oh my gosh. Ox and Cloud Templar changed spots. All right.
That's such a good comment, honestly. I wish I had the confidence to drop a comment like that, honestly. He's elevated it. We keep elevating these comments. He's hit another level.
I feel like me and Cloud Templar were on like a similar wavelength,
I've
though.
already forgotten your comment. It didn't resonate.
He was like solid. I was like consistent, right? I was like kind of in the same vein.
No, not really.
Yeah. And me and Cloud Templar.
Let's do the interview. Interview time. Joining us is the young man playing in the bot lane for BNK FearX. Please welcome to the LCK global stage, Diablo. Diablo, welcome. Come on in. 안녕하세요, Diablo 선수.
안녕하세요.
All right. All right. Diablo, you can grab the microphone. Nice. Game 1 was crazy, but it ended with a tough loss for BNK FearX. What was the review like, and how did your team bounce back afterwards?
1세트 굉장히 접전이었는데요. 아쉽게 패배했습니다. 어떻게 잘 추스리고 다음 경기 준비하셨는지, 또 피드백은 어떤 내용이 있었나요?
1세트 때 제가 죽고 나서 이제 좀 분위기가 좀 싸해졌는데 다들 좀 그래도 멘탈 나가지 말자고 콜하면서 다음 세트 오히려 전판 생각 안 하고 준비하다 보니까 다음 세트 잘 된 것 같습니다.
So there was one moment when I died and the game kind of went south and I could tell that we are kind of losing it. But in the voice comms, you wanted to make sure that we should not lose our mental fortitude. We have to stay strong for the maybe upcoming 2 games. So I think we were able to recover pretty fast.
That's really cool to hear. I was also curious, Diablo, BNK has really stepped it up this regular season compared to the rough LCK Cup, and a lot of us didn't really expect too much from BNK, to be honest, here at the LCK, but you've showcased the dedication and how focused the players are in this big comeback. What do you think is the biggest change within the team for this to even happen?
사실 LCK 컵 시즌에 조금 힘들었던 시간을 보냈던 것 같아요. 그래서 많은 분들이 LCK 정규 시즌 시작할 때도 큰 기대를 갖지 않았는데 이번 LCK 정규 시즌에서 정말 놀라운 성장세를 보여주고 있습니다. 팀적으로 가장 큰 변화가 무엇이었다고 생각하시나요?
일단 제가 팀원들끼리 대답을 많이 얘기도 잘 안 했어가지고 LCK 컵 때 좀 안 됐다고 생각해서 시즌 들어오고 나서 팀원들이랑도 좀 얘기 많이 하다 보니까 더 친해지고 플레이도 좀 더 잘 맞춰간 것 같아요.
I feel like the biggest problem we had during the LCK Cup was that we didn't really have enough communication. So we wanted to really improve on that. And because of that, we were able to get along with each other a lot better. And then our performance also stepped up a lot.
We'd love to get to know you more as a player. Who's your role model player and who do you aspire to be like?
또 디아블 선수에 대해서도 더 많이 알아가고 싶은데 선수로서 롤 모델이 있나요?
저의 롤 모델은 이제 원딜 라인은 룰러 바이퍼 선수인 것 같아요.
As an AD carry, Ruler and Viper.
Good answer.
Those are good answers. Today, Clear won player of the match. And on the global broadcast, we give comments. Who would be your player of the match and what comment would you give?
오늘 경기에서 클리어 선수가 POM에 선정이 되었는데 디아블 선수 개인적으로 POM을 뽑을 수 있다면 누구에게 한 표를 던지고 싶으신지 그리고 다들 POM 코멘트도 남겨주거든요. 코멘트는 어떻게 남기고 싶으신가요?
일단 POM은 오늘 미드에서 솔킬을 땄기 때문에 빅나 선수 주고 싶고요. 그다음에 코멘트는 우리 미드 잘했다.
I'm casting my vote over to Vikla in the mid lane because he got a solo bolo, and my comment will be, our mid laner is really good. Great job.
Nice and straight to the point. That's good. And then finally, you've made such a great impression on the global side of the broadcast and the global side of the fans. A lot of them right now are super excited and saying, actually, right now, you are very cute. So we wanted to know if you had anything to say to your fans.
또 이번 시즌 들어서면서 폭발적인 경기력을 보여주어서 글로벌 팬이 많이 늘었어요. 지금 채팅창에서도 너무 귀엽다 이런 뜨거운 반응이 나오고 있는데 글로벌 팬분들께 남기고 싶은 말씀이 있다면 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Thank you for your sub.
Yeah, thank you for your support. Thank you so much, Diablo. 감사합니다, Diablo 선수.
감사합니다.
Congratulations on the win again as we take a look at the standings here. It is BNK FearX getting themselves the victory over the DN Automotive Freaks. And as much as it feels good to see the win, it's always tough to see loss. You know, there's always a winner, there's always a loser. And DN Freaks are going to be on the winning side sometime.
Well, they got a game. They got a game. They got a game today. It's progress.
They have one last chance though before they want to get a win in the first round robin. Bit rough. I think BNK FearX, it wasn't the cleanest series today, but the win was important, righting the ship a little bit. This week hasn't been their best week we've seen from them, but I think we still know the level of play we saw from them wasn't a fluke. They did have that extended period of playing really well, so just hopefully getting back to that form and looking good going forwards.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do so. But we're not done yet. The Saturday showdown might be over, but Saturday's matches are not. The DRX are up against Gen G. It's a big task for them, but will they be up for it? We'll find out in just a little bit. And stick around. Secret Newsroom is on right now.
Hello and welcome to the Secret Newsroom. I am your intelligent agent, codename Cartographer. We've gathered a wide variety of international intel again for this week, so please stick around. First, let's start with some news from the LPL. The crisis-stricken Weibo Gaming is attempting a comeback. What kind of comeback are we talking about though, and how did it turn out? Let's take a look. Weibo Gaming has shown disappointing results with 3 losses after making it into the Ascend group. One of the reasons cited for their slump was the decline in form of support player Hung. Replacing the struggling Hung, Weibo Gaming decided to call up Erha. Let's have a look at how it went. On April 21st, match 31 against JDG, as the enemy's main carries walk into the river, they are hit by a huge pop blossom from Nico. They burst down Scout's Ahri, and just like that, they take a huge advantage with the pick. They even managed to secure a dragon as a reward for the fight after taking down Shun. Contrary to concerns, the substitute player Erha delivered a solid performance, contributing to the match victory. With a win against JDG, it looked like Weibo Gaming were coming back. But then came a shocking loss to WE, a team with only 1 win and 6 losses. Will Weibo Gaming ever see their Worlds 2023 form ever again? Now over to LTA North. Let's have a look at the mid lane as FlyQuest and C9 battle for the top spot. The standoff was broken by a Rift Herald summon, and Busio's Nautilus was immediately blown up. However, Thanatos was traded after the pick, making for a 1-for-1 trade. Then out of nowhere, Loki got into the Herald, drifting straight through, and allows C9 to chain CC onto Bwipo for yet another kill. Loki then kept stabbing them breathlessly, and with a beautiful display of mechanics was able to win the fight the subsequent game. Loki showed the true spiciness of the K Azir. He even left a heartwarming message for fans on social media. What a happy moment for the C9 fans. They must have been thrilled to see that. C9 takes the #1 spot, but how far will their momentum carry them? We'll keep an eye on them for sure. Next up is news from the LEC. LEC boldly declared that a top laner better than Zeus has appeared. We've looked into these unbelievable rumors to determine their validity.
And one of the things he said, is Carlson the next Zeus?
Okay.
And at first you might think, no, what's he saying?
That's not the fact, yeah.
we had some look at the stats.
Okay.
And in fact, the Carlson stats are looking
pretty
good.
He's younger.
Overall.
Yeah.
Undefeated on Gnar.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what the hell? Why is that older? Why is that the criteria? I'm being personally attacked here.
Which one?
The first one is
younger. I know.
That's the life of esports.
I'm personally victimized by this graphic.
Let's be honest here for a moment, those Zeus comparisons were likely just a joke. You cannot compare their skills based on just that, and you can't take it all that seriously. So, what did Carlson do in the LEC to hype them up like that? On April 15th, week 3 of LEC against Carmine Corp, he had a no-death win that really left a mark. Can he become a player like Zeus as they mentioned? Well, in order to prove himself, Team Heretics needs to make it to the international stage. And now for our final bit of intel. It's time to head over to the LCP, a region that has proven that they are worthy at first stand and showing that they are one of the top regions. They kicked off on April 19th. The opening match was featuring familiar teams, CFO and Talon, that we've seen many times on the international stage. Let's have a look at the rising LCP rookie mid laner, Honkyu. CFO begin the fight by hitting Baron. But then, Honkyu's Victor is caught out. He uses Zhonya's and a perfect flash to escape, and he starts dishing out massive damage. Thanks to Honkyu's performance, CFO dominate the fight. He even got player of the match in their opening week. Will he show his dominance in LCP once again? We'll be keeping an eye on CFO's journey. All right, and with that, it's time to say goodbye. We'll keep bringing you the hottest action from the other leagues here at the Secret Newsroom. But for now, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas. 안녕히 계세요, 여러분.
딘, 젠지 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I can smell it. There's something in the air today. And I think it might be an upset. I can feel it. It may or may not be a feeling in my waters, which have perhaps gotten me in trouble in the past. But Gen G are the clear favorites tonight. DRX playing with absolutely nothing to lose, Chronicler. Now is the time for the dragon to strike.
Well, I don't see it, but depends on who you believe in. Do you believe me, who doesn't think curses are real and very happy to call this one, or Atlas's Waters? And the accuracy rate for both is about 50-50. So
I don't even know how much I believe in it, but I can feel it. There's something there. Gen G, as you can see here, there's a reason as to why you wouldn't believe it. And that's because...
Atlas, you need to believe your own waters.
Well, I have in the past, and I've been burnt. My waters are not great.
Scalding, apparently.
Well, Gen G 7-0, looking to round that one out with an 8-0, just to match DNF being able to drop down to a 0-8.
Yeah, Gen G are... they're a little good. As it turns out, if Chovy plays League of Legends and not TFT, the team is the best team domestically, at least in regular season, by a pretty substantial margin. Will Humble Live match them? Probably. Not in the first series they played. That one was there were a few caveats there.
They're a slow burn team.
Oh my god, it's 8 matches, 16 straight games. They have not won.
DRX have been unable to beat them in a single game since they beat them to win Worlds in 2022.
How about them one?
Well, do you know what this means? In the wise words of Daniel Orcs Harrison, they are due, baby.
Oh.
Andal's back in as well, and I've actually been kind of calling for this. I know, speaking of Daniel Orcs Harrison, he's a huge Pleta fan, but I don't think he's been necessarily doing very well, and I think Andal has had some great performances in the past. We'll just have to see whether some time off, some recovery, some rest and recuperation has brought him some success. As this guy, we don't need to really talk about success too much. He is a domestic powerhouse, and Chovy hasn't died in the past 5 games.
Hey, those were against some of the struggling teams right now. That's a little bit of cheating.
Yeah.
That's some selective stats. If you include
They
all
selected the last 5 games.
Well, it's even... I was also building up to... If you select every other game as well, he's still a perfect Octagon. There's no there's no stopping this man.
Yeah. And it's all about how good your Octagon is, you know?
That's nowadays, that's all everyone cares about, you know? It's not, hey, how are you? How are you doing? It's...
Where's your Octagon?
Where's your Octagon? How is it doing?
Yeah.
Are you fully octagonal yet.
Octagonal?
Octagonal,
Yeah.
there you go.
I'm more of a square.
I'm more of a squid.
Okay. All right, players.
I love Splatoon.
Making their way out into Lowell Park, and we'll see how the fist bumps are going to go. As Rich and Kane, of course, with a fair bit of experience up against one another. Rich being one of the veterans here, and then Teddy versus Ruler. That is a really fun one because, of course, this dates back to like Jinair versus Gen G times and things like this back in the day. But this is a different story. This is DRX. This is Gen G, and this is not a time where DRX have really been able to find much success. And so now, as expectations reach the lowest they could ever possibly be, perhaps Chobi has been playing a little bit more TFT this week. Perhaps he's realized that they don't necessarily need to try quite as hard. This is the time for DRX to strike, and it could happen here in the mid lane.
Could it? Oh no! UCal and DRX as a whole
it's
had
not
such
wow.
I don't want to talk about what's on the screen. Had such a great start to the year. LCK Cup.
But look at what's on the screen.
Atlas. I don't. Did you not hear the part where I said
yeah,
I don't know
sorry.
what's on the screen?
But
it's
like,
not okay. It's not okay.
Yeah.
UCal's stats aren't even bad because again he's the best performing member on this team. But I do think that he has also started to struggle. We've seen some of the back issues come in, as they often do in a team that just doesn't seem to be able to string their wins together. There is a little bit of solace, which is that DRX, I'm sure they're realistic. They know they're facing Gen G, and Gen G are not losing in round one. It's not happening. Wait, do they face KT lost? I need to be very careful with this statement. I think they do. I think they still face off against one another, and I just don't want to put myself in that position. You know, it's just too easy. It's too obvious.
DRX KT is indeed their last match.
No, I'm talking Gen G KT.
Yeah, Gen G KT. Yeah. That's their last match of the round.
Okay, well, I guess Gen G go 8-1, which I do think is still an incredible record. And no one comes close right now in the LCK. That's just a reality.
Yep.
For DRX, I don't think that is going to really satisfy them, right? These guys are competitors. They want to bring their A game, and even just a game win, I think, would be really big. Break that 16-game losing. 16 games. 16!
Since 2022.
Yeah, guess what? I can assure you that even before that Worlds win, it was also...
Yeah, things were looking patchy. Yeah.
It's the Zeka versus Chobi. No, it's lose, 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 lose. Get the win that matters, lose, lose, lose.
Yeah,
it's the same.
In fact, you know, DRX really does seem to be a bit of an outlier when you have a look at 2022. So we're going to do our very best to ignore it, while DRX does their very best to focus on that and try and recreate that miracle. Coach Kim, not worried about it. He's won Worlds as well. 2 world-winning coaches here facing off against one another. And we'll see whether Gen G are just going to be business as usual here today.
Did Coach Song ever win MSI?
I don't
think so.
Don't think so. So at least Coach Kim's got that one.
Yeah.
We've got a Men in Black fan sign, another Will Smith movie reference for you, Chronicler.
I have seen the first Men in Black.
That's the only one you really need to see.
It goes downhill from there.
Well, yeah, and then you didn't have like Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, and then it was just all a bit strange, and like the IP wasn't that strong without just those guys because they kind of made the whole thing. So it was a bit weird. Anyway, I mean, it's to each their own. Maybe you guys enjoyed it. Chris Hemsworth was in one, I think, which was strange. Didn't quite make any sense.
Okay. You're objecting to Australians being
I'm not objecting to it. I just think that it's weird.
I swear, everyone, every other day, Atlas like, this movie with Hugh Jackman, you gotta see. It's a musical. It's great.
And I mean, everyone loves Hugh Jackman.
Well, yeah, I'm also not complaining. It's paying a compliment to
great,
yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was actually talking to Dan about Australia, the Baz Luhrmann film. Was that Dan? No, that was you. That was you.
Yeah, that was well
I walked the same direction with both of you today, and so like my memories are getting a little bit...
that is confusing.
A bit muddled.
That'll get you.
And the last series certainly did a number on the old brain. That's okay. Vi and Gwen, understandable bans. The Xin Zhao actually sitting on the ban list, though, is an interesting addition here for DRX.
So we are going to B1 Azir. That's happening. Do we ban Kalista? I think we can let Kalista open. But I think they might. I think they will ban it. As there we go. Duro and Ruler have both been solid. Duro in particular has really gone kind of to the point where I think, hoped he'd be. He's not the best support in the LCK, but he is very, very solid. He's been performing well, and he's been performing up to the level that we knew he could, which he showed in Challengers, which in the LCK Cup, you don't really see yet. No-brainer. You know, you might look at this and go, wow, Azir, then Chovy's going to play any of Silas or Akali or Cork. It doesn't matter. It's Chovy. Find a counter pick as Keen in pure excitement. Maybe gets to lock in a fun champion. There's Jace. There's Rumble. That's the two.
There's Jace and Rumble.
Oh, again?
You just
kind of
do
love
it.
that. Yeah, do it. Do it. Chovy plays something fun again.
Well, this is Nefiri, so we're not going to see at least the combination. And I imagine Genji are probably keen to grab something a little bit more tanky in this lineup as well. That being said, I just don't feel like it's going to happen. I think that one of either Jace or Rumble are going to be locked in for Keen in this rotation. Otherwise, you do leave both of them up and available, and that is dangerous. The Rumble will be the decision. Rich is going to pick Jace, guys. That's what's going to happen.
That's what should happen. We'll see if Rich sticks to the plan.
I'm riding it. Committed. In pen.
Chase Poppy?
Ooh, Jace Poppy feels fantastic.
Jace Poppy feels great. You get the combo with Azir.
Flex the Poppy as well.
Yeah, it's good into Nefiri. We're playing Skarner. Are they afraid of like Skarner jungle Nefiri mid? Because I get Skarner and Rumble, that's a really good combo, but
never punished, by the way.
I would have loved
the riding it in early. Yeah, the Poppy would have been such a good idea.
Oh god, Genji is not messing around. Oh no.
Okay, that's an Ahri.
That's a mid jungle 2v2 that I would not be on the receiving end of. Kenyon, Chovy, Ahri, Nefiri.
Yeah, and in fact, even their top jungle 2v2 is looking pretty scary as well. So, Yukal and Rich certainly going to have to be on their best behavior, especially considering the fact that Sponge is not likely to be doing anything too crazy early, unless he does a Pyoshik, where he's flashing over walls, turning Chronicler into Mickey Mouse, and then finding ganks in the early game.
Yeah, just the early game. I don't want to talk about the mid game. That was
what mid game?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Alistair, banned away, might still look towards that Poppy just in support instead of picking it early on in the draft.
Yeah, I don't think DRX are too worried about leaving the Poppy up either, because Skarner can still engage pretty reliably without having to worry about it, as we know. It's just like heroic charges and things like that can be quite annoying. As the Rakan going to be taken away.
Why do they want to play that they banned Rakan?
Yeah, I find that a bit odd.
Well, they can just slam Ezreal here on 4 and then kind of see where they want to go. Maybe just the Undo counter ban. Wanting to go for Spore counter pick.
Yeah.
And afraid that if they don't ban Rakan, they don't want to pick Rakan on 4, and then if DRX ban Poppy instead of Nautilus, then the Rakan gets a lot of value. Could see that being consideration. As Duro.
Ooh.
Jhin, yeah, Jhin or Ezreal, either work.
Ruler back on Jhin duty feels a little bit sad, because Jhin feels a little bit more utility focused, and we know that Ruler does like to be the main character, but once again, not going to be the main character. Does it bother you that you can only see 3 of Jin's fingers
instead of
on his gun instead of 4 on his Jhin?
Yeah, it's very upsetting. I actually
dumb.
hadn't noticed until you pointed it out, and now I'm very upset.
Yeah, does it make you upset? That's good.
Yeah.
Because that was the goal, is to make you upset. Are you guys upset as well in chat? Let me know.
Well, your goal was to make me upset, not chat, I hope.
I was just wondering whether maybe it also overflowed.
Well, I just hope that you want to entertain our viewers. I've already accepted that you want to anger me. That's just
There's
how
some
it
in
goes.
chat that are probably entertained by the fact that some of chat are also annoyed.
That is how it goes.
Yeah.
So Leona locked in.
Maybe everyone wins and no one at the same time. As Leona is going to be locked in, like you were saying. So what is going to be Duro's counter pick?
I'm not excited about like a Braum here. Oh my, yeah, either of those would work. I like the Elise more, I think. But they're both all in early supports. We are just playing to stomp the lane early. Poppy also makes sense for Duro. Gets to block the Leona, gets to block the engages from the Azir. And the Poppy is a great takeaway. Like, you deny it for future drafts. Something that you always have to consider with Fearless, even though Gen G are on red side right now. Most likely, they're also making the read. We're on red side again next game. And Poppy is a pick that you can pick early and flex into a lot of roles.
And I think, you know, the Talia might need to be gunned for as far as like first pick is concerned for UCal in the second game, but that is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves as it is now time to see whether DRX can turn their fortunes around. 16 games is too many already.
No one beats DRX 17 games in a row.
No one does, apart from maybe Gen G right now, but we'll just have to see, because even then, maybe 17 is actually like, that's the cutoff. And then 18 is impossible. And that's what we'll have to figure out. I just personally don't think that this draft is quite going to get DRX over the line. Teddy's Ezreal has been very strong. There's Jace in the hands of Rich, who is very, very good at it. The DRX fans, they are starting to believe. They are daring to believe. This guy on his way to the military, and he said he'll go to military again if DRX wins. Did he just really enjoy it in the military?
Or he's just a fan that is ready to throw it all down if he gets him to win.
That's actually very, very cool. It's quite a bet. It's all right. Let's jump out of the rift, see whether they can send him to the military.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I appreciate it for the 07s in chat, ladies and gentlemen, but you may not necessarily need them. If Gen G wins here, he will not be required to go to military service again.
It's not often that you see someone go in with more stake than their hair bet, but this is like, you know, this is not an even
That's like
matchup.
2 years of your life.
Yeah, no, it's not close.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to regrow your hair? Like
2 months.
2 months?
My hair grows really fast.
Well, you also do other stuff while your hair regrew.
Yeah.
I assume. Did I see you during a period? No,
I did not a lot of going out in public because I was very upset about my hair being short. It's not actually true. Everything was kind of fine. So never mind. It's actually 18 months in Korea for military service. So never mind. 1.5 years. Still bad.
Still.
Yeah, still way worse than the hairbed situation.
Still long.
And it was also towards the end of a season, and so I had the grand reveal at the final, and then I got a bunch of time off, and so by the time I was back, it was basically grown. So
I remember that.
Really was not exactly the most ridiculous. As UCal trading quite nicely here with Chovy in this early game. And I think I'm going to be mainly looking towards the top side. I want to see how well Rich can do in this matchup versus Keen's Rumble. We've seen this one kind of go back and forth. Oftentimes, you do like generally see the Jaces finding leads. Some of our Rumbles have really been able to play the matchup out well. So Keen might be the guy that can do that.
Rumble for me has become the equivalent to, like, I'm trying to think of it's like Sejuani, where like I get why you pick it, but the last time I sold this champion hard carry is a long time ago.
Rumble?
Yeah.
Wasn't it last week that she like pentakilled on it?
Yeah, but the panic kill was like, you got a panic kill, but the game was already over before that.
Yeah, but that was because she was playing really, really well before that.
It was fine, but...
That's true, though. I think I understand the vibe that you're getting, because right here, we're seeing exactly why. You just don't do as much damage.
It used to be that Rumble would also stomp every lane, which I think has kind of soured our perception of him, now that he no longer does that.
Yeah.
But it's still Rumble. There's a very obvious reason as to why you play him. We just get to watch Chovy and UCal lane, and UCal not having the best of time. Did just pop his potion a little later, but it's mostly the mana that he's not doing too hot in.
Yeah, Chovy certainly utilizing the blue stuff a little bit more effectively. As we're having a look at the loss streak here for the Skarner, 6 in a row. As 2 of those names being Lucid does mean that, you know, that's curious. Has never really been a Lucid-flavored champion, though, to be honest.
And I can still remember him having great moments in those games, but also moments where he would just go in and kind of die.
Yeah.
Post-nerfs,
That's with the silence. Rich gonna boop him back a little bit late.
This is all set up for the dive, though, so as long as he doesn't die, it's worth it.
Yeah. Sponge going to get slowed down momentarily, just smashes for the wallbang, and that is going to be first blood going over to Rich. Very comfortably done, as there is no cannon left here, nothing to tank up that wave, so that is also going to go. Keen going to be respawning 3 seconds. That wave is dead as he pops up.
Clean gank from Sponge, nothing to note. Rich with Electrocute, by the way, we haven't highlighted this yet, but Electrocute Jace into Rumble, so really just looking to, I imagine, go full lethality and try to maximize the damage. Sets this up. Keen doesn't really get to play the game. Not much he can do. Good that he holds onto his flash. Sponge with a perfect flash E. There's not really any counterplay you can try to predict it, but if you fail, then obviously it's a bit of a disaster as Undeal. Unfortunately, also on his receiving end of a bit of a disaster. Is Duro going to be very happy about that trade?
Yeah, nicely played. Teddy just calmly waiting for his minions to head towards him. And DRX with a little bit of a gold advantage.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Yep. That's a stat that doesn't look great for the narrative
so
that I want to sell.
It's really interesting because we've seen a lot of teams pick Skarner into Neferi, but then every time I see the Neferi hit like a couple of bleeds, oh, Duro.
Yeah, Duro looking for the angle. He won't get the stun, but moves Rich back into danger. Andel's moving up though, and maybe they can turn it. Another crash from Sponge, and Duro's just dead. 16. That might be the maximum. DRX might be looking to end it right there. It's 5.5 minutes into the game, Max.
I didn't want to kill your. I didn't want to steal your fun, or I didn't want to kill your vibe.
Reality crept into my dream.
I'm glad, because I was gonna. Oh, Chovy might have to ult. Yep.
In a second. Ulti going to be used from UCal here as Chovy wanting to turn it. Man, pretty happy to just go straight into the Azir, but Sponge being able to get the flash out of him. And on the other side, the Pigeon not so lucky. Another Charm actually hitting max range. Ruler with the follow-up, and there's an equalizer down. Sponge is dead. Oh God, I spoke way too soon.
Well, Atlas, that one's not on you. I'm not going to let people claim caster curses for that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are real, Chronicler, and I am the one that is to blame.
Or
responsible.
Were we just talking about Genji versus DRX? And Genji, some laning mishaps. Duro gets punished for an attempt to play.
I just sent that guy to military. Oh, wait, no, he's going to, if they win, he's going to military, and that's fine, and he's going to be happy. So it's okay. I don't have that on my conscience.
I'm assuming he was also talking about the series, not just the game.
Oh, okay.
I think you're okay. As
I think we'll probably still just take a game.
Goes in, doesn't actually get the slam into the wall, which means that Rich is completely fine. Nicely timed arrival from Ando and Sponge. But then here, we look for the play on Chovy. And Ruler is just there. I want you to look at how much damage this, jokes aside, this Jhin does. Because it is, over the course of this fight, quite a lot. Also sets up nicely. It's Chovy with the perfect charm, the W, and then that final auto from Ruler after the equalizer from Keen comes in.
Yeah.
A clean fight there from Genji. DRX trying to do a little bit too much. And I don't know about trying to ult an Ahri. I don't see it. Unless you get if you get like the ult into immediate wall slam, that's a hard timing, Atlas. Rich is 2-0 though. That's nice.
Yeah,
something.
And we know that the Jace is definitely going to be a win condition here for DRX. And if Rich is feeling himself on a given day, then he can certainly find some angles.
It does pop off sometimes out of nowhere.
He's definitely a vibes player, and the vibes have not been great on DRX's side, so we haven't seen very many good things from Rich. As Sponge is going to make his way in. There's the interrupt, as Sponge has to move out of the wall very awkwardly and slowly, as Chovy avoids the dive extraordinarily well.
Kenny was in the area as well, so I don't even know if it really would have led to too much. UCal. Meanwhile, on the other end of the map, he's facing off against Keen. Actually, like that. Don't mind that swap too much, because that makes it a lot harder for Keen. But I feel like Rich was doing well in the 1v1, and he definitely can't really punish Chovy. He might get punished though, and he does have a bounty.
Yeah, that's Duro just going for the pushback as the charm has to be flashed. Still getting the flash, pretty important here for Gen G as well, as they are taking down the dragon at the same time. Everything's sort of done for a reason, is what it feels like here in this early game for Gen G. Zandal moves back to the mid lane, but honestly, just here to pick up some experience, wanting to get that level 6. As Deadly Flourish will be avoided. But 3 grubs and the Drake is not something that Gen G should really be able to take just for free. However, that is indeed exactly what happened.
Getting a little worried, Atlas. I feel like we're on a Gen G pace.
Yeah.
And you know who wins? And really this applies to any team in the world when we're on Gen G pace.
Gen G?
That's what they've done for the last, what is it, 3 years?
Yeah.
Starting 2022.
Yep, when they're at home, that's generally how that one goes. I mean, the LCK final was...
They lost the most recent one, but it was by 1 game. You know, it wasn't really comparable to obviously the struggles
Same thing
that
could be said, actually, as far as the LCK Cup is concerned.
Yeah. And it's very clearly between them and Honma Life right now, right? T1 slowly figuring their things out. DK is just DK, so
yeah.
I'm sure they will play great series against whichever team they end up facing and then lose in a beautiful manner.
How are you going to react when KT breaks the Gen G perfect round robin by winning?
Knew it all along, called it from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm not going to predict it because I need to do my part.
I think I'm just going to be annoyed.
Because it's so obvious.
Yeah, and it's just frustrating because it also, you're not allowed to then think, oh, KT must be good. No. It won't have any bearing on anything at all.
Yeah, I'm not annoyed by this because I don't have an actual emotional attachment. I think there's a part of you that's still...
Oh, yeah, no, I do. It's largely emotional.
When it comes to KT.
Yeah.
It's KT, it's Deft, and it's Barrel for you.
Well, Sponge is looking to try and deny the perfect grubs. That does indeed come in. As Keen moving on over, wanted to charge that heat up, does manage to do so. Is now Teddy in a pretty safe spot as that is a 2-man on the Impale. Duro just flashes away though in the equalizer. Walk down here by Andal. He can't go back in again as Canyon goes untargetable for the moment. As that's a teleport in from Chovy, gets into that backline, misses the charm, but that doesn't matter. Down goes the Jace as Ruler is going to cleanse away any sort of stuns that are coming in. And Andal thrown around like a ragdoll entirely here, and we'll just get barbecued in the backline. Gen G just seemingly immortal in this team fight. Teddy and Yukal left alive, but unable to do any damage.
DRX went way too deep. It didn't need to. Could have just pieced out. I'll let it go.
Yeah, they managed to get a couple of the grubs. That would have been fine.
Yeah, it would have. So take another look. Q play there from Sponge. Can't believe he gets Keen as well. But the damage follow-up isn't really there. If Rich was also dumping a full combo onto Keen or Duro there, maybe they get the kill. But instead they stick around for a little while. And then here, I think it's because of Yukal's TP. But they could have definitely left there just through mid with Yukal safeguarding them.
Yeah.
And it would have been unfortunate, but fine. But then instead it ends up being a debacle.
Yeah.
Atlas, that's what that was.
And at the very beginning, Duro just ulted Teddy away. So they just didn't have any damage follow-up as soon as Yukal wasn't in a position to get his Sand Soldiers doing damage.
Chovy missed the charm.
Oh, no.
Unacceptable, really. Worrying signs for Gen G.
Yeah, still hasn't died, so continuing that no death streak.
Yeah, he also obviously did a really good job in the rest of the fight. I'm just... It's now a 2k gold lead at 13 minutes, Atlas.
Yep, and I'm going to stop thinking about the outcome of the game. I'm starting to see whether DRX can kill Chovy one time.
Okay,
that's going to be their job. I remember this is actually just going back to Chovy's debut.
2019.
Yeah, where like it took him 4 weeks, I think, to die for the first time, 3 or 4. And then he did, and then he had only died once for a really long time, so had that 120 KDA or something like that, which was absolutely absurd. Maybe that's what we need to focus on for this game, because right now this will be the 6th game in a row. Chovy doesn't die if he stays alive for the rest of it.
It's also the 17th.
All right.
For Gen G versus DRX.
Canyon moving in, Sponge in position. Canyon dives on top of him. The deadly flourish from max range, and goodbye, Mr. Skarner. This setup from Gen G is disgusting.
Ondale looking for a punish, but he don't have the TP. Yuko can't join.
Sidestep, and Canyon is going in, ladies and gentlemen. Solar Flare, and Canyon is out. Once again, that was 3 people. Chovy and Yukel doing battle. Yukel, can you kill him? For the first time in 6 games? Maybe not right now. As Ruler is going to create some curtains.
I love that flash from Yukel. That's great. That's the equivalent of, you know, in a horror movie when it's like, you go, have you seen Cabin in the Woods?
Cabin in the Woods, yes.
The opening scene when they go by the bus station, the guy's like, if you go to the cabin, you will die. And then they're like, whatever.
Oh, so in this version of the movie, they just turn around and drive home?
Yeah, Yukel's the guy that's like,
all right, peace.
Hell no, I'm not, no part of this. I want out, and just flashes and leaves.
Yeah.
Good for you, Yukel.
Doesn't get as many ratings in the box office or things like that.
Doesn't make for an entertaining movie.
No.
But he's alive.
Yeah, he is. And that's why there's no movies about Yukel in a Cabin in the Woods. Because he just got out of there. Canyon got into the enemy jungle, and he is going to take away a bunch of Sponge's stuff.
I love seeing Canyon on Neferi, because if you really think about it, Neferi is just Graves with extra steps. And I feel like Canyon wants to be Nidalee or Graves every
Oh god, I've seen this before. As Rich was there, I promise everyone, he was there. He's not anymore.
Duro,
he's
been stepping it up. It's good to see.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's also easy to play support when all of your lanes are winning always. It's like it's a chain reaction, right?
Yeah.
This is always such a... It's the same as being Faker's jungler.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I feel like after, like, what, 3 years now, we're finally like, okay, Owner is actually good. We can say it. It's okay. It's fine. But it's kind of the same here, because Duro can legitimately also, being Puppey, just run from lane to lane, where his laners, because they're winning, has pushed in the opposing laner, and then you just slam in the wall and they die. And Canyon's just power farming while all of this is going on. It's not fair.
Well, DRX think that they can go for an objective. That's what they're going to look at right now. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what Duro's getting up to. As, Sponge can't hit the ultimate on an untargetable target.
No. It's okay. We don't need this. Alanda's like, I'm here!
I'm helping, friend. As Rich, he's
like,
just having a giggle. He's like,
can't be mad.
I can't really do anything about that. As, oh god, yeah.
Okay, he can do something about this. He's very far up.
He can't, well, not now. Now he can't do anything about it because he's too far up. And so we're going to have to repeat the player cam. It is going to net them a Rift Herald, so that's something. But still, Gen G very happy with the game state right now.
Oh, you can't even really engage because Puppey's there. So you need to deal with Status Presence, you need to deal with the ultimate. Ruler can just open up.
He could almost die as well as he's impaled, and Canyon comes in. Ruler is fine. Never mind. Duro's now coming down. Canyon continuing the fight here as the curtains are being called. Teddy is going to be his target. He decides to put a few bullets into Sponge as well, and Ruler picks it up with the last one. That is indeed curtains for Sponge, and you can't even blame him. This guy, I think that like in individual moments, this Skarner has looked really good. But he's 0-3, and it doesn't matter.
This is truly the final evolution of Ruler, where he's like, why should I have to do all the work?
Yeah.
And he just locks Jin, and he's like, oh, look, no. Oh, no, I'm autoing the ward. No, don't attack me. And then he just flashes out, walks it up. And look at that. He's like, yep, I'm safe. Set up the ultimate. Serve him up, boys. I don't want to do all that kiting. I don't want to do any work.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about it like it's like, oh, he's it's not the main character syndrome that he's had his whole career. No, this is just the epitome of main character syndrome.
He's just lounging by the pool.
Yeah, I do not even have to do anything. Please, another Mai Tai, my friend.
Oh, please, serve me another kill. Oh, another.
Yeah.
Oh, inevitably. Please.
As long as they're in multiples of 4 in this particular game.
Yeah, he's off on that. Needs 2 more kills. Oh no, poor Ruler. Will he get... Atlas, this game is cooked. cooked.
It is looking pretty cooked. Well,
so any shows you've been watching recently?
Yeah, I've been watching Slow Horses.
I've heard it's
really good.
Really good. I haven't seen
I'm a big fan of like English espionage
that's
shows.
the one with Gary Oldman, right?
Yeah, and Gary Oldman is the most disgusting human being ever, and I love it.
Sounds great.
And he's one of my favorite actors of all time. I think he probably is my favorite actor. It's hard because I've got so many, but still. Canyon now looking for a bit of an angle.
I'm not gonna lie, memes aside, I actually thought it was you, Jack.
No.
He does musicals.
Yeah.
I love musicals.
Yeah, and I love Hugh Jackman. He's just not my favorite.
Okay, that's fair.
It's all right. Sponge just going to be wandering away. He is still very tanky. As Rich is now going to join, Canyon is not as healthy as he otherwise could be.
He needs more creeps, okay? He's behind. That's not okay. He has less creeps than his top lane. Come on, Canyon. I know he wanted to go in and go back. Doesn't do it. What a cowardly dog.
But he is an alive dog, so there is that. As Andil, deadly flourish, not really doing too much. As the Rift Herald has now been put down, we got a big old zoom out. I don't necessarily know what this means because there's only 3 members of Gen G in this mid lane trying to defend this.
Chovy TP angle?
Yeah, potentially.
He TP's to the wave though, no? Unless he wants to. Oh, yeah, okay. I was about to say.
Yeah.
DRX. You got this. You got this!
Oh, Yukao. I don't know what that was, but it looked kind of funny. That's all right. They have managed to knock away the jungler, but they've killed the Azir. And now this is looking so deadly. Oh my goodness. Rich gonna get taken out there as Canyon makes Teddy just watch while the bleed is set. Oh, one last tick, and that is enough to take him down. Heartbreaking here for the AD carry of DRX. And Gen G, they've got a smorgasbord of things that they can take, and I think the Dragon is going to be on that list.
Oh, Yukal, no. Yukal, no. Ruler doesn't have flash. That play makes sense. You get him.
He was a long way away from getting.
He was really fair. Yeah, no, he was not. He was not that close. Oh!
Hang
Rich.
on.
A man with a dream.
Maybe this was all for this moment instead, as Kane is going to be able to... Oh no, oh no, oh no, he's just dead. The Impale is going to get stopwatched as well by Keen. And now Sponge is getting blended. Okay, Yukao goes in. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide because he used it before. And Sponge, no! Oh god, thank goodness Yukao's actually able to grab the kill, but I don't know whether it was worth it. And by I don't know, I mean it was not worth it, ladies and gentlemen. Slammed into the wall and destroyed. The poor pigeon kind of hit by a freight train here. And Gen G will now take the dragon.
If that was a kill on Chovy, I'd call worth. But it wasn't. Chovy's still not dead, by the way. As Chovy flashes, Ruler is just out of range.
I was wondering how you were going to say it. And
yeah,
you know what? That's the best way to say it.
It was just not. It was not in range. Yukal, I've been, you know, with the bleed as well. The final tick. That's just. It doesn't matter for the game.
No.
And then here, Rich is like, I've seen all these other Jaces be so tanky. Not him. Keen just toasts him in seconds. And then, yeah, Keen's Rumble, I take it back. Okay, it's every bit as scary. I think DRX are making it look scarier as well. They have not heeded the good advice.
No.
And then, yeah, the fact that Yukao dies here, it doesn't... DRX, they're going for Hail Marys. The Hail Marys aren't working as they shouldn't.
They got Keen.
They did get Keen.
That's all I got.
Chovy has a 4-stacks Magi.
Canyon is looking to kill Rich again. That equalizer was unnecessary, Keen. We did not need to do that. It's okay. Canyon just going to dash over that one. Find some daggers there as well. Is now just going to avoid the Impale very comfortably. And yeah, DRX cannot catch a break.
I remember seeing a few of the games that Canyon played on the Neferi, and I think it was like the first two didn't look that great.
No. This one looks pretty good.
He looks so... yeah.
He's really, like...
It makes sense.
A lot of play on the edge as well, and I feel like that's the best look for Neferi.
It is, and it's in theory, it is a Canyon champion, right? It's an 80, big 80 threat.
And it's a hands champ as well. Yeah.
It's a hands champ, exactly. So it makes sense that he'd be good at it. I just feel like before we didn't really see that. We're seeing it in this game, although this game is also a bit of a maybe not the fairest representation, as it's a
Say not.
10k gold lead now.
24 minutes into the game. I would say that things aren't necessarily going DRX's way, but if the last series taught us anything...
Rich is down 2 levels to the enemy jungler, Atlas.
Oh. Yeah, he's also down in farm to the enemy jungler.
Well, that's normal. It's Canyon. I'm not going to hold that against him.
His jungler, though, is down 3 levels. So...
Yeah.
Speaking of levels, 2-level advantage for Chovy as well.
Can Canyon just solo? I guess he can, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. Food for thought. So, made anything interesting for dinner recently?
Me? No, not really. Not a lot of cooking being done at this point in time.
We're in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
That is when we're all kind of like
And you know, I could like feel lazy for that, but just the food options around my place, because we live in a real old person area, so there's so many really, really good food restaurants.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. And often, like, we call it, my wife and I call it the Ajushi test. If you walk up to a place and there's a bunch of old people, old guys in there, and they're sitting around drinking makgeolli and like, you know, talking about their recent hike that they went on, that's when you know it's the goods, and there's like 11 of them. As we got a bit of a team fight starting off here as Canyon might be engaged on. The Impale did actually work this time, but now he's out of there. And the Leona is just dead. They are all walking on the barbecue, by the way. As there's another explosion. Canyon just goes in, gets back out. Rich is in the bottom lane in the meantime as Teddy's played some DDR, able to actually get out of the way of Chovy as well. Very nicely played. It means about nothing as the Happy Bee is nowhere near the rest of the Gen G members, and so he's just having a really good time. A natural habitat here for Rich.
Rich must have known the observers were going to highlight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He was giggling as that is one of the funniest things I've seen a player do.
Sorry, boys.
Oh, no.
And then the coach is like trying to yell at him afterwards. He's like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, at this point in the game, unfortunately, nothing has... Maybe if we throw another ultimate into Kane, he would have died.
Yeah.
Maybe Yuka also should have tried to shuffle him.
This kind of looks like the DRX episode of Will It Blend.
Oh, Will It Blend reference. Banger. Teddy does very well at DDR.
Actually, incredibly.
No, actually, he dodges all the shots and then does have to flash for the charm. Otherwise, he would have still died, despite all his heroics. Yeah, so game 2. It's going to be 17. I don't know about 18, but definitely 17.
We got it wrong. We were off by 1. I think that's fine. It
happens.
You know? And I think that no one beats DRX 18 times in a row.
Yeah.
And I think, like, Ox can also, he can attest, he can let us know how silly we are, because he's the guy that defined, you know, when things are due. He knew about HLE. We did not. Rich is going to get harpooned and destroyed, and we're all going to find that 1-2 punch. 4-0-11 now on the Jhin. That's neat. Duro now hunting.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Okay, well, Keen isn't super healthy, all right, there goes the Skana. Teddy is equalized, if you could really say that. Doesn't look very equal to me. Emperor's Divide does next to nothing. My God, this Rumble does so much damage.
Just end the game. Genji.
Please.
Genji,
please.
no, Genji, no, okay. Thank you. No pings towards Nash.
No,
Dragon.
They should do Dragon first. Yeah, not Baron. No. That's a little bit too close to trying to win the game. No, never mind. Gen G are looking to try and close this one out. Curtain call, just to make sure that Sponge cannot do anything. He already couldn't do anything, by the way. As Rich is going to respawn, but the Nexus is not until game 2. Gen G not going to get upset here today, nor is Chovy going to die. So we're going to make that 6 games in a row.
A lot of parts that came together well in that one. As Rich, once he's out of the game. I mean, you can see as well under the DRX stuff. I saw some rice mouths. It's Genji. If this was a Brion,
it was a 4-level lead in the jungle.
If this was DNF, I think it would be a very different experience. But realistically, how many teams in the world can beat Genji? I'm saying like maybe 3.
I don't think anyone can in LoLPub. Outside of Hump Life Esports.
That's valid.
If it's a best of 5.
If it's a best of 5. And only if it goes to game 5.
Yeah. In a best of 5, Humble Life Esports, outside of that, absolutely no one. Not on this stage. The team is just too good. Let's have a look at the damage numbers here as Ruler, like the most casual, most damage in the game I have ever seen.
He was sipping drinks. He was lounging by the pool. Where is my pool party
This was
gym?
the most resort gym performance I have ever seen.
Is there a pool party gym? Is there a resort
needs to
gym?
be now.
Yeah, him with like a water gun and he's just chilling, hanging out in the pool.
It has to happen. That has to be made just for Ruler after this performance. That was a quick one. That was decided pretty quickly. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break it down, and then we're going to see whether DRX can lose 18 times in a row.
펴지고 해보자 여기까지 찍을게 잘 찍을게 스카나 풀공 다 있어 앞을 쓰고 넘어가 그냥 넘어가 좋아 아 안 맞았네 이게 예 스카너
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. As that was it ended pretty much like a beatdown, but it started off okay for DRX.
Honestly, first 5 minutes, pretty good. Everything after, Brendan?
Not so good. Two Magi's on the other team, not so good.
That's the
no
type of analysis I expect
not
from
so
the
good. Wasn't good.
Yeah, you know, not so good.
Less than ideal, I think.
Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. That's how that goes. Yes. Let's take a look at those early plays that happened here. Starting off with DRX finding some success in the top lane into the Keen Rumble, and it was again a promising start here, Ox.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you're taking the Jace in any situation, but like Jace in a Rumble, playing around it, giving it resources, is a fantastic way to capitalize on that. You can see heavy trading has come out. They've gotten this Rumble low, and it just allows a free kill pickup, and this is the first. They also find an opportunity here where they actually try and punish the Jace, but more backup is there for DRX. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking, hey, this is looking pretty good. That lasted maybe 10 seconds.
Yeah, because immediately after that, we did go straight to the mid lane where it looked like, hey, they got a nice little angle here. Maybe they killed Chovy. Well, it's not the first time he's baited an entire team, and he flashes away. And it turns into this weird, wonky, messy fight where like the charm comes out from really low Chovy. And it just feels like after this, like all the wind is taken out of their sails, even though it's so early on in the game. And then we had one fight afterwards, 11 minutes in, that was like the real deal breaker for this one.
I like that one. Never heard that one. Real low Chovy. Lovey. Something that we could use maybe earlier in those escapes is here he was pretty hivey. On the TP flank, catches out DRX, who were unable to dive onto the backline.
Yeah, and I think always, it looks like initially a good skirmish. You get the double ult with the Skarner, but the follow-up's not quite there. I think Rich on another target, not using the combo on them. You also don't have the Azir backup immediately. And the thing is, when you're playing against an Ahri, when you're playing against a Jhin, it's very hard to disengage cleanly from a fight because the ult comes down, the Ahri starts getting resets. And as well, it's also the Neferi as well, able to get those resets too. So I think a little bit of a missed approach. I like the concept of the double Skarner roll, but they weren't all on the same target. And the second you make a mistake against Gen G, you're in the bin.
Yeah, we said that before. Give them a millimeter, and they'll take a kilometer. We actually said that on the cast, so it was really funny.
Those are normal units.
Yeah, it's just really...
In the rest of the world, those are normal units of measurement. It's only these Americans who
Whatever
are like,
you say, I don't know.
Millimeter?
I don't know
Kilometer?
what you're doing over there on that island.
Freedom units.
But yeah, it was like,
what are
you're
doing?
surrounded,
What
by
are
the
you
way.
doing? Yes, there's two of us here.
And I'll fight twice as hard.
Miles.
You know?
For kilometers? You're gonna finish for kilometers?
The metric system, it makes more sense. How many football fields? How many footballs was that?
No. Bring them out of this conversation.
Those aren't Americans. Where's Wolf?
Yeah, where's Wolf?
Crockler throws up his hands. He's like, I'm American. What are you talking about? No, you're not, Crockler. You're Dutch.
Friends at home, let us know what you think. Is it a yard? Is it a mile? Is it a meter? Is it a kilometer?
It's definitely not a yard. That's
all those things. All those things are what Gen G takes when there is an opening, though. DRX, something to build on. Early game prowess, picks. I mean, Rich looked pretty distraught after that game, though.
I think you just need to be a bit more decisive when you go for these plays and really be clean. It felt like the lack of coordination a little bit. It's kind of like, hey, I think this play can maybe go good for us. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a try. Oh, back, and then you're just in the bin immediately. I think if you're going for those plays, you need a clear plan. Everyone needs to be on the same target. It needs to be decisive. You don't get the opportunity to be indecisive against Gen G.
For me, I just don't like in that second highlight we had where it was like it started off really well, but then they lost a guy. But it was like another one of these things where the weaker teams will just like, well, we're all already committed. We have to double down. We have to get something. But they just put themselves in a much worse situation. Like you could just say, okay, we took a small loss here. It didn't go as we planned. We can just back away. Like they had an opportunity to do that, but instead they just all-in onto Neferi and Poppy, I think it was, and it was just the easiest disengage of all time for Gen G.
Maybe there was some miscommunication. Like someone said that we need to be like a kilometer away, and they're like, wait, how much of a mile is that?
Rich is like what's I spent a little bit of time, over in the artist formerly known as the LCS, so we calculate things differently in LA. That's true.
Yeah, it gets really confusing when people are using different systems for distance. So
someone threw out nautical miles. You could calculate in nautical miles.
Leagues.
Yeah.
How many leagues under the sea?
Could be light years. How many light years? Light years is a distance calculation.
I think it's a little bit overkill to be using
How many
light years.
leagues is Gen G above this league?
How many light years ahead of every other team is Gen G?
Well, there'll be another league ahead if they get themselves a win here today. Another 2-0. Or will DRX surprise everyone and get themselves a win and potentially upset of the season? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was a completely unnecessary argument. The only unit of distance that we have here is Teemos. There is no other. This is League of Legends. Your metric system and Imperial system need not apply, even if the metric system is obviously better in every way, shape, or form.
When it comes to the interpersonal interactions, that might be my favorite desk setup.
Oh, so good.
It's just Dan and Brendan bouncing off each other in increasingly unhinged ways, and Degon then trying to...
I love that Degon thinks that he can get it back under control, and you can see it in his face when he's like, oh, no, I've got this. And then he realizes that he just has no control.
You can't pull it back.
You cannot.
Can't be done.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a bit like Merry and Pippin. You can't control it. That is like
chastised.
I feel like that's the greatest like analogy of Brendan and Dan together.
Yeah, they spent so much time.
Grumpy Gandalf sitting over there.
No one has any idea what they're talking about, or what they're doing, or what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Oh, love a good Lord of the Rings reference to get us into draft for game number 2. DRX still on the blue side. Seeing whether they can find themselves a victory. They have lost 17 times in a row against Gen G. 18 surely not going to be happening here. As the victor going to be taken away first here by Yukal. An odd one because he's been really good on the champion himself. They don't want to see it.
Yeah, because you have to first pick it, otherwise Chovy plays it, but if you first pick it, Chovy plays a Kali. And you will notice, if you watch enough LCK, that this reasoning, when it comes to Chovy, applies a lot. Where you go in circles, it's like, oh, you can't.
I don't know whether that actually gets them out of the troublesome spot, though.
That's the neat thing. Nothing does, because you're still playing against Gen G in the LCK.
Doesn't sound very neat.
No, it doesn't. Really, the only team that can deal with Gen G, as we have highlighted, is maybe a Humble Life. A DK will get nauseatingly close and then fail. Or KT, when no one sees it coming.
Yep. That's going to be next week, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. First half of the week.
It won't be this one. Because now it's too obvious.
Right.
So it'll be when Gen G has like a 16-game winning streak and they're like undefeated season.
The thing is, like, if everyone predicts Gen G for that series, which it's almost guaranteed
No, it doesn't matter
because
we still kind of think that they might.
Yeah, the feeling. It's crept into the waters. That's a good point. That is a good point. Okay, Nocturne going to be the final ban here.
Nocturne.
Interesting one.
Huh.
Does mean that Talia,
that comment.
Talia that we were talking about, is likely to be snapped up first. So the Callista going to be the ban away, and that was a smirk.
I don't think you can blind Talia.
Oh, never mind. Yeah,
I just don't think you can do it against Chovy. So the Varus comes through. Varus against maybe Ashe for Ruler. MF. Ruler has been fine on MF. Not aiming level, but he's been acceptable as...
Ooh, Renekton Italy!
My God.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, hear me out.
Ready to hear you out.
This is not actually the setup. It's Chovy on Renekton. It's Nidalee top.
Oh, yeah.
It's not. It's just this.
I remember a game where Canyon played Nidalee.
With Renekton mid.
Mid. That went really well.
Until it didn't. As why do we keep playing
Lilia Rise?
Lilia? I just don't like it.
It won.
Chovy slammed that Anivia.
Get out
Get out of here with your...
it's Misfortune.
All right, that's fine. Misfortune makes sense. We're not the biggest fans.
But now they're going to ban Anivia.
Well, they should. I feel like we haven't really been clued in yet to the fact that that's unplayable for Rise. I feel like you can't blind Rise. It's just a couple of matchups like that where he just doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, it shouldn't be allowed.
Chovy might play Sion mid or something at this point just to set up Canyon. Like, I can feel it. He's going to pick something silly. And then he just picks like Orianna or something. It's just all of us going, ugh.
Yeah, could be the case. I don't know whether, like, I hate everything about Oriana and Italy. That sounds absolutely disgusting.
You know what it might be out of nowhere?
What?
Smolder with the steel chair.
Oh no!
Cross Smolder into Rise. Can you imagine how quickly he would get his stackies?
Oh, there's no way that's going to be picked. Okay. All right, one more ban. See whether it's going to be something. It's not going to be a Leona. I was actually thinking about that, but that's not going to happen. Rel will sort of eliminate the highest rung of the engaged supports outside of Rakan, which that Duro will be very happy to pick up. Instead, it will be the Jax taken away from Rich.
Normally you could go back to Gragas, but Gragas,
he's going to play
Rise,
Aatrox.
He's going to play Sion.
Sion, you think? I think it's Aatrox.
I think it should be Aatrox. I think it might be Sion. I hope not. As the Rel, unsurprising, gets taken away, so...
Oh, Alistair's still up.
Yeah, you'll Ali or Rakan. Those are your two choices. I kind of was expecting Rakan, because I think it's an Ando comfort pick and Poppy's gone, and they're not picking Talia. Unless the Rise gets flexed, which we don't know yet.
That could theoretically happen.
That is Braum.
Oh, the Yorick! Was nerfed in the jungle again, I'm pretty sure. But not as much towards the top side.
Yeah.
But we saw it didn't really need to be nerfed because it wasn't very good here in the LCK. But the Ghoulie wall, definitely a whole lot of fun. Braum, going to be locked in. Show us your Braum, Ando. He's going to bring that one out. Now the last pick.
I don't love the DRX draft. I'm not really sure what we ended up with here. I'm not really sure what's going on. Chove, pick something boring to really make us all feel bad.
Mid. Oh, Galio is definitely boring.
Well, it's Chovy Galio. I'll take that. Yeah, I think that's he's had one of the...
It sets up for bullet times pretty well.
He's had one of the coolest plays. You know, like a Chovy 4-man flash taunt. That was cool. That happened.
It's really interesting because my brain kind of computes that as Chovy making that play on Gen G, but it was when Chovy was playing for DRX against Gen G that he made that play into BDD's Gen G at the time. Kind of crazy. A lot of our players playing for a lot of different teams, but Chovy is kind of synonymous with Gen G these days.
It was 2020.
It was?
2020.
Long time ago.
5 years.
Crazy.
5 years, Atlas.
Starting to feel a bit old. A little bit old. But coaches going to bow to one another. Fist bumps. DRX, can you do it? Oh no, not the brain rot. We did not need more of that. As all right, at least we do get some of the really cool little cards. She hides. No, don't put it away. No, don't take it back out again. Okay. Oh, now we've just got happy Gen G players in a bus. Much better, much less brain rot.
Tiger looks a little scary though. That was a mischievous tiger. Atlas.
I mean, tigers are scary.
You know, I saw a picture recently of a tiger that looked just like Ruler.
What?
I know, it's crazy. Actually, had kind of. I'll show you later on. It's wild.
That sounds like in the wild?
No, you think? Yeah, you think I'm joking, but I'm going to show you later, and you'll be like, "Wow, that is exactly what it says on the tin."
I mean, I guess I could take your word for it, or I could also just say it's probably going to look like a tiger. As you better bring up that photo right now, as we make our way towards Summoner's Rift for Game 2.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. Gen G back on the red side once again. As DRX, different draft, a little bit more of an opportunity. As that looks like a tiger. I don't know what you're talking. I mean, there is a bit of a ruler vibe. A little bit of a ruler vibe.
You can see it.
Yeah.
As far as a tiger can look like Ruler.
Yeah, I think that's, you need to definitely add that caveat.
But
yeah, no, there's definitely there's like a thing going on there.
Well, it's still an animal.
Like just post it on Twitter so that everyone else can have a look and they can be the judges.
They can judge me.
Yeah, set it as like a poll and say, does this look a bit like Ruler? And then tag Ruler in it, and we'll see whether Ruler thinks it looks like Ruler.
Okay, I'll give it.
He might be on Twitter. I don't know. You could tag Arnold and then Arnold forward it. All right, Genji going to be getting a bit of a leash for Canyon here so that he can book it through the jungle as fast as possible. Canyon, the best thing about Canyon when he plays Nidalee is the fact that he actually uses his Nidalee skin. Kind of like everyone else who plays Nidalee, but it is just good to see. There's a few like Zeka also uses his Akali skin, but Beryl will never use his Leona skin ever, and that's super annoying. As, yep, 81.1% win rate on his Nidalee in the LCK of all time, 30-7. One of those 7 losses lost me my hair as well. So the early game definitely put that down as a W. As DRX, speaking of W's, actually winning out in this early game on the bottom side of the map quite nicely.
Well, I did it. I put it out.
There we go.
The people can now judge for themselves.
Love that. Absolutely fantastic. Keeping him honest. I do kind of see it, but it's a bit weird.
Listen, I'm going to be very honest. I feel like you might not want to because you just want to be like, no, Chronicle, you silly. It might be a little bit of that.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of that. But that, look, the people will tell.
We will find out.
Wait. Kane able to actually slice through the ghoulies, which does make things a little difficult for Rich in the matchup, I guess.
It makes him sound like a cereal brand.
Ghoulies?
Yeah, the ghoulies.
Or
you know,
like,
you wake up and you have your bowl of ghoulies with milk.
Yeah, or it's like a sitcom back in the days. Okay, there's a nice double pole there from Duran. Not too much going to come of it.
What flavor would... Actually, there's no good answer. Let's drop the bowl of cereal.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. All right, we are Flash Justice punching for a max range taunt. Yukal is dead for first blood. And I personally think he had no right to land any of that. Flash forward Justice punch into max range taunt is not okay setup for a spear.
There's someone on that needs to apologize for saying that Galio was boring, and it's both of us. We are sorry, Chovy. We are very familiar with your game.
Oh, that was so rude.
That was very mean.
All right, well, at least he had to use his flash. Oh, no, still so mean.
Still not good. Still not worth.
Wow. All right, yep, well. As it turns out, Galio, phenomenal setup for a Nidalee. That's why they picked it. Targeted CC. All right, there's another 2-man pole. Let's see whether the double up's going to work out. Show him the door. And Duro going to have to run his way out of there. Lilia was in position for a bit of a follow-up as Canyon a little further away. All right, let's have a look at this one more time from Trophy's perspective. Should I just flash E? And as it turns out, yes.
The timing as well, because the minions could have actually messed that up, right? If it just a second later, I mean, the minions Konga in front of this, because he didn't have that
Canyon
much.
Canyon did actually have to weave the spear as well.
Oh.
Yeah. If I'm Yukal, I'm not too upset about that. That's one of those things where it's like, well, I guess that happened. It had a lot of opportunities to go wrong. As Morning missed for a bit of good old poke damage.
Just change the inflection a little bit. You can do like the classic cringe content. I guess that happened, you know, and then they look into the camera.
I did cringe a little.
Yeah. Well, that's the point.
I understand why it's called that.
Yeah, that's the point of the content. Sponge is on a ward.
He is. He knows he's on a ward as well.
There's a reinforcement.
Spinning around.
Under was there.
All right.
I'm just going to help Yukal shove out this wave so I can go back and not be at risk getting murderized again by Chovy and Canyon.
Oh, Teddy gets a control ward down as Duro did not need to sweep that one because he could see it, but he's going to sweep anyway, just in case.
Oh, that was a fun little mind game.
Yeah, that was a cute one.
Duro did have health. He also went phase rush, by the way. I haven't discussed this yet. Kind of makes sense if you look at how he played out a lot of the early trades. Should have noticed earlier, honestly. Like very go in, proc combo, and run out again.
Yep. Actually gives you an exit strategy.
Good tech.
Canyon has not missed a spear, and there's another flash pulverize here from Duro, much like last week, looking real good on the cow. The Kitty Cat gets yet another kill. There are a lot. It's like a menagerie on the Rift right now as the deer gets taken down by a cat and a cow. All right, that's a lot of people that agree with you. That's 112 so far on the poll. Get on Twitter if you don't believe Ruler looks like a tiger.
92.
But right now, 92%.
I should credit this was not my original. I just saw someone tweet this. I'm like, you are right.
Yeah, we should actually
I will
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, Make It Rain is pretty good setup, as it turns out, as my God, Teddy taking a lot of damage there as the bullet time through the door is going to be the opportunity here. Is Chovy getting close in? Oh, is this his first death? His first death in 6 games? Never mind. He's just going to ult to the bottom lane. Ghoulie wall. And, oh, look at the Mechanical Maiden. It's kind of cool. Little steampunk maiden over there as Chovy going to have his back interrupted and is going to go back home.
Do it. Dive.
Oh, the bowling ball. Can it eat through the shield? Oh, it does in time, just barely. Oh man, that was almost Chovy being home before he had to worry about it. You can see not too concerned about too much of anything at all as Ruler is tidying up this minion wave towards the top lane. We're going to have a look at this fight one more time.
Oh, Sponge. Unfortunately gets tagged by the spear, and then the flash elongation knockout there from Duro, followed immediately by Chovy.
Gorgeously played.
Yeah. That was in a... Normally, if a Galio like ults in, I think you feel less bad about that, but he's just there.
Yeah.
Like he was just...
Because then he ulted
right
out
place, right time.
Of the last thing.
Not even close.
Yeah, apparently.
Rich has a lead.
Yeah, there we go, 10. Oh,
well, once he catches his wave, he will have a lead.
Well, to be honest, everyone has a lead. They just all have a negative gold lead.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
They all have a lead. It's just a negative lead.
That would be called a deficit.
Right, but it could also be called a negative lead.
No, because lead implies you are ahead of something.
No, it's just leading backwards. Okay, Justice Punch here on the UCal. This time there is no Nidalee in the area.
You can't...
I'm going to leave it at that.
Well, I don't want you to leave it at that, because that's not...
All right, I got another question for you then. How about this? So, do you think the world would be a better place if YouTube monetization was based on what a collective of very smart people think about your content and not about just what people want to see?
There's a lot of layers to that question. We gotta give it a second before we dive into that.
Well, let's have a look at this little 2v1 towards the bottom side as Rich is putting down the Ghoulie wall to try and stop Canyon from coming on over here. He is distracted by the Maiden as, my God, if that spear was thrown a little bit more aggressively, it could have been a dead Yorick because he already has a Liandry's Torment complete.
So back to your question.
Yeah, I just saw someone's opinion on the internet, right? Which is a dangerous thing to look at.
I would, yeah.
One of the problems of our time is that YouTube monetization is based on what people want to see, not what they should be watching.
I would argue that this is a this is a really big issue nowadays.
Yeah.
Not just related to YouTube, but just in general. I would say it depends on the type of content. I think when it comes to art, when it comes to pure entertainment, I don't think there's merit to that. I think that whatever is popular is fine, is good.
Yeah.
But when it comes to
like educational stuff.
When it comes to educational stuff, yeah, I would say so.
And I guess it's interesting because a lot of it, like educational stuff that's on YouTube and things like that, is often recommended by people that are, in that sort of space as well.
Yeah.
But, it's just an interesting thought. I don't think I phrased it all that well because it was just sort of like a...
Well, it's you can talk about this for hours. It's better than what we usually talk about, which is what we would do if dinosaurs were real. So, we gotta... Sometimes you just gotta elevate it a bit.
True.
Anyway, so dinosaurs are real.
Dinosaurs are real.
They are real, but not currently.
Well, just not all of them. As okay.
Also that.
Sure. Does finally go in. The door is now down as there is the heroic entrance, but it only gets a knock up onto the Braum. UCal's teleported in as well as another taunt. The bullet time laid on top as Teddy nowhere to go. No chance to get out, and a gorgeous headbutt back onto UCal as well. He's going to get decimated. Another kill goes over to Ruler, and Canyon is flashing forward to try and take down Sponge. The spear is going to land because of course it is. And Gen G This is looking on perfect game pace, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even think they have lost a plate.
Oh, yeah, I was putting my vote. No one will beat DRX 19 times in a row.
Unless they lose again to Gen G in round 2.
Yeah, that's...
which is right now looking relatively probable.
So DRX was aware that it was going to happen, right? Like, they actually knew because they had UCAL to come in. And then they just get caught off guard by the re-engage from Chovy, who completely cooks them. The bouncy house of Alistair and Galio ends up being a big detriment, and then Canyon...
Oh, is this another replay? No, this is just UCAL dying.
Yep. So back to dinosaurs. Atlas, have you seen Land Before Time, the original?
Oh, of course I have. Littlefoot was like my favorite character in anything ever for so long. All right, Kane gonna be flashing away here. Remember, he has to save the perfect game.
He's a dinosaur. He's okay.
They did lose some plates, so we're going to have that plate argument again.
We will not have the plate argument. Plates don't count.
Yeah, they're not real. Neither are grubs.
Well, I think grubs don't, but fortunately for us, in this game...
They didn't take any.
Didn't take any. So, I just... Because I saw Littlefoot when I was a kid, right? It was called differently, obviously, in Dutch. Yep. He's called Flatfoot.
Is he?
In Dutch, yeah.
Huh.
Instead of Littlefoot.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's nice. It's still a cute name, right?
Yeah.
And then I watched it back as an adult, and that movie is so heart-wrenching. It's not even okay.
I've watched it at like a lot of different points in my life.
Yeah.
And at first I was like, oh, cool dinosaurs, and then I was incredibly depressed. As Duro is just moving forward, does manage to interrupt the CC, but does get Chains of Corruption. Andil is likely to be dead, but can they get more is the question here as Chovy moves on to a killing spree. Yeah. This is reminding me a little bit of that storyline.
As in how like painful it is, or
it does. It just feels like an impossible task. You know, you're trying to work out whether that place is even real. It's interesting because that story has been sort of retold many, many times. I don't even think Land Before Time was sort of the first time
of course.
that's happened. It's a metaphor for a lot of different things. It's very, very interesting. It's reused once again in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, actually.
Yeah, it does. Which I love both those things. Maybe that's an ongoing something I should look into.
It's because humans just generally love hope.
Yeah, that's true. I'm also, you know, I feel like with Xenoblade there was more about everything else in that game. That game is...
It's just acceptable.
It's like a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
Well, we have time.
We do. We got plenty of time. DRX, we got time until DRX go for the comeback.
And then...
Yeah, and then we'll have time after that.
Oh, they go for the comeback, and then we have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Is it right now?
Andil is waiting. Okay.
Engage Braum.
Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie Wall, Ghoulie Wall.
He's Renekton though, so.
Okay. Chovy just going to taunt up UCAL here, Winds of War. And he doesn't have any damage items yet. Just got that Unending Despair, which is just so nice into the Rise matchup. Ruler just over here taking down an outer turret in the mid lane. It feels like there are twice as many Gen G members on the map than there are DRX members, and I think that's because they have twice as much money as them. Or at least that's what it feels like. 2,000 gold lead for a Galio into Rise in the mid lane at 15 minutes. Not something that I've seen all that much of. That's all right. It's a Hextech soul as well.
I did a little checkup. We're at 275 now. 93% of votes say...
Oh, wow. It's gone up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Percentage-wise. I think we have our...
Looks like it's confirmed.
We have our confirmation.
Yep. The eyes definitely are a bit rulery.
Yeah, the rest of the people calling me out for not tagging Ruler, so that's valid.
Thanks, guys. You guys are the best. I knew that they'd be able to get it done.
We can trust our audience. They are...
I want Arnold to comment saying, I agree, but you should have tagged Ruler, and then he tags Ruler in it. He would.
He would.
As he's also a busy man, so he may not necessarily be watching our broadcast of his team's game.
I think generally he does. I don't know for this one.
Yeah.
On paper, this wasn't the most exciting matchup. Everyone that's here knows that that's not actually true.
All right, Rift Herald.
The narrative.
Being started up.
No one sees it coming. They're 6K gold down.
Oh man, is this how we get to the 6-game day? Oh my god. Well, teleport in from Kane as Gen.G. I don't know whether DRX really have too much of a right to contest this, but they're going to go for it. Chovy looks for Ucal on a flank angle, gets his flash out. As now Duro on the flank, but they need to wait for him as Gen.G somewhat split at this point in time. Guliwall not going to lock down Chovy as Duro. The triple knock up into the bullet time! And there is the heroic entrance as well. They're only just able to take down Andal in the end, but they also get themselves the Rift Herald, and Rich is taking so much damage. In goes Duro once again! And now Canyon is just murdering them in melee range as this kitty cat, the taunt lands on everyone, and Gen.G mop the floor with DRX. I would say that it was a good effort, but unfortunately they didn't much have an opportunity to even have an effort in that one.
We are actually on track, like we've
yeah, this is a perfect game.
We are actually on track for the perfect game.
And Duro, like that flank pulverize angle was just gorgeous.
Gen.G just plays these team fights so well. It's a back and forth. I also think that composition at this point in the game is nigh unbeatable, because DRX just don't have the raw stats on Ryze yet, or on Lilia. This is a very short fight as well. I think Lilia really prefers it if you have a bit more of a messy back and forth.
Like, I'm going for Lilia.
Oh my god, free man gets 2 flashes immediately.
And that's not like a muscle memory headbutt pulve as well. That's a headbutt, put him in position, move, get the perfect pulve. He called everything there, calling out some flashes here, and then just letting everyone know, nice work.
This ebb and flow with the double phase rush is just so beautiful to watch. Again, there's a huge gap between these two teams. We don't really get to talk about anything else, right? Than Gen.G just being so good. Yeah. But they just are.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you say?
Well, sometimes you've just got to watch as Gen.G obliterate their opposition. And honestly, the fact that the perfect game is still alive makes it very interesting. That's what we need to keep track of and keep up to. There's that. There's also the fact that Chovy hasn't died in 6 games in a row, as that is a lot of Voidlings, Void Mites. As Canyon gonna go for another one. The smite comes down to interrupt him, as he's not gonna get sleepy, not gonna go for a one-man sleep. Is Sponge. Still Canyon takes half of his health bar, likely to be able to primally surge himself back up to a decent health rating. Does manage to do that, as Chovy getting towards the top lane will be able to take down
Very
Wave.
important. Can't let him have a turret.
Exactly. As the mid lane out of turret is extraordinarily healthy. There is a little bit taken of the bottom wave.
They're playing against Yorick and they haven't lost a turret.
Yeah. That doesn't bode well for the Yorick team. This happy Poro there from Ruler. He would like to go and have dinner, I think.
Was that the JDG? I think it was a JDG logo. I don't know, because I don't know the emotes from the LPL as well as to do the LCK ones. You know, like the...
Yeah, no, I don't know the LPL ones at all, actually.
But I think I saw. That's so cute.
It would make sense that he would have those.
Yeah. Remember that? When they lost one best of 5 in a year?
Yeah, I remember that best of 5. I remember feeling pretty good after that best of 5.
It was a good best of 5.
Yeah.
Pretty memorable.
All right. So, perfect game still on the cards. Dragon has spawned. Maybe that's where we'll get some sort of fight. As you can see, Chovy backing all the way off here. As they might set up for Ruler. That's what Duro's kind of banking on. You can see they've got so much vision towards the bottom side, towards the top side, everywhere. Gen.G able to litter the map with wards. As Chovy able to clear them all out as well. It's Teddy desperately trying to find somewhere to farm. And Ruler just farming with impunity. Just no one able to stop him from doing anything at all.
I'm looking. So we have a sheet here, right? And we need this double check. So I'm gonna do that right now. I think this is the last perfect game, the official one, right? That is on this sheet.
Yep.
This was in 2020 spring.
KT versus Griffin.
That was
Ucal versus Chovy. I think so.
That's what I'm... It's definitely
No,
Chovy.
2020. Yeah,
I just don't know about...
I don't know about Ucal. Maybe not in 2020.
but it's no, wait, 2020 Griffin. Chovy in 2020 was on DRX.
Wait, yeah. Wait.
Ah, boo.
Yeah, different one. Damn it.
Boo.
I see KT versus Griffin, and all I can think about is Score and Yukal and Chovy and Tarzan.
We don't need to verify. How cool would that have been?
That would have been very cool.
It's not, though.
Very, very
not
cool.
Real. Well, maybe Yukal was involved.
Yeah. It might have been rather. Yeah.
Who was on Griffin then? In 2020?
It was that guy whose name started with N. I'm pretty sure. But I can't remember his name completely. I remember a lot of them. It was, okay, we've got it here. On Griffin, it was actually Yukal.
Yukal on Griffin?
Nayan was there as well. Nayan was the name I was trying to remember. But it was Tara and Tarzan as well. As Yukal, going to take a lot of damage here from Ruler. And Iroven Woodid was on that team. Oh, man. Sorry, Woodid.
Woodid and Kion.
Wow.
One of our
Griffin
writer slash produced. That's crazy.
Now I feel really bad. I'm not.
Well, it wasn't Chovy.
True. Definitely wasn't.
Who was on KT back then? 2020 KT?
2020 KT sounds like a BDD KT, maybe?
No, BDD was Gen G, 2022.
Yep. Now we're going to get Yundo on it. He'll let us know it was on KT in 2020 as well.
They can't lose Otacon, by the way.
Well, they are going to.
No, I mean Gen G con.
Yes, because otherwise they won't get a perfect game. It's all right, there's some knockups. Zandil able to walk his way out. Oh no! Oh no! Turret! The turret's gonna go down! No, Rich! Don't do it! No! Oh, why? Why?
You had one job!
Perfect game is dead. Rip the perfect game. You almost got there. One turret.
I love that Jonas Strong also did the zoom because he knew the people would want to see this.
Yeah.
Tragic.
Okay, well, Genji are going to be able to take down this inner turret. It's moving towards 24 minutes into the game. So we'll have Baron up relatively soon. Chains of Corruption do go down as Canyon will murder Sponge. Just needs another little swipey swipe. Well, he's not going to be able to get one.
X broken. It's fine. Just go in.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, perfect game is doomed.
You don't have to care anymore.
As long as Chovy doesn't die, you'll be fine, Genji. All right. Canyon will take a bit of damage here from the Ghoulies, but otherwise not too much to worry about. And DRX still able to keep their base alive for the moment.
So I've abandoned the Ghoulies as a serial. If the Ghoulies were a band, what kind of music would they make?
Grunge, 100%.
Grunge?
Oh, yeah.
No, I feel like it'd be like something jazzy.
Nah, grunge.
The Ghoulies? You're thinking of the Ghouls. The Ghouls would be grunge. The Ghoulies?
Ghoulies. Oh, so you're thinking like it's more like surfy pop type style?
Yeah, the Ghoulies.
I mean, I could hear that, but I still think
they're like
grunge.
in a beach. They're like in a beach. No, that's.
It's like they've got an ironically cutesy sounding name. But
Oh,
actually,
and
they
like-
just play filthy music.
Ah, I can see that.
You know, like filthy but artistically.
No, I get what you
know?
mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. That's all right. There's a help pole. It's going to connect onto the Brom, who does have the door, but the door isn't exactly mitigating as much as we'd want it to. As there's the bullet time. He waits for the Unbreakable to wear off. As now the heroic entrance comes down. Canyon kept alive. As Teddy does his very best, but it's just not quite enough.
I do want to give Rich credit. This is his job. That he's doing great.
Yes, be inside lane.
That's his one job.
Very
if you
true.
somehow win this game, it's got to be Rich just doing this. Nothing. This is it. That's all you need to do. Just keep going. Keep on trucking.
Yeah, you got another guy in chat, by the way, saying like surf rock as the Ghoulies.
Yeah.
So I can hear that as well. Another turret, but I guess the perfect game's already dead.
Doesn't matter.
Who really cares?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's totally okay. As we've got some pings on the Baron.
Rich has a pretty substantial gold lead. Yeah, it is 1.1 working.
Okay, not bad.
It's not bad.
As long as you don't look at any of the other gold leads.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. He's also got a hull breaker, so he definitely wins. 1v1s in side lanes. As Keen not going to interrupt his back. And to be honest, if I was Keen, I wouldn't have done so either. As Ruler will be able to grab his teammates a red buff. Chovy going to get out of there. I'm seeing there's some life left in DRX here. I'm getting some
You're seeing the lines?
They've stepped out of their base.
You seeing the lines?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing something. I don't know what it is. Happy B from Rich again. That's got to be a good sign. Oh no, the Maiden. The Maiden! Ruler wants that money. He wants that money so bad as, yeah, sad B. Obviously, 50 gold over to Ruler. Yeah, very sad B. Understandable already. He's Maiden once again.
That man is an entertainer.
Oh my god. 50% of his health bar with a double up. That doesn't feel great. Well, we're flashing for a Justice Punch as Ando going to be the sacrificial Braum once again. Yukal threw some spells into Chovy and didn't manage to break his magic shield. As down goes Ando yet again. Another bullet time is beautifully positioned as Yukal does get into his Realm Warp to get himself out. The Hextech Soul is up and available here for Gen G, but I think they might want to get the buff from the Nexus as well.
What buff?
I think it's called Win.
What does it do?
It makes you win. And then one of your teammates gets voted for POM, and you get to do an interview. It's pretty cool, actually.
Okay.
Oh, Rich going for the steal.
Wow, let him have it.
Wow, Rich didn't have smite. That's
boo,
so weird.
Canyon, boo. Give him something. So, who's your POM vote?
My POM vote? Canyon. 1000%. Or Duro. After like this and all the other things. Chovy's also played well. Maybe we just give it to Gen G. Why don't you write down Gen G for POM?
I mean, I don't think they'll let me do that. No, I don't think that I'll be. I'm eligible to do so, unfortunately.
That does make a little bit of sense. Duro's had a phenomenal game too.
Yeah, so if it was POM or POG, game one would be Chovy.
Yeah.
POG for this game would be Duro.
Yeah.
As a whole, I'm
probably
Chovy.
Really? Huh.
Well, his game. Remember his
yeah.
Ari?
Yeah, and actually his Galio's been phenomenal as well.
But
I just feel like Canyon's Neferi was also so good in game one.
Yeah. If the Canyon gets
Yukal's dead.
That's fine.
Chovy is going pretty quick.
You know, I think I'm just biased because Chovy playing Galio again.
Yeah.
It just brings back good memories.
Does. As bullet time flies in. Oh, the Unbreakable from Andil is kind of decent here as Sponge trying to get a flank angle off. Ruler is relatively low as the Maiden going aggressive, but not quite aggressive enough here. As look at these health bars.
The damage!
Just melting.
The Dominus!
Yeah, that was... We are getting some information about this buff of the Dominus above level 16. Looking great as now Gen G just trying to add insult to injury, but they will take down the Nexus. That was an absolute shellacking. Utter domination from start to finish. 2 turrets away from a perfect game. I think no one dying on the side of Gen G in game number 2. Decimation here on Summoner's Rift.
Still contemplating my POM. It's hard when a team wins this hard.
Yeah, it's like Duro, Chovy, or Canyon, and like
Duro, Chovy, Canyon.
Flip a 3-sided coin.
Is there really a bad... You know what? There isn't a bad choice. I'm going to stick with what my gut feeling was. I think it's fine.
I think it's okay.
If any of them get it.
Well, when it comes to like Gen G just winning, you just win in doubt Chovy. Because then he'll get up to 600 points, which is a lot of POM points.
That'll be fun.
But I think today was a good Canyon day. I think today was another good Duro day, and I think people like voting for Duro as well, just because he's the youngest player on the team. He sort of stepped into a squad with 1 billion veterans and has just been really good.
Extremely high expectations, right?
Yep.
Ton of pressure on him. Following up after Delight and Lahens, which is obviously insanely
Yep. 2 of the greatest
hard.
supports we've had, yep.
And then he still has such great vibes. It's it's lovely. It's great to see. For DRX, the reason why we talk about Gen G, obviously they won very convincingly. So for DRX, if you asked these players beforehand, did they think this was going to happen? Probably yes. Unfortunately, I think the gap is just too big. Yeah. And it makes me excited to see what can happen in the Legend and Rise group. I really do think, how much do you learn as DRX from a game like this? Because realistically, Gen G is just on another level. And looking at these plays kind of confirms it. Like, it's the cohesion, it's the coordination, it's the confidence, it's the execution. And I want to remind everyone again, that I think there are very few teams in the world that can match Gen G right now.
Yep. I also think that, you know, once you start losing this badly, things get worse and worse and worse, right? As Canyon here lands a very nice spear to finish that one off. He honestly ran the early game pretty effectively, but it was these wombo combos. It was the fact that Duro gets himself into perfect positions almost every single skirmish. There was just no opportunity. Again, like Duro just having like mad movie plays about 4 times in this game alone.
Chovy's still not dying.
Yeah, still hasn't died. 7 games in a row now without a death.
He was playing Galio.
Yeah. I feel like part of your job is to die.
Yeah.
But in fact, no one died in this game. So I guess that does make some sense. Yep, Duro just delivered a gargoyle to Yukao.
I now have some pictures of Ruler the Tiger with the glasses.
Oh, that's gonna...
my god!
Okay, okay, never mind. Never mind, it's perfect.
It's...
Yeah.
It's
Shout out
amazing.
to you, Lena, on Twitter. Literally him is exactly that. So that's what, like, he should never have left Gen G. He is the epitome of this team's player. As DRX are going to be left on their fountain, and Gen G will just allow the minions to take down the Nexus at the end there. Having a look, this is a pretty sad little graph.
Except for Rich.
Except
That's
Rich,
my boy.
Yeah, he did some side lane yarking. But having a look at the amount of dashes on the left-hand side of the screen and then the amount of stuff on the right-hand side of the screen gives you a bit of an idea as to just how far ahead Gen G were. As now it's time for the POM. Chovy gonna get it again? Let's have a look. See who it's going to be.
Chovy? Canyon? Yeah.
6085011. Adding a whole bunch of stuff to an undefinable KDA.
Yeah, I truly don't think that today you can have a bad vote. Like even Ruler, I think Ruler and Keen were.
I think Ruler.
But even
I love Ruler's like resort lifestyle that he was living throughout both of the games.
The narrative vote for Ruler, especially with the whole tiger.
Now that he's a tiger?
The tiger conversation?
Absolutely. I hope they ask Chovy about that. I think that's the really important thing that we need to learn about. Maybe the space can do an interview with someone to figure something out there.
Make it happen.
We need to interview the tiger as well. We need to go and find this tiger so that it can go and live with Gen G.
Do they know?
Yeah. Has the tiger been domesticated? Do we need to go and help crowdfund that as well? So that we can make sure that this tiger is safe to live around, because I think it's very important that they live with their mascot as well. Oh man, there are so many questions that we need answering, and I think it's just about time to throw it on over to G-Sun, who has the translation. Apologies to Deer for assuming that it was going to be you. It's in fact G-Sun this time around. Thank you so much, G-Sun, for translating here today. Sometimes it's hard to catch up, you know, but we are waiting just a few moments.
It's Atlas. You'll always be forgiven. I think you can get away with anything as long as you.
Ooh, not sure about anything.
As long as you.
I haven't gone for anything.
Within reason. I think you're good. You know, you're such a.
Okay.
You're a sweet guy. It's fine.
Maybe guessing the wrong translator is something I can get away with.
Well, G-Sun is your boss, so I actually think you're in.
Okay, so it's now time to throw it over to G-Sun for the interview translation, and it's going to be amazing.
Thank you very much, Max, for the proper intro this time around. We are here joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G after their phenomenal performance and a 2-0 victory. I feel like I see you all the time, Chovy. Gen G on a huge win streak, and you are also on a POM streak. 6 POMs already. How do you feel? I was not expecting it, but still very glad that I managed to win another POM today. Then who do you think will win the POM? I mean, everyone else also played really good, so I didn't really expect myself to, you know, stand out and win the POM, you know. Everyone deserved the POM, honestly. Indeed, all 5 players on the side of Gen G had a great performance today. Well, looking at the champions we had in game number 1, Jace, Skarner, Azir. Was that something you guys were expecting to see in the match today? We kind of did, you know? I mean, those are the meta picks right now, but I was just focused on the mid lane matchup and the laning phase, so I thought we were having a decent comp on our side as well. And then in game 2, during the laning phase, you are able to find a very interesting angle to get a kill onto the Rise. How did you see this opening? So Nidalee had some time to spend the mid lane, so I was looking for a flash trade actually in order to add more pressure in the laning phase. And then I was able to actually get a taunt on the very last range, so it was really lucky for me to land that, but because of the chain CCs and the combo, we were able to even lock in the kill. And in game 2, it was 19-0 when it comes to the kill score. Is there anything you guys have to go through in terms of the feedback, or was it just a perfect game? Not much. I think we had a really good performance because we knew how to play out the macro, how to deal with the opponent's game plan as well, so I'm pretty happy and content. What about your own performance? Of course, I am very happy with my performance as well. Chovy, you are immortal. Like, let's take a look at the undeath streaks in the past 7 games. So we already mentioned this in the points of the match earlier today, but after the match today, now you are on a 7-game winning streak of undying. How is it even possible? I mean, there were some time when I didn't die at all in the past days, so it's not a big surprise to me, but I will make sure to keep up the good work. But still, you go for some aggressive and proactive plays and still remain deathless. How do you make it happen? I think recently we, as a team, were able to set up for fights where we were able to kind of out-trade the opponent. You know, we were able to get more kills, and then based on that, we were able to get more items, and that's how we kind of snowball off of the skirmishes. Now you have 1 match to go in the first round robin, and KT Roaster is your opponent. How are we going to keep your undefeated streak? I have some memories of us actually losing to KT when we were on a very good winning streak, so we will make sure to stay alert to continue the record. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. As it was yet another POM for Chovy. This man continues to elevate against the opposition, that's put in front of him. Doesn't matter who it is, he'll step up.
I feel like they've had a chill time because, we talked about this a lot. They had like a lot of the top teams in their early schedule, and now they're just rinsing through the Eastern teams, like just brutally. And 7 games in a row where he hasn't died is kind of crazy. Yeah, well, I wouldn't like to be facing him next.
Yeah, like you said, he's been undying against BNK for 1 game, Bro, DNF, and now DRX for 2 games in a row. It's crazy what this man is capable of.
Again, against the Eastern teams. Expected though.
Yes.
Yeah, you compare Gen.G to Hanwha Life, who sometimes plays to the opponent's level. Gen.G are the level. They are the boss level, and they continue to show it. But time for serious breakdown here, y'all. There was a moment in that last game that we need to talk about, that we need to have analysis.
There's just so much going on here.
This was a pretty pivotal one. So you can see there's a lot of minions stacked up and the Maiden, and actually the tower health starts to get low. He's able to take it down.
Walk his way out. Oh no, turret! The turret's gonna go down! No, Rich, don't do it! No!
So,
why? Why?
Job!
I don't want to be too critical, but typically Gen.G are a very macro-focused team. And this felt like a massive slip-up. I feel like Coach Kim is going to have strong words about
a big issue.
letting
I think
this happen.
They got to be careful in the future games. Like up against good teams, you let one turret go, you're going to get punished. Give them a millimeter, they'll take a kilometer.
Give them a millimeter, they'll take a mile.
This was a snowball because Rich ended up getting a second turret as well. So I mean, the whole game started to crumble from there. Obviously, they did kill the Nexus, but I think it was kind of irrelevant at that point. The perfect game dream was dead. And I think, yeah, a little bit of shame maybe Genji should feeling after letting that one happen.
Agree.
Let's take a look at the POM comments here. Is it a 13 for 13? Or did we have some weird voting?
What do you mean weird voting?
Weird voting.
Weird voting.
Okay. Duro? Oh, another based Duro vote by Genji?
So now,
I mean, by the VN cast?
Once again, we have proved that it is, in fact, Mediox that is joining with us. Thank you, Mediox.
Pretty ox.
Can you explain your vote here?
I think it was a very valid joke. Very valid
It
vote.
was a joke, yeah.
Look, I'm going to be honest, okay? This is what happens. Chovy plays well. Everyone just votes Chovy, right? And so you may claim that you were really insightful with your POM.
Yes.
You were just a sheep.
I did vote for the best player.
Speaking of animals, Canyon had a great game on a dog and a great game on a cat. And this is a saying. You may not know it.
Yeah, but the cat was game 2 and the dog was game 1, so probably it might have been better if you went, it's raining dogs and cats.
That's not the saying.
That could have been really
That's not the
clever.
saying. It's not the saying. No, that's not the saying.
No.
You wouldn't get it because you don't know the saying. But yeah, I think Canyon had a really great game. And when you're stomping the game this hard, that early impact is so important, you know? Like Chovy landed the taunt, Canyon was there with a spear, threaded the needle through the minions.
I can't leave this desk until we do everyone's comments. So Brendan, it's your turn.
It is my turn. You've heard of the unkillable Demon King. How about the undying Hellbeast? Anyone?
I'm pretty sure that's
Anyone?
I'm pretty sure that's sacrilege in the Church of Chovy.
Yeah, actually that does make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe he's like a. I was trying to figure out like something that would make sense.
Well, I think
that's somewhat similar, but
I think Degon, me and you can agree.
Undying
this is a bad
heaven.
comment.
This is a bad comment.
This is
Undying
a very
heaven angel.
Stop talking about it. It's a bad comment. We'll move on.
I think it's a good one. I liked it.
You think?
What did Chronicler write? Please. He's too good. I have no comment. Oh.
Then this is
a comment or not. I don't know.
The thing is, if he said I have no comment, that'd be. But he said he's too good. That's a comment by itself.
Yeah.
So he says I have no comment, but that.
So he's a liar.
Yeah, he's lying.
A liar. He says he doesn't have a comment, but he clearly has a comment. Look at him.
He's Mickey Mouse. He's not a liar. Let's go to the Korean
He's too
side
good as a comment in and of itself. We saw one.
This was not a good job by the global
last
cast
series.
on
One word was a comment.
Yes.
So he had 3.
Yeah.
That's plenty.
What did Atlas think?
God of Canyon Chovy chains. So God of CC chains. Look, Helios. Helios just pulled that one out of thin air.
That was pretty good.
It's really good.
It was pretty good, yeah.
NA talent. Let's see what else we got here. Get this played.
Near perfection.
Yeah, perfection.
Whoa, what did he mean by that?
Oh, this is some shade.
the turret died.
Oh yeah, the turret actually.
The turret died.
Oh, that
turret
actually,
died.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
Too slow, even my POM. It's a comment referencing Bleach, the anime. Which Chovy put on his Instagram.
He posted on Instagram, yeah. You know, if I'd watched, like, how many is it, like 12,000 episodes of Bleach, I would get this reference, but unfortunately, I haven't. Have you watched 12,000 episodes of Bleach, however many it is?
Not even one.
There's a lot of episodes.
Yeah, there's quite a few.
One of the great shonen.
Maybe someday.
Last one. This bear is as sly as a fox. Look, even that one. It's so good.
But yeah, it's also animal focused, you know, like mine, me and Prince, you know, both great comments, unlike someone.
He didn't play
on the
Volibear.
Or sacrilegious with
like,
the church.
What?
Can't do sacrilegious.
Makes any sense.
He did play Ari.
I don't get it. No, he voted for Canyon.
But his teammate played Ari.
Canyon didn't play Ari.
Taking this too literal, Brendan.
Genji, still undefeated. DRX, still 1 win. They do have 1 win. We did see DNF fall just short of getting their first series victory of the day. I'm getting an update about that last one. Canyon is considered a bear like Lucid is considered a doggo. He's actually
this is
like
the polar bear. We know this is not new.
Yes.
This is not new information.
Yes. It was
I was referring to the fox part of that, you know.
Yeah.
Sly as a fox.
Sly as a fox.
A bear,
That's a saying. Like it's raining cats and dogs is also a saying. These are both sayings.
It's a quote from a famous Korean movie, which obviously you would know if you watched it. Up next.
Well, if you watch Blackadder.
Tomorrow, it's time, Giga Chads. The Bros versus T1. The matchup that all of us have been waiting for.
Who do you vote for in that one?
And then D+ versus Hanwha Life Esports. Do we have it? No, we don't have it. We sacrificed T1 versus D+, and I gave T1 a win so that the Bros can take it tomorrow. Where are my Giga Chads at? That's right. I am off tomorrow.
You are wearing the bro pants.
I am wearing the bro pants so that I could tell everyone that I voted for bro. And I'm sure you guys will run it tomorrow. Win they win or lose. This has been a great desk of the Tridan. I am Daniel Degon Gonzalez. This has been Daniel Ox Harrison with Brendan Valdez. I hope that you've enjoyed it. Please let us know in the comments. Until then, until next time that we have the Tridan cast, we'll see you later. One more.